Burning sunlight and the pouring of cicada cries. Pitch black shadows are right underfoot. After having overslept, it is now headed to the usual place. Good morning. You're here late today.
Ohayo.
Getting out of the elevator, I exchanged light greetings with the nurse I became acquainted with. By now, even if I enter the 7th floor, no one challenged me. Just maybe at this rate, I too might become a person of this place. When the thought suddenly came, I was afraid. Continuing down the white hall, I headed to the now familiar room of Himeko-san.
入るわよ。
And when I returned to Himeko-san, who had probably been waiting, books, maybe, spread atop the bed, thin volumes that Himeko-san gazed at. What those were, I don't know, but that face was different from my usual bright expression.
え、何見てるの？
地図よ。
地図。
Just that answer, her gaze once again returned to the pages. There was an expression I never saw before. A lonely, yet somehow also calm expression.
面白い。
別につまらないわ。
Her words said so, but her face wouldn't turn this way. And even though she said it was boring, she continued staring with a lonely gaze. Then you don't have to look. Even as I thought that, I gazed along with her. There was nothing else to do, nothing else I could do. Spread atop the bed, the maps of some place. On them were a number of large highways and roads, places with unfamiliar names. My eyes are so heavy now. Let's have fun with stream, but I gotta go sleep at 6 a.m. here. Oh, for sure, Anya. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great sleepy. Felt like a sight to Himeko-san, who continued gazing, but for me, I couldn't feel enjoyment in doing so.
退屈でしょいいのよ。私だってつまらないと思うもの。
じゃあ、どうして見てるの？
さあ、どうしてだろうね。
Even as she answered with that, Himeko-san continued to gaze. Himeko-san herself didn't know the reason, and then there was no way I could understand. While thinking that, and just when I thought she would remain that way for a while, she slowly murmured,
でもね、まだあなたには必要ないものよ。
それはいつか必要になるってこと。
さあ、それもあなた次第かしら。
Occasionally, Himeko-san spoke as if she could see clear to my thoughts. There were also times when she would suddenly toss out words like Zen riddles. What those were really talking about, I didn't know. For some reason, often I would wind up nodding.
ねえ、説明知ってた？もしどこか行きたい場所があったとして、どれだけの予算があれば足りると思う？
わからないわ。
Sudden question, I answered honestly. I had never thought about such a thing.
私の計算によるとね、5万円よ。
そんなに？
そう考えちゃダメよ。逆に言えば、それだけあれば日本中どこだって行けるってことよ。
Even hearing that sum meant nothing to me. I also couldn't see the frickin' intention behind letting me hear it. Perhaps it simply meant that. Sorry, guys. That poor that goes on. Stop coughing, body, please. She had a place she wanted to go to. Oh my god. You know when you have that feeling in your throat where it's like a dry and it's like tickling you and it's like you're gonna cough more, you're gonna cough more, you're gonna cough more, and you're like, stop, please. And someday I too would have such a place born within me. Perhaps she also wanted to say that.
さて、じゃあまたアイスでも行きましょうか。
With that, she folded the maps and stood.
私、検温あるから先に行ってて。
うん。
Leaving Himeko-san, I waited for the elevator. All around I can see the pajama-wearing people of the 7th floor. These people who wonder if they have a place they want to go, just like Himeko-san. Or perhaps people of a certain age, having already given up or taken a more philosophical view. Maybe they don't think about such things.
節美さんでよかったかしら。あなたは確かヘルパーの。はい、この7階を担当させていただいております。
It's the helper who had spoken to me before. The other day, Himeko-san had been speaking with her as if she said she was acquainted.
それで姫子さんのお姉ちゃんのことですけど。お姉ちゃん？
With that word, I could make a guess at how things were. Before, Himeko-san said she had once been a helper on the 7th floor, that her family was Catholic and she had also participated in public welfare activities. And for this younger sister to be a helper here in the same way was not surprising.
それで私に何か。もし節美さんが無理して一緒にいるようでしたらと思って。別にそんなことないわよ。だったらいいんですが、以前は明るくて優しいお姉ちゃんだったんです。
Seeing that she sadly lowered her head a bit. Certainly I also had a similar impression when we met the other day. At the least I thought her behavior towards the kind-looking younger sister seemed very cold. However, towards myself, there was no need of the had been. Even now, I believe she was kind.
千尋、何をやっているの？
お姉ちゃん。
前にも言ったわね。余計なことを喋ってる暇があったら自分の担当の人をしっかり見るべきでしょ。
それは分かってるけど。
あなたもヘルパーならば自分の責務を全うしなさい。行きましょう、節美。
Speaking unilaterally, then leaving her sister there, Himeko-san quickly walked ahead. Even as I felt somewhat bad for Chihiro, I followed after. Again today, sitting facing each other, wait vanilla.
悪かったわね。変なとこ見せて。
今の人が妹さん。
ええ、そうよ。
While speaking, Himeko-san began eating her second ice cream. Beyond that, it didn't look like she was going to say anymore, but I wanted to know about her behavior just before. Without a doubt, she was worried about Himeko-san.
ねえ、どうしてあんなに冷たいの？
もしかして妹のこと？
うん。
I gave a small nod. It was Himeko-san's own sister, and as someone who's been the same kind of helper before, I thought she'd understand her feelings. It might not have been something an outsider should be interfering with. Still, I felt bad for the younger sister and was sorry for her.
あんなに優しくていい。
そうね。優しくていい人だからよ。
わからないわ。
いいのよ。これもまだあなたには必要ないから。
ただいま。
おかえり。ちょうど晩ご飯の支度できたわよ。お腹減ったでしょ。
うん。
The nod, I handed over today's empty
はい、
lunchbox.
たくさん食べてね。
On top of the dinner table were a number of dishes. As always, the fried things from the part-time job were
あ、
there.
ほら、またあげてきたわよ。
With that, she offered the plate of fries. The slightly fat slicing was a distinctive feature. But today, the hand that held the plate was different from
お
before.
母さん。
ああ、大したことないわよ。やっ
Mother answered cheerfully as always, but those were the mark of a burn. I was slightly red. Before, while beautifully painted with a manicures, Mother would show them to father and me with pride. At that figure, happily excited over such a small thing, Father and I would also look at each other and give a wry smile. And when she got a strange color, even while saying I was 10 years too young, she'd also painted my nails. But now I was different. The pink manicures had faded, and their place was the slightly red skin of roughened hands. Why they'd become that way, the reason was easy enough to imagine. For those sake, they've become that way. That didn't even take imagining. Exactly because of that, it was painful for me. It tortured
どう
me.
したの？今日のもあげたてよ。
That isn't kindness. I recalled Himeko-san's words. I had a feeling I understood. Trying good intentions, accepting lies, both were wrong.
ねえお母さん、
どうかした節味。美味しいわよ。まあポテト担当になって少しはお母さんの腕も上がったみたいだしね。
The hands that were different from those days, but with the smile that was unchanged from those days, Mother happily offered the fries. In front of such a mother, I could do nothing other than quietly eat the fries. If I were to say the truth here, if I were to truly apologize, the person who was punishing us, the person at the somewhere, would they relent? 8 days later, the sun shining directly overhead, I headed to the usual place. Heard that this summer was a cooker summer, and then cooler summer. Oh, I thought that said cooker, like, you know, like, it's like you're in a boiling pot kind of summer, but apparently I read that was so wrong. It was a cooler summer than average, but it still seemed like it was gonna be a hot day.
おはよう。節味待ってたわよ。
For some reason, Himeko-san was again waiting in front of the hospital.
だ中庭。
そうじゃないけど、まあ
Just that, she quickly started to walk towards the outside of the hospital.
ちょっとどこ行く気よ。
ほら前にも言ったでしょ。の
Meaning 3? First I could remember what she was talking about.
例の死ぬまでにしたい銃のことっての。
そうそう残り3つのうちの1つなんだけどさ、ちょっと行って確かめてみたいことがあってね。
When she spoke, Himeko-san continued walking. Already she was quite a ways from the hospital.
一体どこまで行くつもりよ。
結構遠いわよ。電車でも片道2時間くらいかしら。
先生の外出許可は。
もちろん無断よ。
I didn't really understand it well, but even if it's Himeko-san, she was still a resident of the 7th floor and had the feeling just up and leaving the hospital and going that far wasn't
大
allowed.
丈夫よ。そんな不安そうな顔しなくても。そりゃ外で見つかったらさすがに怒られるかもしれないけど、ま、ちょっとくらいは多めに見てもらえるからさ。
After saying that much, she started walking again. Was she being serious? Certainly, if you kept going this way, you should get to the train station. And then there was one other thing that nagged at me.
ところでその格好のまま行くの。
I raised the simple question of how Himeko-san was dressed in pajamas. At the least, to ride on a train, I thought that was a bad way to go about
も
things.
ちろんこのままよ。
着替えないの。
いいのよ。これが私のユニフォームなんだから。
The sun up above cast short, dark shadows. An unheeding of the midsummer morning, it was a light stepping on Himeko-san. A while after, well, even saying that, only 5 minutes of walking, and when the number of people walking on the street slowly increased. I wasn't too familiar with things, but it seemed that she was headed towards Station A. Certainly she had said it was 2 hours each way, but just how far was she planning on going? And just that amount of time, riding on a train, it felt like you could get quite far.
ねえ駅からどこに向かうの。
海までよ。正確にはパイナップルの木がある場所かしら。
パイナップルの木。
Words I wasn't familiar with. I didn't know pineapple trees existed in the first place.
ほらよく大きな建物の前なんかにさ、フェニックスって呼ばれている木があるでしょ。
うん知ってる。
Fairy! Sorry I'm late, just know you're streaming. No reason to be sorry at all. Hey Mochi, how are you? How you doing? Hope you're
あれ
doing
ってさ
well.
絶対にパイナップルの木だと思わない？
Indeed, they did look very
だ
similar,
から
but
さ 試しに切ってみて中身を確かめてみたいのよね。ねえ、もし本当にパイナップルの木だったら大変よ。
Was she being serious? I'm doing great. How'd your interview go, friend? I think it went really well. I had a really good time. I also just got a call just now for another place that wants to interview with me, and so I'm gonna go do that tomorrow. But guys, I went to the doctor today just to find out it was closed, so that was really sad. I wanted to cry, but I didn't.
なーによ、その顔は。もしかしてバカにしてる？
What's going on with you, Mochi? Have you done anything fun today?
そうじゃないけど、ありえないと思う。
Wait, is it a day you're streaming or no? Because oh no, it's a non-stream day for you, right? I was just about to say, dang it, I'm streaming early. I can raid Mochi after this.
もうコロッケ博士のくせに頭が固いわね。何事も実際に試してこそでしょ。
博士、関係ないわ。
Doing great. Oh wait, I already read that. Whoops. Well, I'm glad you're doing great.
それにフェニックスの木だったら病院にもあるし、どこにでもあるじゃない。
ダメよ。もっと大物で試さないと面白くないでしょ。
Finally, we were just about to reach the station. Never mind that it was 10 minutes. Walking under the blazing sky was unexpectedly difficult. And as I had expected, Himeko-san's pajama-clad figure stood out, and people walking by glanced at us.
本当に行くの？
もちろんじゃない。そのためにここまで。隠れて。
どうしたの？
あれ、外科病棟の先生だわ。向こうは4階チーフの看護婦さんもいるし。
Now that she mentioned it, there are faces that I recognized.
そっか。病院の関係者はこの駅から通っていたのね。これじゃ見つかって怒られちゃうわ。
Himeko-san laughed in a carefree and sunny way. There was no sense of planning or anything else. In any case, surely she had been a helper before, and she didn't know this? Sorry to hear you couldn't get into the doctor, but glad to hear about the job searching going well. Thank you! Also, it's interesting. It makes so much sense why Setsumi said don't go to Station A, you have to go to Station B, because Station A has all these people. There's a lot of like things that connects with this route in the first one, so I think that's really cool.
だって私の家って近所だから電車で通ったことないんだもん。
I should wait. Sorry. I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do today. I'm planning to have another Steinsky watch party in Discord, but I don't know, I might stream something if I get bored. Ooh, well, I'd be excited for both. If you do either, let me know so I'm gonna try and finish Narcissu, so I might be streaming for a while. So maybe if you feel like streaming, let me know and I'll raid ya.
私だってそうよ。
でもやっぱあれね。伊達にルールに含まれてないわね。
OMG Mochi, you know what we gotta do? We gotta find out. Do you have Dolphin? Like, you know, the emulator? Because we gotta play like Mario Party and Sonic together and shit like that. Like, I love that kind of games. Wouldn't that be so fun? We could like chill with Amori, and then afterwards, if you're up for it, of course, we could go and like play like a Mario Party game, or like play Sonic. That shit would be fun. Mario Kart, you know? That'd be fun!
ルール？いやいや、あなたには関係ないことだから。
Oh, I'd love that. I can get it set up. Shouldn't be that hard. Okay, yeah. So make sure you have Dolphin, and then there's a site I can link you where it has a bunch of Nintendo games that you can download.
そりゃ出直すに決まってるでしょ。
Quickly the decision came, even though she had been so determined to go up until now. Or perhaps if she really wanted to go, maybe after the morning rush ended, it seemed possible to get on a train without being found. Or maybe she hadn't been serious to begin with. The sun was still high, and now the shops in the marketplace were opening up.
さて、せっかく駅前まで来たんだし、寄り道。
As she spoke, Himeko-san wandered among the shops along the street. I can't read. It's similar to the PS2 emulator I installed. I shouldn't have too much trouble, but I'd appreciate those links. Yeah, for sure. I can't tab out of this game, but after I stream, I'll send you the link. So I can do that. But yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. What did you get the PS2 emulator for? Like, well, what kind of PS2 games were you playing? Helplessly, I obeyed and followed after. As always, because of her pajamas, people would glance over. However, it seemed that Himeko-san herself didn't mind one bit. Eventually, her feet stopped in front of one storefront.
この服、なんかいいわね。
Why is Himeko's voice so much louder? Sound settings. I'll just put it down a little bit. She touched a number of clothes and just decorating the front of the shop. But they were all distinctly frilly sorts of things. However you look, they were meant for cute girls. Oh, also, Mochi, I have a bunch of new redeems where you can put stuff on my avatar. So if you're interested in that, there's that. Because I know it's not... Or unless you're saving for a model change, then I understand. Oh man, just a lot of classics I played back in the game. Kingdom Hearts 2, Ratchet and Clank, Mortal Kombat, Deception, Sans. Yep, there's. Oh my god. Okay, hold on, let me save. Because I cannot tab out of this game, so I have to exit the whole game. And then let me click this. And then I go, okay, let me put Sans. There we go. Why isn't this one working? There we go. Only thing I'm for sure doing today is Mub Love, since I just finished the whole route yesterday. Oh, not doing today. Not doing today. Sans! I love Sans. He's right in between my titties. It's kind of hard to move my model sometimes. Okay, anyways. Back to the game. I've never played Undertale. That memes kills me. Oh my god. Undertale is amazing. They were distinct frilly sorts of things. However you look, they were meant for cute girls. They didn't really seem to fit Himeko-san all that much.
そういうのが好きなの。
まさか私にこんな少女趣味ないわよ。
Yeah, Undertale's an amazing game. It really is really good, Mochi. Like, I highly recommend you play it. Like, very highly recommend that game. Definitely a favorite game of mine, for sure. It'll make you cry. Been playing a lot of Okami lately. I just got that on Steam during sale. Nice! Do you ever play it on stream, or do you just play it offline? So I tried to understand what she said. She spread out the clothing in her hands in front of me.
似合うわよ、節美。
私
Oh, by the way, visual novel Steam sale Monday. Ooh, nice!
いつもセーラー服だけどさ、こういうのも似合うだろうって思ってたのよ。ね、買ってあげようか、このワンピース。
Oh my god, One Piece reference? I'm just kidding.
遠慮しなくていいって。お姉さんからのプレゼントなんだから。
Aw. I don't want it. Would have been a lie. For someone who only had a single sailor uniform, it was very tempting a proposition.
姫子さんの服は
One Piece?
私は必要ないわ。だってこれがユニフォームだもん。
With that, she pointed at her own
だっ
pajamas.
たら
あら、別に私に合わせるだってあなたはまだ選べるんだからさ。
Well, I wanted to reply, I swallowed my words. She spoke in her usual bright tone, but the words can still choose. I noticed the very heavy meaning in them.
やっぱり
残念ね。絶対にまあ、気が変わったら言って。いつ
After that, we wandered around in front of the station a while, ate ice cream together, and then headed back to the hospital. As we found similar clothes in other shops, she continued to say she'd buy them for me. In the end, I kept refusing. Oh yeah, but how did you like the pink girl's route? Is it Miki? Miki. She seemed like such a cutie. Is there any way you've been any VNs you've been looking forward to doing but don't have yet? Yes. There's a Chaos Head or Chaos Noah, whatever one's for. I accidentally bought the sequel game forever ago, and so I have the sequel game but I don't have the first game, and I heard that's a great game too, and I really want to play that. So that's one game. What is it? Valhalla? I don't know if that's a VN. Or not maybe I'm thinking of the wrong game. The girl with, you know, the dark black-haired girl who looks cool. Fuck. My memory sucks. The daytime had been so hot and hazy. But now in this huge sky, the face of the moon peeked out. As usual, after eating dinner, I returned to my room and relaxed. What about you, Mochi? By the window, washed and drying on a hanger, was the sailor uniform. While gazing at it, I suddenly thought about the time I had gone to school. Right now my health was good, so one could forget, but in reality, I was someone who was admitted in and out of hospitals. Already, over 2 years have passed since I've been away from the place called school. In that time, I had once thought about wanting clothes other than pajamas. There wasn't even any pressure from such a need.
でも今日は少しだけ心が揺れた
Maybe it would have been better had I admitted I wanted the clothes. But Himeko-san herself was stubbornly in pajamas, and being the only one to get new clothing made me feel bad. I thought it was a fun round, very wholesome. I'm just not a fan of the character archetype in general. We enjoyed it nonetheless. Oh, okay. Besides that, no matter where Himeko-san was in her pajamas, she was dignified. Compared to that, I always felt somehow sorry. Like I'm somehow doing something embarrassing. I can't help it. Or maybe Mother, who had stopped getting manicures and reddened her hands. Or Father, who continued the long commutes in the same suit. They saw me happily wearing cute clothing. Perhaps to both of them it would be a joyous thing. But that for me, I think would have been
ポテ
difficult.
トが嫌いということ以上に
The cicada screeched, and then a few days after, before I noticed, it was already entering mid-August. Nothing had particularly changed, and as always I was headed to Himeko-san's place.
Oh,
Hello! Oh, what's up, Mystic? How are you? Hearing a voice I recognized, I turned around and the girl I had met before was there.
確か姫子さんの
I'm good? Yay! Glad to hear.
ええ妹の千尋です
As always, she spoke in a calm, well-mannered, gentle way. How's Narcissu? I really like it. I like how it's connecting a lot of things about how a lot of things Setsumi does in the first route is obviously because of this route right now. I can tell it's gonna be really painful when Himeko dies. Wait, so you read Route 1? Yes. We're on Narcissu 2 right now. We're on chapter, I'll show you what chapter we're on. We're on Catholic. This is where we're at right now. Side 2. Catholic, there we go. That was fast. I was about to say you did not read part 1, but you did. Oh, no, I definitely read part 1. That's where we started. Unlike Himeko-san, if she, Chihiro-san, were said to be a helper Catholic, one wouldn't be surprised. So what happened in part 1? Well, okay, I didn't realize we were a guy in part 1 until the very end. I thought we were just lesbians, and I was really happy about that. Anything about a silver coupe. Oh yeah, that tipped with the silver coupe so much. They love the word coupe. I thought it was really interesting. It was really sad. This whole game is really sad, but I think this game is really important because I'm gonna start crying because, like, oh, I'm crying because, like, this is reality for people, and it sucks, but it's reality, and these people are so important. And, like, I was saying, like, this game, like, really, like, makes me want to, like, once I learn how to drive, or like, live closer to a hospital, like, once I learn how to drive, I want to, like, visit these people and, like, try and cheer them up, or, like, if they don't have anyone visit them anymore, you know, I want to visit them. Yes, I also think it was a boy and girl in this coupe. Yeah, I thought it was 2 girls the whole time until it showed a picture of them where it was a guy and a girl, and I was like, oh? Because obviously Setsumi's a girl. You're such a pure soul. Aw, thank you. Yeah, living with a terminal illness is not easy. I know, it's not easy. I feel so bad for these people. Makes me really sad. SPN hit me pretty hard. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's really sad. But it happens so much, and you can't do anything about it. So you just have to make as many good memories as you can before they go. Because everyone dies. For whatever reason, we were put on this earth for some stupid fucking reason. I hate God. If God is real, I'm gonna fight that asshole. You don't understand how much I hate him. Like, holy fuck. Who made this book? Why does anything exist? Everything's pain. Everything sucks. Anyway, sorry. It's definitely a hard life. The most you can do is keep them in our thoughts, make sure that their life is as happy as it can be. Yeah, exactly. Never mind my God rant. Just excuse that. That ran through me. That's what happens when I get emotional, okay? I remember that guy. If there's a I'm gonna get mad again. This shit always makes me so mad. I'm just emotional. I think Setsumi was happy with their journey in the Silver Coupe. Yeah, I agree. I think Setsumi was fulfilled and she had a good time, and man. Today, unlike the usual apron form seen at the hospital, she was in a white key one-piece dress that I thought was somehow her.
もしかしてこれから行くところ？うん。千尋さんも。いえ、私は先に寄るところがあるから。あ、そうだ。 もしよかったら節美さんも一緒に来る？
I didn't know what was going on, but I continued walking behind Chihiro-san. Excuse me, I have to blow my nose because I'm just so emotional. I have so many emotions, guys. Under the blazing sky, the two of us walked side by side along the street. Unlike Himeko-san, Chihiro-san spoke rarely, but somehow she was a person with an air about her. Just from being with her, one could feel at ease. And then a little before the hospital, she turned and left an intersection I normally didn't go. And at some point, as the area turned into a quiet residential neighborhood...
ほら、そこを曲がったところよ。
Final interview for what? Yesterday? Yesterday I had a third and final interview for a waitressing job I'm trying to get. I think it went pretty well. I don't know, Twitter post. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, yesterday I went and did this interview for like, it was like a 2-hour trial to see how you mesh with the place and stuff. I think it went pretty good. The rolling sound of bells, what had appeared before me was a large church. From long ago I knew there had been a church nearby, but this was the first I had ever come to it.
ちなみに、隣の白い建物が私の家なの。
Saying that, what she pointed out was a pretty house that gave off a serene feeling. Trying to get into Walmart or Tractor Supply, trying to just be a stalker, one of those guys that moves the heavy stuff. Oh, since it's so you build up muscle and stuff? Muscle, I mean? I can't speak. Saying that, what she pointed out was a pretty house that gave off a serene feeling. Have you ever worked in a restaurant? Yeah, I have. I've been a waitress before. I worked at this place it was really weird. It served burgers and sushi. Apparently it was really good though. I mean, I can't eat either of those. I'm a vegetarian, but like, it was always pretty busy. Yeah, also just need to be more active in general. Yeah, I feel that. I'm about to slim down if I get a waitressing job because you have to walk so much. I worked at Burger King and Arby's. I never worked at either of those places ever again. Damn. Is it really that bad to work at those places? I've applied to them and I haven't gotten in. The tall ivy-covered fence gave off a western atmosphere. It was probably obvious, but this being Chihiro-san's home meant that it was also Himeko-san's home. And then following her urgings, I stepped into the church. The first church I'd entered, streaming from the windows, dazzling bright and light, and vivid colored stained glass. It was the first time I'd visited here, and felt it was very beautiful, peaceful. Was that the word? The polar opposite of glaring gaudiness might have felt like this.
誰も人がいないね。
I was at Arby's for like 5 years alone. Damn. The mental stress is too much? Oh, really? Dang. Well, you have an impressive resume then.
この時間は誰も来ないから。
Having a job for that long, is gonna look so good on your resume. With just that answer, Chihiro-san approached what looked like the altar. Then from her pocket, she took out what resembled Buddhist prayer beads. Quietly brought her hands together. Was this that thing called prayer? Yes, Setsumi. That's what praying looks like. On TV, I've seen that fingers were folded together, but this is like praying at temple on New Year's, just hands brought together. And the thing she took out of her pocket, at first I thought they were Buddhist beads, but looking at it carefully, it was a rosary. To me, everything was so fresh and new. This was, of course, the first time I'd seen any of this.
ねえ、あなたも一緒に祈らない？
No. Himeno family is religious? Yes, indeed, they are.
私がいいの？
No, fuck no, I'm not gonna pray! Oh, that pisses me off. I get mad because I was just ranting about God.
別に祈りを捧げるのに資格
Her
はい
name
ら
is
ないから。
Himeno, right? I think it's Himeko. Himeko's gotta be here somewhere. Yeah, it's Himeko. Here it is. Himeko.
でも何を祈ればいい？それは人それぞれご自由に。
So again, bringing her hands together, Chihiro-san quietly closed her eyes. Imitating her, I put my hands together in the same way. In the soundless place, closing my eyes, it felt everything dissolve into nothingness. However, I felt it wasn't a fear instilling dark and emptiness, but a clear white that spread everywhere. And she volunteers at the hospital. So Himeko volunteered at the hospital a while ago, but then quit and is also not religious. And her little sister Chihiro is very religious and has been volunteering at the hospital for a bit. So yeah. Let me just do something really quick. Okay, Himeko is the sick one? Mm-hmm. And Chihiro is Himeko's sister? Yeah. Setsumi looks up to her. I don't know about that. She thinks it's admirable to be a helper. Have you not played? Has it been a minute since you played this mystic? Is that why? But what in the world should I pray for, I wonder? Chihiro-san said that I was free to choose, but for me, finding what I should be praying for was difficult. Next to myself, I could hear the small whispers of Chihiro-san's voice, so small I couldn't make out the words. But I definitely felt she was praying for Himeko-san. By that so very serious praying figure, I felt my deduction couldn't be that far off. Once again, my eyes opened after some time. Well, just 30 seconds worth. When I looked next to me, Chihiro-san also seemed to be finishing up her praying. I actually did not finish reading part 2. Oh, okay.
千尋さんはカトリックの人なんだ
Well,
よね。
Mystic, I'm uploading all this to my YouTube, so, if you wanna watch where you left off playing, you can do that, but no pressure to, or you can just finish reading it yourself.
ええ、そうよ。まあカトリックの人ってのは変な表現だけどね。じゃあお姉さんは姫子さんは違うの？お姉ちゃんはエセカトリックだとか言って否定しているけど、でも私が知る限りとても敬虔なクリスチャンよ。
In her usual kind way of speaking, she answered. From the Himeko-san that I knew, I couldn't imagine it, but other than the younger sister, Chihiro-san said so. It must be as she said.
じゃあ出ましょうか。
One sec. I'm gonna do something really quick. Okay, thank you for waiting. Chihiro-san walked towards the entrance that we had come from. When I walked after the same way, suddenly her feet stopped and she turned around.
あ、そうだ。節美さん、こっち向いて。
I wondered what she was going to do. She once again placed her hands
あな
together.
たの上に主の豊かな恵みと祝福がありますように。私のために。もちろん私は司祭様じゃないから気持ちだけだけどね。
After that, we left the church and parked in front of the hospital. For me, it had been new
教
experiences.
会やカトリックのことは
All I knew is that I had reconfirmed that Chihiro-san was a very kind and good person. And also Himeko-san, that acted so coldly to her, was apparently a devoted Catholic like her. Slightly late, I came to the usual place. For some reason, I couldn't find Himeko-san in the hospital room, or even in the lounge. I wonder where she went. If you're looking for Himeko-san, she's in the courtyard. It appeared around a nurse passing by spoke to me. Tatsu, tell her not to overdo things.
分かった。
I think I listened to Narcissu soundtrack every day for a long time after this game, just to feel something. When I looked, Himeko-san was in the middle of watering flowers.
おはよう、節美。今日も暑いわね。
As she spoke, she held a hose in one hand and was spraying the flowers with deep vigor. However, her outfit was the usual pajamas and slippers. It's been so long since I've made an AMV. Sorry, I couldn't read that for a second. It's an AMV. The last one was 2 years ago. Are you making one right now? That image was oddly comical but mysteriously seemed just like Himeko-san. What's an AMV? An animated music video. That image was oddly comical but mysteriously seemed just like Himeko-san. To that Himeko-san, I pointed to the place we planted bulbs the other day.
もう芽が出てくるの。
そんなに早くは無理よ。
Then she showed me a carefree smile. She had been called a devoted Catholic, but for her to have an air like Chihiro-san and praying in the church, at least to me, was unimaginable.
ここはこうや。
No, not right now. It's just something I was
だから
thinking
花が
about.
咲くのよ。
Haven't had any inspiration to lately. Oh, okay.
盛んに花を咲かせ、喜び喜んで歌う。知ってる？イザヤ書の言葉よ。
Shook my head. I don't really know, but it was probably some kind of scripture. Just now, I was having that thought. Himeko-san's sudden words surprised me. And then while I was thinking about that, yeah, it's hot today, isn't it? From somewhere came a nurse. Someone I hadn't seen before. It seemed like someone from a floor I didn't know. Thank you very much,
あ
Himeko-san.
あ、ついでに他の花にも水あげといたから。
So which is better? I was thinking of taking some.
なんかよ。
Third floor's X-ray waiting.
じゃあ、鉢植えでもいいわね。
As she spoke, she scooped out a number of yellow and white pansies and moved them to a plastic bag. Thank you very much. I'll be going then. Taking the plastic bag into her hands, the nurse disappeared into the building, and once more. On leaving, her hands made a cross. Maybe the nurse was also a Catholic? I didn't really understand it, but it seems that this flower bed, Himeko-san could plant and pick as she pleased. I believe Narcissu's residence on the 7th floor because in this hospital she was well known.
今の看護婦さんも知り。
ええ、他にも知り合いは大勢いるわよ。
Being a former helper I had heard about, but did this come from just that alone? Thinking about how this was a Christian hospital, and then how she had been called a devoted Catholic earlier, I had a feeling there was a link.
何よ、その不思議そうな顔は。別に何か権限をもらってるわけじゃないわよ。私は元ヘルパー。今は7階の住人。ただちょっとキャリアが長かったからそれなりに顔が利くって程度よ。
She added that while she was my age, she had come in and out of here often. From those words, having a long career didn't simply mean being a helper. Now that she mentioned it, she had once said that Catholics were involved in various public welfare activities. Looking at it like that, it was probably just as Chihiro-san had said. Himeko-san might be a devout
どうした
Christian.
の？ まだなんか聞きたいの？
どうして姫子さんはお祈りとかしないの？
お祈り？この私が？
だって敬虔なクリスチャンな。
そうね。エセカトリックが気に入らない元クリスチャンでもいいわよ。
That would mean that in the past it was true, but now it
じ
wasn't.
ゃあもうお祈りすることはないの？
ないわ。
Herman
ついでに言わせて
denied.
もらうとさ、祈りがあるってことは呪いもあるってことだと思わない？
I didn't really get it, being suddenly asked such a question. I couldn't gather my thoughts. And there was the problem that I didn't know the difference between prayers and curses.
それよりも明日行こうと思うんだけど。ほら、この前は無理だったでしょ？
Did she mean the thing about the pineapple tree? In the end, we went to just before the station that day and gave up and came back. She said we had to go again at a later date.
でもどうやって行く？
大丈夫だって。お姉さんに任せなさい。とりあえずせっかくだからお弁当忘れないようにね。
As the sun was slowly setting, once again today, the two of us sat around the dinner table. I can't beat this stupid cooking minigame on Nikki. My brain can't move that fast.
Mm. いいかな？
Because tomorrow I was going to go out with Himeko-san. I tried asking for lunch for two. However, even though my health had been good lately, if mother said no, I was planning on giving up on the
やっ
idea.
ぱりダメ？
もうそんなわけないでしょ。お母さん張り切って作ってあげるわよ。
Aw, her mom's so sweet. I need to get you on the Nikki addiction, it's real. Is it a... Can you play it on PC?
そのお友達の姫子さんって何か苦手なものあるのかしら？
ブロッコリー。
わかったわ。じゃあそれは入れないようにして。そうそう。今度よかったらうちにも遊びに来てもらいなさいよ。
うん。
You sure can. Alright, well... Maybe after this we'll look into it and see if we like it. But is there ways to get free rolls and stuff though, or is it a very pay to win game? Because I can't do pay to win right now. Falling back onto the bed, I let out a big sigh. I'm sure that mother thinks that Himeko-san was a normal hospital patient or a nurse. At the least, she wasn't thinking that it was someone from the 7th floor. The fries were like this. Himeko-san was also like this. The happier mother got.
私は心苦しかった。これが罪悪感と呼ばれるものだろうか。
Ooh. I think we're on the last one. At a slightly earlier time than usual, I headed to the hospital. Or how much? I don't know how many the chapters are. The lunch is in the tote bag in my hand number 2. Since it was hot, mother also prepared a frozen water bottle for me. Let me grab a snack though, I'll be right back. I wasn't sure how far we were going, but I was pretty sure she spoke about going all the way to the ocean before. Well, time for suicide. It's not pay to win in my opinion, but you gotta be patient when it comes to grinding because it's daily based grinding rather than just doing it all at once. Yeah, you get some free pulls in the beginning and every event always gives you a chance to get the free recruit. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try it after this then.
千尋さん。 実は探していたの。
From her pocket, she took something out and offered it to me.
これお姉ちゃんに渡してもらえるかな？キー。
What I accepted was a shining silver key.
もしかして車の？
うん。裏の駐車場に止めてるって言えばわかると思うから。じゃあお願いね。
Ooh, I just got a text. Oh my god, guys. I got a text from the place I interviewed at, and they said, "Hi, Bunny, good job on your trial. Are you free on Wednesday for orientation?" And I'm saying, heck yeah! Nice on Star Honkai Star Rail. I need to feel my gotcha. Yes, Star Rail is so fun. Text type. Let's go. I know. Oh, hold on. They're responding. Those words. Once again, Chihiro rushed off somewhere. Bunny moving up in the world. Yay. Let's do noon. Okay. Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much. Wow! Couldn't be. I didn't think she was planning on going on car, but... Or maybe there was someone else to drive. So I wondered about it. I went to Himeko-san as I was told. Ding. Peeing into the lounge and seeing that she wasn't there, I headed to the hospital room. Knock, knock, click.
おはよう。今日は早いわね。
そう言われてたから。あとこれ渡してくれって。
As I answered, I showed her the key I was given earlier.
ありがとう。じゃあ行きましょうか。
Oh my god, they said... Guess what else they said? Is there a certain character I should be pulling for? It doesn't matter. Okay, well... Okay, so right now there's a banner out with... Blade. And he's really hot and he's good. But there's a banner that's about to come out with Mommy Kafka. She's a hottie. And so maybe you want to wait to pull for her. She's coming out in like a week. So, I think you would like Mommy Kafka more. And she's in the beginning story a little bit too, so you'll be familiar with who she is. Mommy say less. Yep. She is hottie. Yeah, look up Kafka Star Rail and you'll see she's a hottie. As if it were perfectly natural, Himeko-san took the key. Was she really planning on going by car? What did they say? I think I cut you off. Oh, they said, also thinking of maybe having your first official day that night if you're down. And I was like, I'm definitely up for that. Like, yeah, I would love to have my first day. What the heck? We came to the parking lot. Since it was just the time in the morning when the outpatients came in, the area near the entrance was packed with cars. And then walking a while in the parking lot as if we came to the farthest part.
久しぶりね。
Actual hype. Yeah, I know. I'm so excited, guys. She stopped in front of one car, a red-colored open top. However, that car was, as far as I could see, made for two. At that point, the theory that there was some other driver vanished.
どう？いい車でしょ。
そんなことより車に乗っていいの？
法的にはね。
That wasn't what I meant, though.
危ないわよ。
事故ればね。もう大丈夫だって分かってるから。
大丈夫、大丈夫。
これでも自分の体のことは自分が一番よく分かってるって。
You guys mind if I go grab water really quick? I'm really thirsty. I'll be right back. I need to rehydrate after crying so much. I'm back. Okay. But even if you say that, I don't know how much trust I can put
あの
in.
ね、私だって本当に危ないと思ってたら乗らないわよ。
本当に？
ええ、道路は私一人で走ってるわけじゃないんだからさ。
Slam. And after saying that, Himeko-san quickly got into the car.
で、どうするのよ。シートが片側空いているんだけど。
Alright, already. Raising a light engine noise, the red open top started running. Moving from the usual familiar street past the neighborhood supermarket I occasionally went to. Passing 3 intersections. In moments, we suddenly went onto a large road. But I wonder just where in the world she's planning on going. Before she said that it was about 2 hours by train, so I think it'd be quite a distance, but... So I thought that I sat next to her and stared at the view.
ああ、ごめん、揺れた？
ちょっと。
少し辛抱してね。運転久しぶりだから勘を取り戻すまで。
Before I came to that, I thought her driving felt rough. In reality, she probably wasn't going that fast, but maybe because there's no roof, even the slightest swerve was extremely scary.
ねえ、もうちょっと。
なんか言った？
なんでもないわよ。
So I just silently gripped the seatbelt tight. My hair was going to be a disaster from the wind, but I'll live with that. Already, sight of me desperately gripping the seatbelt with both hands might have been a bit ridiculous looking.
あれ？説明何やってるの？
私のことは。
Around one, if you looked around, the scenery was changing from being in the city to beautiful green. Himeko-san had finally regained her driving sense, or maybe I was the one who had gotten used to that driving. In either case, it got to the point where we could calmly talk.
どう？オープンも悪くないでしょ。
風が気持ちいい。
そうそう。この自然との一体感がいいのよね。
Certainly, I hadn't thought so in the city. However, here in the middle of this natural place, it felt very liberating and nice. And even as we spoke about this, cars driving in the next lane were constantly passing us. I had originally thought Himeko-san's driving was scary, but it seemed that she really was driving safely.
これ、なんて車？
あら、車に興味あるの？
別に、そういうわけじゃないけど。
There's an empty meaning behind the question, just for no real reason I wanted
ユー
to
ノ
know.
ス。ロードスターよ。
Oh.
もしかして、すごい車なの？
そんなに驚くほどじゃないわ。ただ、私が好きってだけで、エアコンもナビもない、古臭い車よ。
And then Himeko-san taught me many things about the car. How it was the first generation NA model, what the power ratio was. She continued talking as best she could about technical things.
86に抜かれた。
As she spoke, she pointed at one car passing in the next
あ
lane.
いつに抜かれるとなぜか悔しいのよね。
And then Himeko-san continued on about midship layouts and rotary engines, always passionately talking about these mysterious things. Oh wait, sorry, I just was responding to them again. The Mons, that was some kind of distort, I think. Of course, for me, I had no clue about any of this stuff. But the fact, I don't know why that's so funny. Reminds me of how I used to type in middle school. That Himeko-san really loved cars, that made itself even clearer even to me.
でも変ね。
何が？
思ってたよりしっかり走るわ。 長い間ほったらかしだった割にはね。
The roadster continued on, its red hood reflecting in the summer sky as it ran. And when, if you looked up, the sun that had been behind us was coming right out overhead. We passed through the long, long mountain road, and then before our eyes spread the sea.
どう？いい景色でしょ。
The shoreline that continued endlessly, summer sunlight that sparkled and reflected off the emerald waves. Far away swaying pine groves, distant voices of seagulls, and then what could be seen along the sides of the road were many phoenix palms. Himeko-san said they were apparently pineapple trees. As she had mentioned before, each and every one of them was big.
ここが目的地。
ええ、もう間もなくよ。少し行ったところに路中できる場所あるから。
Don't mind me watching Fairy Mochi at the same time. Is Mochi streaming right now too? Or just, you mean watching him in chat?
はい、着いたわよ。
Well, it's always good to have you, Golden. Finally, I've nearly uploaded every Steinsgate VOD, just waiting on the last one to process. Nice! I'm streaming right now? I don't know, are you? That's quite the surprise. I don't know, are you? He said he was watching you and me, so I was like, oh, maybe he's streaming too. I'm watching a VOD. Oh, makes sense. Along the road, running parallel to the sea, was a shoulder that seemed to be for emergency stopping. There was the space for 2 or 3 cars to stop, but since there was no traffic, it wasn't likely that another car would come. Stopping the car in that place, we got out of the car.
ねえ、缶ジュース何がいい？
レモンティー。
了解。ちょっと待っててね。はい、お待たせ。
Mixed with the crashing of the waves, the quick sound of pull tabs rang out. Thought there was an imposter emoji for a sec. OMG, Mochi, do you ever play Among Us? Cause I just knocked something over! Oh, sorry. Anyways, because I love Among Us, but I never have enough people to play. I want to watch it. Honestly, so real for watching VODs. I never watch VODs. And you mean you don't watch all my VODs, Mochi? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. How could you? Among Us. And then Himeko-san, facing the sea with a hand on her hip.
おいしい。
I'm doing my paid job in clipping boss. As if coming out of the bath and drinking a milk, she gulped on the orange to one go. That's so cool of you, Golden, that you go through the VODs and look for clips. And for no real reason, I put my hand on my hip and tried gulping down the lemon tea in one go. Why can't I read that? Oh, it says I'd love to play Sussy Among Us with you. Yay! Not actually paid. I pay you in kindness. Yeah, if we can get enough people, Mochi, that would be so fucking fun. And for no real reason, I also put my... Oh, I already read that. Whoops. I need to erase that. Then we walked towards the sea spread out before our eyes.
ここは綺麗なところね。
Oh, I mean, click that.
私のちょっとしたお気に入りスポットかな。
以前にもよく来ていたの。
そうでもないけど、たまにはね。もともとは偶然発見したんだけどさ。
You heard me.
偶然。
だってほら、あの車ってナビないでしょ。だから最初は適当に走ってて着いたのよ。
As she answered, her face was just a little different from usual. It was somehow lonely, somehow nostalgic, and a complicated kind of face.
さてと、それよりも目的があったわね。
Just as what she said registered, she began rummaging through the trunk of the car. Then taking out a small saw-like object, she started walking towards a large phoenix palm by the roadside. Did she really mean to cut one?
ねえ。それは何よ。
あら、弓の子って知らない？本来は金属切断用だけど、よく切れるのよ。
そうじゃなくて、何をするつもり？
もちろん切るのよ。 ちょびっと5センチくらい。
As she spoke, she placed the hacksaw against the phoenix palm. I had a feeling it was better to stop, but I didn't know just how serious Himeko-san herself was. Or maybe it's just 5 centimeters. Does it matter so much? As I worried about these things alone.
やっぱり
Saying that, she once again returned to the hacksaw to the trunk of the car. Phew, she decided to give up, or had she not been serious from the start?
まだ人目があるから、もう少し暗くなってからにするわ。
So it's not like she gave up at all. Burning sunlight, moist sea breeze, and the scent of the ocean. Once in a while, a number of seagulls came close. On that kind of beach, the two of us started a late lunch.
あなたのお母さん料理うまいわね。
今日のは特に頑張ってくれたから。
そう。いいお母さんね。
うん。
Speaking about these things, we ate our lunch. Sitting upon the sheet Himeko-san prepared, it was a lunch party where the two of us put on straw hats to keep off the sun. Almost like pigeons in a park. When we gave the seagulls, Umineko reference? Crumbled croquets, they fiercely snapped them up. Mochi, what game are you gonna play after Love? Are you gonna play Umineko or a different game? Looking at the silly figures, the two of us laughed. This feeling, how long has it been? I couldn't help but think about
どう
that.
やらまだ好きだと思っているようね。
I'm thinking Fate. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, Fate is good too. Saber is such a waifu as the most likely candidate. Nice. Saber is such a waifu, and so is Ryder. Oh my god, Ryder's so hot! Oh, that woman is hot, but it's like Saber's my wife, but Ryder's fucking hot. Those words, I couldn't help but fall silent. She had said it wasn't kindness. In other words, it probably meant that if I don't like them, there was kindness in saying so. Even I understood, but reddening her hands, doing it for me. In front of such a happy mother, to say that sort of thing, knowing just how sad it would make her. It was because I even knew that much. Pat, huh? When I looked, Himeko-san was gently patting me on the back. As if calming a crying child, she continued to pat my back.
しょうがないわよ。口で言うほど簡単じゃないからね。
姫子さん。
そうね。いつかちゃんと言える。
うん。
あのね。すごく難しいことだけど。
Do you also need to finish Danganronpa and need to start Umineko? Do Danganronpa is the best.
実はわがまま言いまくりでちょうどいいのかもよ。
Saying that, she gave me a smile. With her usual cheery face, she gently encouraged me. Like I said, huge shout out to Gemma Fantasia. She is the lovely, lovely lady who made this model for me for free. Like, she's so sweet. She just wanted to do it out of the kindness of her heart. And she did such an amazing job. They look so good. Yeah, she showed me how to do that. Oh, it's custom? Yeah, we made a few different, the maid models, a few models. She even made me a Fate one. Yeah, I never would have guessed if I wasn't something from the library. Oh, it was something from some library. It's great. Oh, thanks. Okay, let's get into it. The sea breeze stopped, and the long summer day began drawing to close. Around when the waves, the sky, and everything that could be seen was stained orange.
さて、そろそろいい頃かしら。
As she spoke, Himeko-san once again went to get the hacksaw. For an already sparsely traveled place, she had probably been waiting for this even more opportune time. And in the middle of that, a single car came down the road in front of us. For some reason, it was headed straight for where we were.
何か車が来たみたい。
珍しいわね。こんな場所で止まるなんて。
Oh, I bet it's her friend. Stopped before our eyes was an unknown subcompact car. Beyond the lace curtains, what could be seen in the car were lots of stuffed toys and numerous accessories. It was without a doubt the car of someone with girlish
変な
taste.
車。
Indeed, subcompacts with frilly interiors this day and age just don't exist anymore. In front of the car that stopped before us, we both gave our impressions. Excuse me, sorry. And then the owner of the strange car quietly opened the door.
よっ元気そうね。
あなたゆか。
偶然ね。こんなところで会うなんて。
ええ、とんでもない偶然ね。
Seemed to be someone Himeko-san knew. Who was this? A short, cute-looking person who suited the frilly clothing she wore. Himeko-san herself said that she knew many people at the hospital, but the person before my eyes didn't seem like that sort of person.
ところで、何よ、その品のない車は。
うるさいわね。あんたのオンボロよりマシよ。つか、こう見えても新車よ。たく、ペーパーに遠距離走らせるんじゃないわよ。
あなたこそ年を考えなさいよね、年を。
What was this feeling? It seemed like an argument and also didn't seem to amount to a conversation, and yet, somehow it just didn't feel like that at all.
でもまあ、なんていうか、ゆか。
ありがとう。
何唐突に言ってんのよ。
いろいろよ。いろいろ。きっとあなたがユーノスも整備してくれていたんでしょ。
知らないわよ。偶然でしょ。
じゃあこれもそういうことにしといてあげる。
I'm very happy conversing Himeko-san. Out of all the times that I've seen Himeko-san up to now, this expression was a first. And the person she spoke to, by her words she was always angry, but it didn't feel like that at all.
じゃあ、私、もう行くから。
Click, slam. With just that little conversation, the woman quickly got back to her own car. Like she might not have known just why she had even come. But, truth, didn't she want to talk more? Didn't she want to spend much more time together? For some reason, I felt that way, and I couldn't help but turn to Himeko-san and open my mouth.
ねえ、このまま別れてもいいの？
There wasn't any particular reply. She just continued to gaze at that person. Didn't she really want to talk more? I hesitated in even uttering those words. Somehow I sensed that I shouldn't intrude. What two games did you say we're doing next? We are doing the Fruit of Grisaya and Clanad. That's coming up next, after we finish this game. And then the car, I thought I was just going to leave. The briefly closed driver's side window opened one more time.
ねえ、姫子。
分かってるわ。
Just exchanging those words, both of them fell silent. Both Himeko-san and the unknown woman, whose face was nearly in tears. In the world where everything that could be seen was stained orange, only the crashing of waves and the cries of the sea— oh, cries of the seagulls, Umineko reference? They even said cries of the Higurashi earlier. They've gotta be referencing Ryukishi's work. If they did cries of the Higurashi and cries of the seagulls, come on. Come on. That's no coincidence. And then, as the driver's side window closed—
じゃあね。
with those last words, she once again returned to the road.
バカね。相変わらず7階に来ちゃダメだからってこんな場所にまで来るなんて。
今の人は
There are those are two huge ones. If you wanna have inspire something smaller in there, Mad Father, which I've played, and Tales of the Lost Forest, which I haven't, are both good choices. I mean, we'll see, because we're still playing Fate and Fata Morgana, so we'll see what I want to play. I'm gonna wait till I finish Fata Morgana before I play a new game, besides those two. But I actually have a few choices. Like, I wanna try playing the Evangelion VN. If it's, I have it downloaded. I'm not sure if it's in English or Japanese, so I have to double check. If it's in English, though, I want to play that. And there's also, I also downloaded, do you think you'll finish Fate? I don't know. I think we're only halfway done with Fate, so that's going to take a while. Plus, we have other routes to do in Fate, so Fate's going to be with us for a long time, which is fine. I love Fate. And you know, the Fate fanbase has been amazing to me, especially on YouTube. They're all super supportive. They really like the content. They're very nice. So I'm enjoying Fate, but Fate's going to be here for a while. Fate's a monster, it's huge. Yeah, so Fate's gonna be here for a while. We also have Danganronpa, which we're waiting for whenever Merc gets here is when we play it. So that's also on the back burner. We also have, well, we're playing Higurashi with Tinny, but Tinny has some personal stuff going on right now, so we might halt it for a while, you know, whatever she's comfortable with, of course. But it's not going away forever. Higurashi will eventually continue one day, but for now it might, I don't know yet. I haven't talked to her about it, but it might be a pause. But that's another game we're playing. And I'm playing Amori with Mochi.
解禁賞を逃した人よ。
And also, me and Mochi are going to play some Nintendo games together. But I think it's worth it. I hope you stick with it. Of course I will. Hello? If I stuck with White Album all the way to the end and did all the routes, I can stick with a game I like way more, which is Fate. No offense, White Album fans, but just wasn't my kind of game. We finally finished that. That took forever.
そして一番の親友よ。
Aww. Oh yeah, but me and Mochi are going to be playing some Nintendo games. We have Sonic Adventure 2 and Mario Party, so that's going to be fun. Because I used to play those alone, and I wanted to get back into some Sonic games. And so it'll be super fun. We'll probably play that on the same day as Amori. Himeko-san slowly murmured. Her eyes were gentle but somewhat lonely.
おかげで残り3つが2つになっちゃったわ。
Yeah, but I also have Black Rock Shooter ready. That's a game I really want to play for a few reasons. One, because the girl looks cool. Two, because there's a Miku song about it, and I love the Miku song, and I want to know more about Black Rock Shooter. Three, it just seems like a cool game.
それもあるけど、それとは別にね。
But we'll have to see.
もう
We'll have
一度
to
だけ会って
see.
みたかったのよ。親友とね。
Aww, Bubby. Poor thing. And then the orange-colored scenery slowly changed to blue. Already the seabird and the cicada cries have disappeared, and only the sound of the waves hung over the beach. Within that, the two of us were still at the place.
はあ、やっぱパイナップルの木じゃなかったみたいね。残念残念。
Her words said that, but it certainly didn't sound like it. Instead, Himeko-san sounded as if she were having fun.
第一それ1センチも切ってないわよ。
いいのよ。これ以上は木がかわいそうでしょ。
だったら最初から切らなければいいのに。
ダメ。何事もやりもしないで決めつけるべきじゃないの。
So, have you played Fate yourself, Jeremy? Or have you just watched Fate? And then, with lightly skipping steps, she began walking towards the water's edge.
ほら、せっかく海に来たんだし、遊んで帰りましょう。
Yeah, Fate was my first VN. Oh, nice! Well, you already know I'm in love with Saber, and I think Ryder is so hot! I'm so sad. I think Ryder just died in our playthrough.
説明も来なさいよ。冷たくて気持ちいいわよ。
At the water's edge, barefoot and raising the hem of her pajamas, Himeko-san seemed to be having fun. Aww. Could it be that in reality, testing the pineapple tree didn't matter at all? Couldn't imagine the reason, but it might have been that she wanted an excuse, whatever it was, to go outside. And in contrast to my inner thoughts, Himeko-san was enjoying herself at the water's edge. However, even though I didn't understand plenty, there was one thing that I understood. That figure of Himeko-san right now before my very true eyes, without a doubt in a few months, this person will disappear. That sunny smile, the gentle patting on my back, the warmth in that hand will disappear. Only that was unmistakable. Only I was depressed.
そんなところで何黄昏れてんのよ。来ないと本格的に水かけちゃうわよ。
分かったわよ。
Having been prodded, I also took off my shoes and headed to the water's edge with barefoot.
どう？気持ちいいでしょ。
Fate, let's just say the bet is yet to come. Oh, nice.
冷たくて気持ちいい。
Well, I already like it, so that's cool. I washed my feet in the waves. The feel of the sand, the cool evening water both felt good. How many years was it since I've been in the sea like this, I wonder? When will be the next time I can come out to the sea like this, I wonder?
さあ、いよいよ盛り上がってまいりました。
And then, from the convenience store bag in her hand, Himeko-san took out something. Just when I wondered what it was.
ここでお酒登場。ほら、あなたもグラス持って。
でも私お酒は。
いいからいいから。パイナップルの真実も突き止めたことだし。それにこれ、8年もののワインなんだから。
With her overflowing aura, she half forcibly poured me a glass. The clear red wine seemed overlaid with beautiful color of the moonlight's blue. The two of us waded into the sea to our ankles and took up our
ところで
glasses.
説明、あなた今いくつだ？15。
15.
じゃあ8年もののワイン15歳にあと私の人生にも。
The moon floating in the cloudy summer sky illuminated the dark beach. I had 10 things to do before dying. 3 weeks ago, I was told to go along with the remaining 3. And now, the pineapple tree and best friend were cleared, leaving what appeared to be one more. I didn't know what that was, but the day for doing that last one might not be that far off. A bit of time passed. Himeko-san was happily walking along the water's edge. Suddenly her feet stopped and turned this way.
ねえ説明、もしもだけどさ、このまま海に入っていったら楽に死ねるかな。
Over there, the expression that had been on her face just before had disappeared.
その時はあなた止めてくれる？
本気で死ぬ気ならとっくに海に飛び込んでいるはずだわ。
相変わらずクールね。
As she spoke, she splashed her way back.
よっこいしょっと。
She spoke, she splashed her way back.
さて、また盛り上がってきたわね。
Contrast to her words, she spoke calmly and turned to face the one who had fallen silent me.
いいわよ。あるんでしょ？聞きたいことたくさん。
Giving a small nod, I slowly opened my mouth. From long before, there had been many things I wanted to ask Himeko-san.
死ぬって聞かされた時泣いた。
そりゃあちょっ
じゃあどうして自分だけがって恨んだ？
それは難しい質問ね。逆にあなたに聞くけどさ、恨むって誰に対して？
I didn't know. That was my reaction to the unexpected
そう
question.
ね。 もし神様ってのがいるのなら恨んだかもね。
元カトリックのくせに神様の存在を信じてないの？
いいえ、信じてるわよ。おそらく神様はいる。でもね、どうやら多忙らしいのよ。
She continued to speak blandly, as if talking to herself. The face, illuminated by the moonlight, felt somehow lonely and
ねえ、
philosophical.
セツミ、あなたフランダースの犬って知ってる？
フランダースの犬？
ええ、結構有名な話だから知ってるでしょ。
うん、大体は。
I answered with the slightest of nods at the subtitle. When I was young, I think I watched an anime broadcast of it. I believe it was a story about a child who had lost his family, Nello, and his dog, Patrash.
ネロとパトラッシュと。
Patrash. Allo.
あなたは誰になりたい？もしくは誰にはなりたくない？
The ones who ultimately died, Nello and Patrash, and the two best friends, Alois. I didn't want to die, but even saying that, I didn't want to be the one left behind, Alois.
誰にもなりたくない。
そりゃあ無理な相談ね。
どうし？
人にはこの3択しかないのよ。
So Meko-san answered. Her face was different from unusual. The expression that she occasionally showed, that very strict expression, was there. June, a white overcast sky spread out today. This time's assignment is different from usual. When in the hospital, my head was full of anticipation with the person I haven't seen yet. In the middle of the long hallway, I saw the doctor and spoke to him. So are you really finding it?
ぜひともお願いします。
Even if you say that. The doctor showed reluctance at my wishes. Isn't the burden too heavy for someone to still a university student? That was probably the unspoken meaning behind it. Patient is all you know, right?
もちろんです。だからこその担当志願で。
The doctor still continued looking doubtful. I pressed harder. The source of this was my volunteering to be the helper of a new patient to the hospice.
ちゃんと教会からの推薦状もいただいてきました。
As I spoke, I handed a single sealed envelope over. Here the domain of extraordinary acts was not dedicated by the hospital alone. The wishes of the church often had influence. Alright, I'll inform the director.
ありがとうございます。
So we're in the past when she's applying for the job, I think? Or not job, a volunteer position. Giving a deep bow, I left the place. A helper's application for a 7th floor assignment. That in itself wasn't a particularly strange occurrence. Moreover, up until now, I had served 3 hospice patients already. Considering my age, there was a rare amount of helper experience. It could be said that I was a veteran. As to why it was rare, in normal hospitals, no matter how much a person volunteered, it would have been difficult for a university volunteer to be stationed at a hospice. No matter how short-handed, the place called the hospice was afforded that consideration.
でもここはキリスト教病院。
Moreover, even compared to the other places, it was a more strongly religious-oriented place than medical
そし
service-oriented.
て私はカトリック。
Someone who, before her earliest memories, received the waters of baptism, who actively engaged in public welfare activities. These are probably all the
だけ
reasons.
ど今度の担当はいつもと違う。
Patient was a child, and also not just a child, but one without any guardians and bedridden. Since I'm gonna cry. Stop! I'm crying. Oh my god, me. I don't have any parents, but I have relatives. Tabs on chat. What's up, Golden? I hope you're doing well. Essentially, child with no relatives, no parents. Of course, that didn't mean the child had no parents at birth. Well, cruel, leaving a bedridden child. Vanishing just like that. There were many of those kinds of parents. I didn't want to accept it, but that was also reality. Man, well, my parents died. They didn't leave me, so I'm lucky. Because this feels even more soul-crushing. I mean, I'm crying. Could you imagine you get sick and your parents just abandon you? Like, what? That's so sad. And such a child with no place to go, no relatives. This game always makes me cry. The first to take the child in would be the Catholic hospital like ours.
最後の砦と言ってもよかった。
In that merciful stance, it was that aspect of Catholicism itself that was my reason for being faithful. That was why I was not a devoted follower. It didn't matter if I was Baptist or Protestant. Probably wouldn't have cared. Though I had been baptized before I had memories, it was just a coincidence that I was born and raised in the house next to a church. Oh, true. But even if it were a coincidence, I didn't have the resolve to want to swear lifelong service. I was simply a follower of that merciful spirit. Different from the usual 7th floor, today it was to the 5th floor. Headed to the great Nello I still hadn't seen. The word Nello was a term between between us helpers and nurses. Residents of the 7th floor, child without relatives, bringing those together, most likely it had probably been a name taken from a dog of Flanders. It was a pretty disrespectful naming, yeah, right? But at this point, no one knew the truth behind it. When I came, it felt already long established.
ただ、悪意を持っての呼び方ではないのだろう。
The reason was, whenever it was known that Anello was coming, the number of doctors, nurses, and helpers who sought the assignment was great. So our situation was probably because this was a hospital following Christ's teachings, which aimed at a self-sacrificing attitude. And then among those, the helpers assigned to Nella were called, with both respect and jest, Alice. But in reality, Petray showed up and
でも
closer.
私たちは一緒に死んであげることはできない。
That was why they were called the closest best friend, Alice.
そしてこの私もアロア役を求める一人だった。おはよう。
うん。おはよう。
Oh, I'm crying. This poor. Finally, I have 20k Ponyo points. Now do multiply it by 2.5. Nice. That's a lot of channel points. What are you saving up for? What are my channel awards even? A PNG change? See, what can you... Oh, you can change a GIF on the screen if you want. Raising her torso up in the bed, girl looked up this way. Above her knees, perhaps because it was just past noon, was an already eaten lunch tray. Her voluminous hair left an impression.
あら、偉いわね。ちゃんと残さずに食べたのね。
うん。本当はブロッコリー嫌いだけど。それでお姉さんは？
ああ、自己紹介がまだだったわね。今度あなたの担当になったヘルパーよ。
As I answered, I opened up the certificate and showed her. Child of this age, it might have been a pointless, but showing the person now was a set thing here.
じゃあこれからよろしくね。
うん。こちらこそ。
She responded with those words, but she looked this way with a puzzled expression.
でもヘルパーって何？
That was unexpected. It had been likely that there were lots of things she didn't understand, but I hadn't thought it was to this
お医
extent.
者さんや看護婦さんとは違うの？
それは
I wonder how I should answer that question. Someone who took care of them. Normally that probably would have been fine. But from here on out, what faced this girl was the 7th floor. And I was her helper, the Alois Fernello. Normally, unless one were notified, one couldn't be admitted to the 7th floor, meaning they'd been informed that they had already run out of treatments. To be direct about it, the pronouncement that they would die. Only after they received that explanation and the hospital receives their agreement are they finally allowed in. And that was exactly why in many general hospitals, hospices were not offered to children. Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, that makes me really sad. That makes me really sad. However, Nellos were different. This place was different. If both parents had been Catholic, then even more so.
どうしたの？姉さん。
ごめんなさい。
While thinking over the question, what is a helper, I had fallen
そう
silent.
ね。友達みたいなもんよ。
お姉さんが私の？
Oh, she's so cute.
だから何でも遠慮なく言ってね。
Quickly, I began cleaning up the tray the girl had already finished eating.
ごめんなさい。
いいの。友達なんだから遠慮しないね。
I continued speaking to the girl who was still acting
それ
reserved.
にね、嬉しいのよ私。
どうして？
実はね、以前から年の離れた友達が欲しかったのよ。
私もお姉さんが欲しかった。
I'm gonna cry again. Why is it so sweet? Why does everyone have to die? I don't get it.
じゃあ決まりね。
This game is so fucking sad. As I spoke, I held out my
これから
hand.
もよろしくね。
こちらこそ。
The burning sunlight and the sound of the cicadas. The hand I touched for the first time was warm. A summer day which would soon transfer to the 7th floor. And so we became friends. Nello and Alois became friends. 2 days after, as usual, I headed to the girl.
あっつ。
As the early cicadas began to call in earnest, today looked like it would be a hot day again.
おはよ
おはよう。
The same as yesterday, she lightly raised her body on the bed and exchanged greetings. Just a little bit, she seemed to be lowering her guard, but she was still somewhat
う。
reserved.
もう朝の検温は終わった？
6度5分だった。
そう。だったら安心ね。
So I answered, I cleaned up the breakfast tray. With that, I'd run out of things that I had to do until the afternoon. To begin with, there wasn't much for helpers to do. Medical matters were the work of the doctors and nurses. At most, I was on the level of taking temperatures and giving support in their daily lives. However, another way to say it would be that there was no upper limit to I'm crying again. This is too fucking sad. To supporting their daily lives. So exactly for that reason, there wasn't the doctors or nurses, but assigned the helper that was given the name Alois.
じゃあさ、食堂にでも行こうか。
でも
アイスよ、アイス。これだけ暑いんだからさ。
でも
She made a complicated face and looked down. She must be thinking of something besides
大
pleasure.
丈夫だって。お姉さんおごってあげるから。
And so, as if I were pushing her from behind, we headed to the cafeteria. Since it was still morning, there was a scattering of people. Other than that, we sat next to each other at a table.
さあ、何でも好きなの言って。
でも
だから遠慮いらないって。
As I spoke, I turned to the cafeteria menu.
じゃあバニラで。
はい、バニラ了解。私は何にしようかな。アイスって1種類しかないのね。
そうみたい。
これじゃ選択の余地なかったわね。じゃすぐ買ってくるわ。
Leaving the girl seated, I headed to the counter. Looking around, children of similar age as the girl were eating together with their mother or father. Of course, a child of that age eating alone in a hospital cafeteria would have been more strange. But the girl's parents were already gone. Of course, the girl didn't know, wasn't allowed to know.
はーい、お待たせ
アイスがいっぱい。
ええ、思ったよりサイズ小さかったから一つじゃ寂しいと思ってね。というわけでノルマは一人二つだからね。あれ、もしかしてアイス嫌いだった？
そうじゃないけど、もしお母さんに見つかったらいつもはアイスはダメって言われてたから。
Oh, Jesus Christ, the mother who abandoned her. Honey, it's okay to eat ice cream. Saying that, she looked down sadly.
大丈夫よ、お姉さんと一緒だったら。
本当に？
え、先生や看護婦さんも怒らないから。
分かった。
And this time she happily extended her hand towards the spoon. It's probably a given, but since coming here, she likely hadn't eaten any. However, someone of this child's age, there's no way they could hate ice cream or chocolate. While pondering that, I watched the girl eating, and after just a few spoonfuls, once again her hand stopped.
どうかした？
そういえばお母さん最近は全然お見舞いにも来てくれないの。
This game is so cruel. Every time I think I'm done crying, it makes me cry again.
以前は毎日のように来てくれてたのに。
I see. Beyond that, I couldn't say anymore. There's no need for this child to know. At least in my case, it didn't seem like I would be able to tell her. Parents are long gone. You all alone will be going to the 7th floor. There's just no way I could say that. And sadly, I learned that it was a very common thing. Leaving behind only the patient. I'm sorry. The family disappeared. There are probably various reasons, financially, psychologically. I thought it was a very heartless and cruel act, but I couldn't rise to unilaterally blame the parents. To leave behind a child on a sick bed and disappear, no parent would be able to do so willingly. On top of the cliched words of being worn out from giving care, their agonies and burdens must have been great. I just felt this world was sad. Me too. And that too, I learned, was another part of reality.
どうかしたのお姉さん。
なんでもないわよ。それよりもほら、よかったら私の分もあげよっか。
でも
いいからいいから遠慮しないで。
When the girls already finished dishes aside, I placed some of my own dishes of ice cream.
おいしい？
このアイスおいしいね。
Saying that, she showed me a smile. The usually reserved girl smiled for the first time for me. Over a hospital cafeteria's cheap vanilla. The first time she looked at me with a happy face. 2 days after, the burning sunlight. Oh, all these tears are moisturizing my face at least. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. Let me blow my nose really quick. Let me find the tissue. Tissue? Okay, thank you for waiting. The burning sunlight and the sounds of cicadas. Today I headed to the girl's place. The other day she had been transferred to the 7th floor, but nothing seemed to have changed. So the greatest worry now is the questions about her parents. I had no confidence in how I would answer that. Good morning.
今日も暑いわね。
I exchanged greetings with a nurse friend. How's it? Already used to hear you?
もともと5階でも個室だったしね。
The area that she spoke about was the 7th floor, and used to was of course not speaking about me. Maybe that you were together all night?
まあ補助ベッドで寝るのは慣れてるから。
Really, when there's no guardians around, typical in many ways, isn't it? At the words, I gave a big nod. And by the way, what she was hinting at, how there were no guardians around. What she hinted at was that they hadn't banished the trace that they're no longer in this world. The cause of death was something the nurses didn't tell me, but I only heard that it wasn't an accident or sickness. The remaining possible causes of death were but one, and that was why no more was asked by either of us. So her parents killed themselves. Jesus Christ. Even in this modern age, for us Catholics, it was a great sin and forbidden act. I think calling suicide a sin is so cruel. Like, it's so unempathetic to, like, what a person goes through. Like, to call it a sin. Who are you to say that? Suicide is the result of someone who's really, really mentally unhealthy and did not get the help they need. It has nothing to do with being sinful or not.
ありがとう。おはよう。どう具合は？今日はいいみたい。
As always, the girl raised her upper body in bed and looked over. I sat and I sat down in the folding chair next to the bed. Then, just like that, we spent most of the whole day together. From the window, the bright sunlight shone on her profile, and once in a while we would talk about little things. That was her usual appearance. One sec, sorry.
今日も綺麗なお花ね。
Decorating the windowsill were a number of small flower vases. In them shone bright whites and
あの
yellows.
ね、看護婦さんが飾ってくれたの。
そう。よかったわね。
I can't believe our parents killed themselves. Oh, it's so heavy. As I answered, I added water to the vase of yellow gerberas while she happily watched my actions. From a glance, it was the scene of a common everyday hospital room. However, the truth was different. In reality, visitors' flowers for the girl didn't exist. So since there are no relatives. There's no one to bring them. At this hospital, especially for the 7th floor, someone always sent flowers. I was the nurses and us helpers. Everyone on the floor shared in it. And when even that wasn't enough, some were selected from the flower beds. That was another part of the job. Even for the people who had absolutely no visitors, it was a situation where we made it so that there were always flowers.
ガーベラが好き？うん。でも白い方がもっと好き。
As she spoke, she pointed to the other vase, at the white lilies. Generally, as visiting flowers, their scent was too strong. Also, in case you guys didn't know, cats are like deathly allergic to lilies. So if you have a cat, make sure you don't ever bring make sure you double check if you bring flowers in the house, because there's some that are really, really poisonous, and like if a little bit of their pollen gets on the floor and your cat sniffs it, like your cat can die. So if you ever get flowers, double check if it's okay with animals first, if you have animals. Anyways. But I could imagine who the sender was, someone who would send such a gift. There weren't that many.
教会って人が飾ってくれたの。
ええ。どうやらお越しになられたようですね。
うん。また来るって言ってた。
The girl happily answered that she liked lilies. Most likely it was a priest or a sister who had come to visit. Considering the girl's circumstances, it wasn't surprising that the church would do something like that. Even for people who were not faithful, they were included without distinction and with a merciful spirit. In a way, it was exactly like this place. But for this girl, she probably didn't understand it much. Even if both parents were Christians, the girl herself had not been baptized and was young and innocent.
そういえばお父さんとお母さんのことだけど。
Sudden question about the parents, I jumped. This was the thing I worried about facing the most.
ね、遠くに旅行に行ってるんだって。だからしばらくお見舞いにもこれ。
Who said such a thing? I swallowed down the words of the immediate question. Perhaps a doctor or nurse? 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 There was also a chance it had been a priest or a sister. But no matter who it was, it didn't seem I'd be able to contradict it. I would be able to, sorry. Speak of this lie, to say that we simply shouldn't lie, as an evil. I wasn't child enough to believe that it would be the end of such matters. I didn't know who had said it. Their feelings were probably the same as mine. Someone from a long distance were to condemn this act, this excuse to avoid the question, this hypocrisy. I'd want them to teach us who are directly in contact with things some other way. If this act were to be called evil, then all of us, I suppose, would be evil people. Going along with that lie would probably mean I was an accomplice.
お母さん早く帰ってこないかな。いつもね、プリン作ってきてくれるんだよ。
Ah, this game.
で、お姉さんも一緒に食べようね。
楽しみね。
Beyond that, I couldn't find any words to reply with. It was just against that intense pressure of being able to say nothing. Couldn't help but string together whatever words I could.
そうだ。ねえ、食堂行きましょうよ。
でもさっき朝ごはん食べたとこだよ。
いいからいいから、またアイスおごってあげるから。
Once again, as if pushing her from behind, we headed to the usual hospital cafeteria. Danella and Alice became friends. Really, it was closer to being trash, but we are unable to die with them. So I was Nella's #1 best friend, Alice. By continuing to hold secrets, could I truly be called a friend? And also the fact that the girl herself would soon be dying. Just how long must that be concealed? A few days after, today, a clear summer sky also spread wide. Under that sky, today the two of us went out into the courtyard. Here, today's a bit hot, isn't it?
じゃあそろそろ戻ろうかしら。
もう少し外がいい。
As she spoke, she turned a happy face towards me. She had really become attached to me. Probably didn't need saying, but there were no people around of similar age. The majority of the 7th floor were the elderly. That was why even more so I made to always be near her.
あれ、なんでこの場所はお花がないの？
For her, I spread a flower bed. Among the colorful flowers and the green grass that could be seen, only that one corner was in barren state.
もしかして枯れちゃったの？
まあそう言えなくもないわね。
そうなんだ。ちょっとかわいそうだね。
As she spoke, she seemed a bit desolate. The area was for flowers that bloomed in the spring. Having already finished blooming, they were simply gone right now as they should be.
でもね、来月にはまた種を植えるからきっとすぐに賑やかになるわよ。
わかった。
Those words she once again answered with a happy face. To that girl, I continued with words that suddenly I
こ
recalled.
こはこうや。だから花が咲くのよ。これはイザヤ書の言葉ね。
And so I began to explain to the girl. Now in the 35th chapter, there was the passage, the wilderness and the dry land shall be glad, the desert shall rejoice and blossom, like the crocus it shall blossom.
そして盛んに花を咲かせ。
ちょっとよくわからないかも。
まあ何もないからって
It's because there is nothing that joy can be born, might be what it means.
お姉さんってすごい。
別にそんなことないわよ。
For some reason, the girl was impressed, but I denied
所
it.
詮私は経典や聖者の言葉を知っているだけで別に自分自身の言葉じゃないからね。
じゃあお姉さんって物知りなんだね。
まあそういうのには詳しいかもね。
博士？
博士か。そこまでじゃないけどなんかいいわね。
じゃああれは知ってる？
As she spoke, the thing she pointed to was the phoenix palm growing at the hospital's entrance.
私パイナップルの木に思うんだけど。
パイナップル？
すっごく大きいよね。
Well, it's true that they look similar.
ねえ、どうして誰も食べないのかな？
She wasn't joking. I was pretty sure this child was saying it seriously. Should I correct her? Should I agree with her? For just a moment I debated before.
いいところに気づいたわね。実はあれはパイナップルの木なのよ。
やっぱり。
Oh, this is so
でも
cute.
ね、このことは絶対に秘密にしないとダメなの。
どうして？
だってみんなにバレたら食べられちゃうでしょ。だからああやってもっともっと大きく育つまで秘密にしてるの。
なるほど。さすが博士だね。
Oh. The girl answered as if greatly impressed.
あと
Sasuka.
ね、他にこういうのも知ってるわよ。
なになに？
With expectant eyes, the girl looked at me, and facing the girl, I took from my pocket my rosary
あ
and,
なたの上に主の豊かな恵み。
wringing my hands, closing my eyes, I offered a prayer for the girl.
終わったわよ。
今のは何？呪文みたいなの？
呪文か。ちょっと違うかな。
Certainly, if I were a saint or an archbishop, maybe I could have been called a speller magic. But I was neither a pastor nor of the clergy, just one of the faithful. So it wasn't anything extravagant like a sacrament. It was nothing more than a simple prayer.
お待ちない？
そんな感じかな。
That or just a way to ease the mind. From the start, I wasn't expecting it to be effective. And really, that reason wasn't why prayer existed to begin with.
せっかくだから魔法でもいいわよ。
わかった。
And then she showed me her usual bright smile. We who had become friends, Nello and Alois. Up until now, even though we were supposed to be close friends, I who could do nothing other than buy her ice cream. Such as Alois found one more thing that she could do for the girl. Without thinking, the words slipped out. It looked like today was also going to be a true midsummer day. And in that, while heading to the usual hospital, I turned to a different place. The church. Since that day before going to the beach, it was my second time coming here. For some reason, Himeko-san did not try to meet with Chihiro-san. More accurately, it was probably not just Chihiro-san. Family and friends, anyone close could believe that she was avoiding them. And so, like this, instead, I came to Chihiro-san. The same as before, I quietly opened the door. My feet took it. Wait a minute. Himeko-san. So we're back to being Setsumi. Same as before, I quietly opened the door. My feet step in.
千尋さん。あ、節美さん。これ持ってきた。
So I spoke, I handed over the key I was entrusted with.
姫子さんが渡してくれって。そう。ありがとね。
As she replied and accepted the key, Chihiro-san gave me her usual calm smile. And then from her pocket, she took out a handkerchief.
Ah.
The sweat that was running down my face, she gently wiped it off.
ありがとう。あのね、お姉ちゃんに伝えてくれる？あ、もし必要な時はいつでも言ってねって。うん、わかった。
All while she was speaking, Chihiro-san continued to dab away my sweat.
それじゃ。あ、ちょっと待って。あなたの上に主の豊かな恵みと祝福がありますように。また私のために。
For that question, there came no answer. Just the usual gentle smile faced me. When I left the church, it was like a deluge of cicada cries. The sunlight overhead dropped sharp black short shadows. Ooh, that's quite the alliteration. Sharp black short shadows. Sharp black short shadows, sharp black short shadows, sharp black short shadows. Sharp short shadows, sharp short shadows. Anyways, sorry. During the peak of the heat. In the middle of this, Chihiro-san said she would go now to university, and when that ended, would come again at the 7th floor. Saturdays, she also went to a school for the disabled, and Sundays helped with mass, so she said. I was sure that compared to the people of similar age, she was entirely different. They passed their time in self-centered and fun ways. This way of life, whether it was only Chihiro-san who followed that path, or if one were Catholic and was perfectly natural, I didn't know. Once again coming to the hospital, I followed the white tape running along the floor and headed to the elevator. And now on the often crossed 7th floor, I hastened towards the room where Himeko-san was waiting.
どうぞいらっしゃい。今日も暑かったでしょう。
Before I could reply, I was caught by something else. At a glance, it seemed as if she was in the middle of digging around for something.
ああ、これ今日は入浴デーだから準備してたのよ。
I can't do it. I can't. She sells seashells by the seashore. That one's hard. I can't. Let me try to say it 3 times, alright? Ahem. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. I did it! Yeah! Now that she said so, I saw us sit around the table with wash bins, shampoos, and the like.
そうだ、あなたも一緒に入りましょうよ。
Ooh, lesbian time.
そうよ、一緒にお風呂よ。
何がおかしいのよ。
今のリアクションは良かったわよ。普段がクールだから余計に。ほらほら、女の子同士なんだからそんな恥ずかしがらなくていいじゃないの。
I thought about retorting that Himeko-san wasn't a girl, but stopped.
じゃあ行きましょう。
でもちょっと。
はいはい、いいからいいから。
Somewhere Himeko-san seemed to be having fun, like she were having fun at my hesitation, as if she were pushing me from behind, taking me along.
汗も流れて気持ちいいでしょ。
うん。
In the end, I was almost half forced into the bath. It was just that I had thought it wouldn't be wide enough for us to go in together. There was enough for two to manage. Most likely, it had been built with the assumption that a helper or attendant would also go in. But instead of the size of the bath, I noticed something else and couldn't help but fall silent.
もしかして珍しかった？
Saying that, Himeko-san pointed at the large scar on her own chest. Oh man, and then Setsumi gets the same scar later. So large that my own small scar couldn't even
やっぱ
compare.
私も女の子だからね。これができた時はショック大きかったわ。
My mama had a big scar on her chest too. I quietly listened to those words. Even if I had wanted to reply, I couldn't think of what to
で
say.
ほら、背中流してあげるからそこ座って。
わかった。
And so together in the snow, she gently washed my back with a towel. After that, I recalled how it was like Chihiro-san had earlier wiped my sweat away. For me, I didn't know whether Himeko-san was a devoted Catholic or not. But both of them, without question, I believed were very kind people.
ねえ、姫子さん。どうして千尋さんを避けるの？
前にも言った通りよ。
やっぱり優しくて。
まあ、
じゃあ残り半分。
それは秘密よ。
Rule, that had also been the word from before.
だったら私は優しくていい人じゃないから、お姉さんも親切にしてくれるの。
No, Setsumi, that's not true. That question this time, Himeko-san was still silent. After a bit of
特
thought,
別なのよ、コロッケ博士はね。
またそんなこと言って。
ほら、そろそろ上がるわよ。
in the end, the conversation was avoided. Even without that, Himeko-san's words were full of incomprehensible points, full of secrets. But just maybe, I was being mixed with someone else in her eyes.
どう？もう食べ終わった？うん。で、またブロッコリー残してる。だってあんまり好きじゃないんだもん。しょうがないわね。
I don't want everyone to die, but everyone's going to die. Like, Setsumi's already dead. She died in the first round. Like, because she killed herself. Okay, this might be a hot take. I don't know if everyone's gonna agree with me, but I think that, like, if you are in a, like, uncurable, horrible position, I feel like you should have the right to self-terminate. Because if you are fulfilled in your life and you don't want to go through more suffering, I think it's totally your right to do that. And wait, I had another thought, but it totally ran away from me. Oh yeah, like or if you have, I saw this one video of this woman talking about how her mother has really, really, really bad dementia and she can barely function. And she wishes that there would be a way to terminate her life. And she was asked, like, what would her mother do? And she said she knows her mother would want that too. Because, you know, when you have really, really bad dementia, you're not yourself anymore. You're gone. And that can't be cured. Stuff that can't be cured, you know? Anyways, sorry for my tangent. Even though before she would eat them, now she had come to leave them because she didn't like them. But this wasn't like her sickness had turned for the worse and her appetite dulled. It was simply that she was warming up to me, probably. Thinking that made me happy also.
じゃあはい体温計お口で測ってもいいけど噛まないようにね。
With a smile, the girl had the thermometer in her mouth. What shone on that face, the summer sun, came through the windows that could only open 15 centimeters. Today, as I once again sat in the folding chair, she directed a happy face towards me.
こら危ないから喋っちゃダメ。
Beep, beep, beep. In a moment, the thermometer's alarm rang, and I read numbers on the LCD.
何度 ?6 度5分。このくらいなら平熱ね。じゃあ今日も行きたいかも。中にはそれともアイス？どっちかな。
There were no problems with her temperature. They could go to either one. This was with the doctor's acknowledgement, and lately it had already become a tradition.
で、そうだ。それよりもね、知らないおばさんに話しかけられたの。
知らないおばさん？
ね、
Who could it be? The people who could have come to this place called the 7th floor was, in its own way, supposed to be restricted. First, there were patients and the families that come to visit. There were the doctors, nurses, and us helpers. Other than that, rarely just the priests or sisters would come. That was supposed to be it.
誰かのお見舞いの人かしら。
パジャマ着てたからここの人だと思う。
That was a bit strange. Sure, in a normal ward, the mingling of patients was common. Once in a while, from a chance meeting in this place, even lifelong friends or business partners would be made. Dementia, Alzheimer's, Capgras syndromes, these are my biggest fears because actively losing your memory and you can tell something's wrong, that's scary. It's really scary, but it's mostly really sad, in my opinion, that anyone has to go through that and the people around you. It's really hard. But the 7th floor was different because everyone was very aware of their imminent death. Mingling between patients was almost unthinkable.
それで何を話しかけられたの？
ね、何回目って聞かれた。
何回目？
初めてだったら教えることがあるって。
なんて答えたの？
よくわからないって言ったら、また今度って言われた。
What could that be all about? Come to think, there had been a rumor I heard, how among only the patients on the 7th floor, a legacy continued to be passed down, of rules and the like. Of course, I didn't believe it, and when I asked my previous assigned people, of course they denied it. But such a legacy really existed, just what on earth were they passing down?
お姉さん
Without meaning to, I had been staring into space.
じゃあ今日は中庭にしようか。ほら珍しく今日は天気もそれほど暑くないし。
アイスも惜しいけど。
だったら中庭でアイス食べましょう。
Even if it was cold in midsummer, no matter how much wind there was, the sunlight itself was strong. It was like leaving the girl on a shaded bench in the courtyard. I dashed to a neighbor convenience store. The ice cream lot from the convenience store in hand, I ran back.
すごい汗。
暑っ。
Because of the flowing sweat, without thinking, I flapped my skirt. Actually, in this midsummer, sweating was to be expected.
まだ溶けてないわよ。アイス。
ありがとう。
But where's Onishan-sunshine?
大丈夫よ。
It was a 60-yen pouch of soda ice. With an exaggerated flourish, I took out the contents to show her.
じゃーん。
あ、2つになってる。
それ。
Now,
はい半分こね。
through the blazing summer sun, the two of us ate soda
やっ
ice.
ぱアイスは暑いところで食べるのが一番よね。
ちょっと溶けてるけど。
As we spoke about that, we ate. In the flower bed before our eyes, pansies and gerberas bloomed proudly. The winter use area from the other day, even that would most likely have something planted in it again.
で、またあれやってほしいかも。
いいわよ。じゃあちょっとアイス持ってて。
Both hands of the girl held one ice cream in each. One was mine, the other was hers. Then I took from my pocket the rosary. It has always brought my hands together and
私たち
quietly.
が人に許すように私たちの罪をお許しください。
The Lord's Prayer, also called our Lord. Probably anything would have been fine. Simply my feelings were that if she were happy that I thought of her, then that was enough.
もう終わったわよ。
ありがとう。
いえいえ大した魔法じゃないですから。
The honor is simply one of the faithful and nothing more than an invitation. It probably didn't need saying, but none of those words were my own
今日の
either.
誰の言葉なの？
もちろんイエス様ご自身よ。
じゃあ他の人のもあるの？
ええすっごく偉い聖者様とか教皇様とかたくさんの人の言葉があるわ。
へえ、そんなにいっぱいあるの。お姉さんは知ってるんだ。
To the girl who seemed impressed, I gave a nod. Of course, I didn't know them at all, but reading the things that related in a way to the gospel was my intention.
そうだねえあげようか。
As I spoke, I once again took out from my pocket the rosary.
いいの？私がもらっても？
うん私はもう一つ持ってるし何よりこれで一緒にできるようになるわよ。
できるって、私にも魔法が？
魔法かどうかは知らないけどね。
Holding the rosary in her hand, the girl looked happy. Normally, patients of the seventh floor were admitted and discharged a number of times. For the girl, there was no home to return to. That was why she was always here. That was why I too was always here by her side. Nella and Elise met, and soon it would be the second month. Normally, it was the time of the first discharge would have come. Okay, I'm gonna save here.
はい今日のお弁当。
Here's today's lunch.
うん。行ってきます。
Just like Boys, with lunch in hand, I headed to the hospital. Even though it was already halfway through August, the hot days still seemed to be continuing. The 7th floor, to the nurses whose faces I'd become familiar with, I lowered my head slightly in greeting. What I then saw in the hall was a number of patients. Since it was right when the morning temperature examination ended, they'd probably come with their helpers for a walk. Suddenly, while looking at those people with white wristbands, a thought came to me. The residents of the 7th floor, couldn't they be divided into two groups? Patients who seemed almost to have taken a philosophical view, or calm, and those who seemed to always be busy and doing something.
大丈夫ですよ。ちゃんと支えてますから。
Hearing a voice I recognized, I turned around and there was Chihiro-san. She was with an elderly lady in a wheelchair. Most likely that person was Chihiro-san's assigned person. So you'll walk again later, could we do that?
そうですね。もう少し日が陰ってから中庭に出ましょうね。
With a calm way of speaking, she turned up her usual gentle face to the elderly lady. Say, Chihiro-san, would you do that thing you always do?
いいですよ。
I thought she would answer that way as she quietly joined her hands.
私たちを試みに合わせないでください。
And she offered up a prayer, a number of other words following.
ね。あ、節美さん。ああやっていつも祈ってるの。ええ。誰かのために祈るのは良いことですからね。
Chihiro-san answered with her usual kind expression. But as those words, I felt something that tugged at me. For someone, that was why I decided to ask a direct
自
question.
分のためじゃダメなの。それは。
There her words stopped. There was no more response from her. The usual gentle face was also gone. First time I saw that expression on Chihiro-san, a simple troubled face looked at me. Again, like before, Himeko-san was gazing at maps. At my entering the hospital room, she just gave me a brief glance, her eyes soon returning.
面白い。
Does it seem that way?
うん。
So I answered. I sat down next to her and gazed at the maps also. Just as I thought, this sort of act couldn't be considered fun, but these maps, what were they to Himeko-san, I wonder? Even the 7th floor people who seemed to have taken a philosophical view on everything, perhaps they too wavered with some regrets.
例えるならば、私たちは死刑囚ね。
え？
死ぬと宣告だけされたけど、その日がいつ来るかわからないから、限られた時間に追われているのよ。
The condemned, now that she said it, one could almost agree. Just as I had thought before, on the 7th floor there were people who were always busy. Rather, one could even think that because they knew they were dying, they were trying to be lively. Or perhaps for people, excuse me, being aware of death, maybe that's the first time they are also able to become aware of life.
落ち着いている者は、すでに覚悟のできた人でしょう。もしくは、そう装っているものでしょうね。
姫子さんは。
もちろん後者よ。この年で覚悟決められる人間なんていないわ。
She declared it plainly.
そうじゃなかったら死ぬまでにやってみたい銃のことなんて言わないでしょ。
Seeing just that, once again Himeko-san gazed at the maps. Then she turned to me, who was gazing at the maps in the same way.
節美、髪伸びているわね。
あ、うん、そうかも。
Now that she mentioned it, it might have gotten a bit longer. This month mother hadn't cut it
切ってあげよう
yet.
か。来なさい。お姉さんがカットしてあげるから。
Sudden offer, I couldn't really grasp the situation, but Himeko-san was already walking ahead, and I followed after. Then when we came in front of the nurse's station, she turned to the nurse and said,
ねえ、上へ行きたいんだけど貸してくれる？
There's nothing wrong with that. Is it a
ええ、
haircut?
今日は風もないからね。
Then after taking something from the nurses, Himeko-san once again walked down the hall.
節美、こっちよ。
Walking a bit, the place we finally stopped at was the end of the hall. To be correct, it was just where you got off the emergency stairs, and in front of an always closed large metal door. Up until now, I had never seen it open, but probably this was the entrance
じゃ
for
ーん、ここで鍵の登場。
For a second, the world turned pure white. My eyes adjusted. What appeared before me was strong wind, summer sky, high fence. The laundry items, sheets flooded in the
今日はいい
wind.
天気ね。絶好の散髪日和よ。
Looking up at the sky, Himeko-san
初め
spoke
てで
up.
しょ。ここに来たのは。
うん、初めて。
まあ普通はそうよ。入院患者には絶対に来させない場所だからね。
For that reason, even without saying, could be imagined. And a fence about the same height as the 7th floor ceiling. What reason put it there was simply if you thought about it.
散髪しましょうか。
本当にやるの？
大丈夫よ。こう見えてもお姉さん、うまいもんよ。
As she spoke, she pointed to a small bench before us.
まずはそこに腰掛けて。
And then she took out a big clear white garbage bag.
次は、ここに頭を通して。
Probably cut with scissors, there was a hole just wide enough to pass one's head through the garbage bag. When I put my head through as told, like a barbershop's cover, it totally covered my body. And then before my eyes, she made the scissors go swish swish.
さて、お客さん、どれくらいにしますか？
お客さん？
夏らしくバッサリなんてどうです？
揃えるくらいで。
了解しました。
While laughing and running through with a brush, with a practiced hand, Himeko-san began the cutting. Snip, snip. The delightful sounding swish of scissors. Just now she seemed to be trimming the hair in the back for me. If she cut strangely, that'd be bad. While holding the thought, I also considered other things. She said that the hospital patients couldn't come to this place. That reason even I could understand, and being satisfied with. Then, unheeding of the fact that she was a resident of the 7th floor, why was it that Himeko-san could come here like this? Was it because she was a former helper that she's trusted?
ねえ、節美。気になるのは、自分の髪？それとも、違うことかしら？
違う方。
いいわよ。じゃあ答えてあげる。元ヘルパーだから信用されてるってわけじゃないわね。
じゃあ、何？
やっぱこの現代においても禁忌の一つなのよね。カトリックにとっては。
First, I didn't understand what she was saying. Then I soon realized suicide.
元カトリックのくせに信用されているのね。
ほんと。思わず期待を裏切ってフェンス飛び越えてみたくなっちゃうわよね。
So always, Himeko-san said something where I couldn't tell if she was serious or joking. Though likely she wasn't, but just if she suddenly starts running towards the fence, what would I do? Right now I was the only one here. Somehow, while thinking only about that, I started feeling uneasy.
さて、こんなもんかしら。はい、お客さん、カット終わりましたよ。
うん、ありがとう。
I replied, I accepted the hand mirror and looked at my hair.
前髪が。
When I looked about 2 centimeters above the eyebrows, it was cut straight across. It's like a Japanese doll or a child at the Shichiglo-san children's
かわいい
festival.
わよ。せつみ。違う方に気を取られているからよ。女の子なんだから自分の髪も心配しない。
In my slightly sulking face, Himeko-san looked like she was enjoying herself even more. No matter how much you say it suits me or is cute, laughing like that, there's no persuasive force behind it. Helplessly, I gave a sigh. Then I asked about the thing I had sensed from before.
ねえ、もしかしてだけど、私を誰かの姿と重ねているの？
なかなか鋭い質問ね。
And then, when she thought of it,
半分はそうかもしれないわね。
じゃあ、残り半。
それは秘密よ。
this was also made a secret. It was the same with the rules from before. Once in a while, there were things that Himeko-san wouldn't talk about.
さてと、じゃあ帰りますか。
Putting away the scissors she used, the two of us then cleaned the space of Himeko's barber shop. Then, just when I thought she was walking towards the door we entered from, suddenly those feet stopped and turned around.
ああ、そうそう。最後の人、そろそろかなって思っているんだけど。
The final one about time, most likely it was probably referring to what she had said before, the 10 things to do
ま
before
たど
dying.
こかに行く気なの？
ええ。とりあえずここじゃダメね。こんな高さじゃ足らないわ。
She's saying that for jumping off it wasn't enough. Those are her words as she pointed at the rooftop.
あなたは知らないことだけど、本当なら私2回目くらいなのよ。
何のこと？
入退院の回数。私はつてがあるからずっといるけどさ。
Honors thought that the third time was the last, and there was also no
やっぱ
fourth.
私も体力的にミミと近いみたいでね。病院を抜け出すのもここらが最後だと思うのよ。まあ日帰りは無理だと思うけど、よかったら付き合ってよ。
Slowly the sky stained orange. As the burning sun sank with the loud mean cicadas gave way to the mournful cries of the Higurashi cicadas. The place I suddenly stopped at was the usual schoolyard. Not really doing anything, just sitting in front of the metal bar, thinking about the things from just before. Big sister, do you want to play at the bar? Perhaps out of consideration for me being there, a child playing nearby once again spoke to
いい
me.
のよ。私のことは。
Without reply, even while giving me a slightly puzzled look, the child once again ran back to the group of friends who were playing. Just before, Himeko-san said that returning on the same day wasn't possible. Where we were going, she didn't know yet, but I was told to make sure to get her mother's permission. If it's okay,
無
come
理
with
強い
me.
はしない。
Even when you say that, to suspend close to a month together and then say that this would be the last. Again, the two of us ate today's dinner. Atop the table were the usual dishes and fried things. Looking pleased, Mother beamed at the empty lunchbox. Even during a dinner that was the same as always, I was thinking about what happened
ねえ
earlier.
お母さん、
どうしたの？
またドライブに誘われているんだけど。
ああ、いいじゃないの。例の姫子さんよね。
うん。でも今度は。
いいわよ、別に。
Despite the possibility of what if, she easily gave her permission.
じゃあまたお弁当用意してあげるわね。
うん。ありがとう。
また頑張って作っちゃうわよ。ってそうだ。今日の出来も悪くないわよ。
Saying that, the plate that she offered up was the usual fries.
あら、どうしたの？あなたポテト好きでしょ？
So naturally, very matter-of-factly, Mother offered them, seeming very pleased. But on those hands wasn't a pink manicure. Instead, a slightly reddened hand happily offered the plate. Fries. All I had to do was quietly eat them. No matter how much I hated them, if I endured it, it was fine. But was this really kindness, I wonder? Suddenly, I was reminded of Himeko-san's words. Okay. I really wanted to say I'm sorry to Mother, to Himeko.
ねえお母さ
I gathered my courage and brought things to
ん、
light.
姫子さんって7階の人なの。
え？7階って。
ホスピスのこと。
ん？ああ。
It might have been perfectly natural, but that's how she was thought of.
そこの患者さん。
はい？
ホスピスの入院患者さん。
え、ホスピスの患者さん。
A long, very long silence. Voice of the host on the television, not his words but his noise rang out. In reality, it might have been a very short time, but for me it felt unbelievably long. I thought just maybe never again would time move. Saying that never again could something go back to how it was, and I was afraid. Already the smile that had been there before was gone. The hand holding the croquet was where it had stopped. Even though she had been so happy that I made a friend, if I hadn't revealed it, even now she would have been smiling.
やめて節に。そういう人に近づくのは。
Fuck you.
お母さん、怖いのよ。いつかあなたもそうなるんじゃないかと思うと。
ごめんなさい。
As expected, I had no other words. That isn't kindness, words which Himeko-san said to me as I silently ate the fries. To put them into action, I'd also been told it would be very difficult.
Kora, じっとしてなさい。そんなこと言われてもくすぐったいもん。
Seventh floor's bathroom. Today was one of the 2 bathing days of the week.
私までびしょびしょに。ごめんなさい。いいのよ。お姉さんもついでにシャワーしちゃうから。
Even though it was called wide, when compared to a typical home's bath, it was just slightly wider. When 2 people were in the tub, it was enough to be quite tight.
ねえ、まだ。もうちょっとでシャンプーのすぎ終わるから。はーい。
The girl was squeezing her eyes shut, waiting for the end of the shampooing. Even this kind of exchange was now becoming a familiar thing.
さて、次は姫子理髪店よ。
Opening a hole in the garbage bag and passing her head through, I had the girl sit on a folding chair. There was no wind. It could have also been done on the roof, but mostly the cutting was done in the hospital room. Us helpers were also gardeners, cleaners, and occasionally barbers.
どうかしら。前髪も揃えてみたんだけど。なんかちょっと変かも。あら、まっすぐ揃えるのは嫌いだった？そうじゃないけど、短すぎるよな。もう、これくらいが可愛いんじゃない。なんか恥ずかしいかも。
The center shampoo mint spread from the still damp hair to the narrow hospital room. The girl sat on the folding chair that I always sat on, and from the garbage bag she gave me a bit of a dissatisfied look. On the floor stood the sheets of newspaper. It was a barber shop that used 2 small hand mirrors. A few days later, if one looked, it was towards the middle of August. Today the girl was here. Today I was here too. Beep, beep.
じゃあ、体温計ちょうだい。
Taking the thermometer that was in her mouth, I read the numbers on the digital display.
6度2分。これなら大丈夫ね。じゃあ今日も中庭でアイス？いいえ。今日は別の予定を考えているの。別の予定？まず、そのためにはこっちが先ね。
So I answered. I opened the paper bag I had bought. Half of today's plan was in
そ
there.
れ、何？
新しい服を持ってきてあげたのよ。
パジャマはこの前ももらったのに。
パジャマじゃないわよ。
With a bit of flourish, I took out the bag to show her. After all, it was something I used up over half this month's allowance, and I'd also spent 2 hours debating over which to get.
ワンピース！
気に入った？
It Happily, the girl vigorously nodded many times. It was a one-piece dress and a summery white and yellow sunflower flower on it.
それじゃあ着替えたら早速行くわよ。
行くって、もしかして外へ？
え？教会よ。
As I answered, I undid the buttons on her pajamas. Truth was, from before she had said she'd wanted to visit the
本
church.
当は別にパジャマのままでもいいんだけど、まあせっかくだからね。
お姉さん、ありがとう。
The burning sun, the sound of the cicadas. Today looked like it was going to be another hot day. Under the sky, we walked side by side. It's the first time we went outside the hospital. Of course, even she said she wanted to go farther, and I wouldn't be able to take her. No, not that I wouldn't be able to, no one would. That's why a place like the neighborhood church was the only place I could take her. In moments we reached the church, I quietly opened the doors that I was used to passing through.
誰もいないね。
まあこの時間はね。
The girl's expression turned slightly nervous. Considering her age, it was probably her first time coming to a church.
ここに神様がいるの？
それは難しい質問ね。
To be precise, it was probably a consecrate place for the worship of God. At least for me, here or not here didn't seem like an answer I could give.
でも、ここでなら魔法効果が違うんだよね。
まあそんなとこかな。
And we approached the altar and offered the prayers. I prayed for the girl's happiness. Even if the future were closed, and at least until then, I wished that she would be without regrets. And the remaining half, for always holding many secrets, I prayed for my own forgiveness.
どう？もう終わった？じゃあ帰ろっか。またいつでも連れてきてあげるからね。
ありがとう。
Then as we made to leave,
お姉さん？あなたの上に主の豊かな恵みと祝福がありますように。お姉さんにも魔法かけてみたよ。
saying that, her usual cheery expression faced me. Without a single shadow, an innocent smile faced me. Surely she did understand the meaning of the words. However, even more so because of that, the sentiment made me really happy. And then half the prayer I used for my own forgiveness. For me, you could do nothing other but buy ice cream for her was painful. Or pitiful, I don't remember. Right above us, the sun, noisy with the cries of the cicadas. As usual, the hot days continued, and it was a summer day, no different from yesterday. But a little bit of change with the girl. Up until now, she had been so attached to me. But between one day and the next, she came to hold a bit of a distance.
おはよ
おはよう。
Changing our morning greetings, I sat down in the usual folding chair. Then when I looked at the tree, she had already finished eating.
う。もうまたこんなに残しちゃって。
ごめんなさい。
Between one day and the next, she was wound up barely
ダメ
eating.
よ。しっかり食べないと。
でも欲しくないから。
なんだったらさ、食堂でもいいから。
Even that suggestion, no response, though before, even if it wasn't for ice cream, she'd happily go. To not eat, that on the 7th floor was a deadly thing. Unlike other wards, full-blown nutrient IV drips are not given here. Of course, there was some sugar contained in them, but the main purpose was the rehydration. The word deadly meant exactly that. It was immediately linked to death.
あのね、そんなことじゃあっという間に弱ってくるんだから。
弱ってくる？
そうよ。食べないと体が持たないわ。
じゃあ弱った先は？もっと体が弱っちゃうとどうなるの？
それは。
Hear my words stop. In my throat I swallowed the word die. Normally preaching about life and also death was the duty of the church. Our duty was also to support that. Here's the 7th floor, a place where we speak to those who have lived in life, peacefully coming of death. However, for a young girl, for a girl who could not have been said to have fully lived, just 2 in the world could speak of death now. Exactly in these times, maybe I should have let her hear the words of St. Augustine or Lord Jesus, but for me, offering up half a prayer and buying ice cream was about all I could do. A few days after, late night. As always, the girl ate very little, and the girl sighed. It was again sleeping on the spare bed.
大丈夫？
Late at night in the dark hospital room, the girl was coughing. Right now, all I could do was gently pat her back. Past few days, because she has been leaving most of her food, I was noticeable that her strength was weakening. And now she was clearly avoiding me. If I spoke to her, she would barely make a response. The times where she would speak to me on her own totally disappeared. Amongst all that, suddenly she opened her mouth.
ねえ、お姉さん、これ返す。ロザリオ？
What she took out of her pajama pocket was a rosary, without a doubt the one that I had given her
それ
before.
でね、もうここには来ないでほしいの。
どうして突然そんなことを言うの？
それは。
There her words stopped. So a few days ago she had definitely been acting strangely. Then a single thing came to
少し
mind.
前のことだけど、確か知らないおばさんに、それってルールっていうのに関係し。
For that question there was no response. However, I felt the silence wasn't a no but a yes. I had been convinced that it was a rumor, but looks like that kind of legacy did exist, and most likely the girl had heard it.
もしよかったらお姉さんにも教えてくれる？でも大丈夫よ。絶対に秘密にするから。
誰にも言っちゃダメだって。
Oh, poor baby. Finally she cried, even though until now not once had she cried. Rules before that I had heard that they were only passed to the residents at the 7th floor. Essentially it was probably only the problem of those who were headed towards death. That was why in my case I might not have the right to hear. No matter how close I was Alois, I could not become the Patrice who accompanies them in death. In the end, just someone who could see it all.
ごめんね。もう聞いたりしないから。
I simply just patted her back. That even if a little bit sooner she would stop crying, just a little bit sooner she would smile for me, just a little bit sooner. She continued to cry, but the legacy that was passed down, the contents were simply to imagine, don't eat. That was the shortest road to death. That was something that us helpers had also suspected. Coming to a place like the 7th floor, people who died from the worsening of sickness was rare. Instead, almost as if on their own, they gave up food, simply weakening and then dying. I learned that those were common. Most likely that was not for their own sake. Financially, psychologically, and for various reasons, it was probably an act of stemming from wanting to lighten the burden of those left behind. God, that's so sad. These poor people. I had become close, was beginning to be pushed away for the same reason. For the one leaving, it was pain to those left behind just a bit less. And also on top of hearing those rules, there was a chance she learned that which I learned.
お姉さん、お父さん、
私死んじゃうの。それは
There are my words to
それ
choke.
はじゃわからないよ。ちゃんと答えてよ。
I had thought to say something, but especially at a time like this, I knew that I had to say something. Even though I was supposed to know what kindness should be. Even though I was supposed to be a Catholic in order to speak of life and death, and yet I could not find any words. Outside the window, there was a night sky that was beginning to lighten in this narrow hospital room. The girl's sobs reverberated. Even though I was the professor, I couldn't give an answer. At this time, if I were a real doctor of the church, if I were St. Augustine or St. Jerome, maybe I could have answered with something. Outside the window was burning sunlight. Even though it was still early morning, the heat let you know it was going to be another midsummer day. Since last night, I hadn't seen Mother. More precisely, I hadn't been on the brink of tears myself, filled with feelings of regret, and hadn't been able to face her. I'll put it to Meko-san. I felt really sorry to do so, but I didn't want to make Mother any more sad.
説明もう
Mother? It was just before Mother left for her part-time
昨日
job.
は悪かったわね。
うん。
じゃあこれ二人で仲良く
As she spoke, she handed over the lunchboxes for two.
気をつけていってらっしゃいね。
でも、
いいのよ。お母さんなりに考えた末なんだから。あなたは私の大切な娘だ。私はあなたにはなり得ないの。
She spoke softly, but with her usual calm
だからお
face.
母さんなりにね、節美が少しでも笑っていられるようにしたいの。
お母さん。
I headed to the hospital, in my hand a tote bag with two lunches. Early morning, abruptly my feet stopped at the usual school. It looked like the children hadn't come yet today. As always, I was facing the middle bar, and after gazing at it a while, I quietly stretched my hand out. Placing strength into my arms, I pulled on it with all my might, still kicking the ground. Just a moment, a sense of floating, and my body spun around. The somersault I hadn't done in a month, and then from that slightly higher place, I looked around at the world. With arms that were beginning to shake from supporting my weight, this world that I could see. To me right now, as one of the parts that build up everyday life, might appear as if nothing was out of place, but that was an illusion. It's not like I was accepted. Placing the school behind me, I headed towards the hospital. I was sure she was waiting, so I hurried to her.
お待たせ。はい。また裏の駐車場に止めてるから。うん。わかった。
As I responded, I accepted the car key. Then gave the message Himeko-san had entrusted to me.
今回で最後だって言ってた。最後？お姉ちゃんがそう言ってたの？うん。そう伝えてくれって。そうなんだ。
Sadly, that was all Chihiro quietly murmured.
どうしてあなたなんだろうね。
Behind those words was definitely a dissatisfaction towards herself for clearly being pushed away. And loneliness, sadness was there too.
優しくていい人だからよ。え？千尋さんは違うのよ。違う？そう。私たちとは違うの。悪いけど意味がわからないわ。うん。私にもよくわからないから。
Why did I say those words, I wonder? The exact reason not even I knew. But now I had a feeling that I was coming to understand Himeko-san's feelings.
でもね、たとえ違ったとしても、私は妹よ。今まで20年も一緒に過ごしてきた兄弟なのよ。千尋さん。
The always composed and kind Chihiro-san was for the first time crying. Vicar was neither pleasant helper nor the resolved Catholic, just simply a helpless girl.
お姉ちゃんのこといつも祈ってる。
Chihiro-san continued to cry, and the only thing I could do was gently pat her on the back. Some other words or technique I just couldn't find them. Before, Himeko-san had said that for people there was only 3 choices. Perhaps Himeko-san didn't want Chihiro-san to be Alois.
ごめんなさいね。変なとこ見せちゃって。うん。気にしないで。
Then I headed to Himeko-san. In my right hand, the key I received from Chihiro-san in my left hand, 2 lunches that mother had made for me. In the end, I didn't know what that final thing was. Even where we were headed, I hadn't been told. The parking lot. Here I waited for Himeko-san, who would probably be coming soon. The car called Yunus that I got to ride from last time today also washed to a shrine. I'm sure Chihiro-san, or the person we met before the beach, was always keeping it clean. As I thought about that,
悪い、待たせたわね。
Himeko-san finally appeared, as always taking the key as if it were perfectly natural. However, her clothes were different from normal. They were probably work clothing, something like white overalls, and were clothes that you couldn't call pretty even insincerely.
その服は何？
うん。今日はこの服じゃないとダメなのよ。パジャマ姿の私では意味がないのよね。
Even though normally whatever she did had been in pajamas. Was it today she was not a resident of the 7th floor?
説明乗って。
Climbed inside the car like before I was made to put on my seatbelt. And once that was verified, the engine was started in
じゃ、
silence.
行くわよ。
Looking up, the sun was high above, and it looked to be another hot day. Under that sky, with a big turn of the wheel, the Yunus slowly moved out. Didn't know exactly where we were headed and what we were gonna do, however. Just like this, Himeko-san's final drive began. Reflecting the deep blue sky while running, a red open-top car. Ooh, this is a cool song. Here, I'll turn it up a little. That was a lot. A light engine noise was raised as familiar scenery went by, drowning out the voices of cicadas as it continued on. Passing the intersection in front of the hospital, moments we came out onto a larger road. Also, I'm going to save just in case. Passing the intersection in front of the hospital, the moments we came out onto a large road.
それでどこに向かうの？
高いところよ。
具体的な場所のことよ。
それはわからないわ。
え？
That's a bit unexpected. It was Himeko-san after all, so whatever she said, I hadn't planned on being surprised, but...
もしかして気ままに走るって意味？
それはちょっと違うわね。言葉の通り高いところって意味よ。
With just that much, it was so abstract I had no idea.
国道に出るまでには決めようと思うわ。
Would it really be decided, or was it something that could be decided so easily? Besides, even if a destination were decided, what about the route all the way there? There was no navigation system, and even though she was always looking at maps, it didn't look like she brought them today.
大丈夫よ。 どこに行っても道に迷うことはないわ。
なぜそんなことが言い切れるの？
そりゃすでに日本中を覚えたからよ。
The response came as if it were perfectly natural. Was that possible? It's not like I was doubting her words, but for me it was quite
それに
unbelievable.
ね、今の私に必要なのはナビでもなければ医者でもないわ。
じゃあ何？
そうね。
Then after a
コロッケ
moment
博
of
士よ。
thinking,
またそんなこと言って。
the roadster continued on, from the city to the suburbs. Sorry, my nose got stuffy. Lowering the speed while we drove while eating mother's lunch with our hands.
でも説明よくうちの人が許してくれたわね、外泊を。
うん。
ちなみに私ってどんな人物設定になってる？一般病棟の人？それとも看護婦さんかしら？
Miko-san saw through everything. Certainly until yesterday, that was exactly how it
7
was.
階の人って知らせたわ。
へえ、大したもんね。ちょっと見直したわ。でもまだこれが嫌いとは言えてないみたいね。
As she spoke, what was in her hands were the lunch's fries.
じゃあお姉さんがとっておきの方法を教えてあげるわ。
そんなのがあるの？
え、とっても簡単よ。あなたが好きになってしまえばいいのよ。
Certainly, it might be exactly like that, but
難しいこと言わないでよ。
あらそう？病気を治すよりは簡単だと思うけど。
I'm sure it was exactly as Himeko-san said. If my sickness were cured, then all the problems would be solved. Mother, who had reddened her hands, would not be sad, and would once again smile and have beautiful manicures. Even I understood that. Understood, but it was something I couldn't do anything about on my own. Compared to that, coming to like fries might have been a simple thing. The roaster continued on, the red hood reflecting the blazing sky. And then, just when the sun was coming to a close by the highest point, what appeared before us was an even bigger
まもなく
road.
国道に出るわ。
As she spoke, she pulled the car onto the shoulder and stopped.
目的地は決まった。
まだちょっと悩んでいるのよ。
Hearing nothing other than a high place, I hadn't a clue what she was even debating
やっぱ
over.
高いって言えば富士山かしら。
富士山。
I hadn't been mistaken, that was certainly what it sounded
なん
like.
たって日本一だもんね。
That really couldn't be thought of as serious. Mount Fuji height that much. Probably didn't need saying, but Japan's highest mountain. I didn't know too much, but I had heard that snow remained even in the summer, and for winter I had heard that only true mountain climbers could take it on.
目指しますか。富士山にでも。
いくらなんでもそれは無謀よ。
That was weird, my audio cut out for a second. Sorry about that.
わかってるわよ。私だってバカじゃないわ。別5合目までは車で行けるし、そこだって標高2000メートルくらいあるんだから。
In saying that, it's not like we had to go all the way to such a place. It's that sort of place for even normal people, and the two of us, at the least, couldn't be called healthy. In Himeko-san's class, she was a resident of the
それ
7th
にね、
floor.
7階と比べたら100倍は高い場所よ。
Those words I just listened to in silence. It wasn't positive, but maybe Himeko-san really was going to jump down. I recalled before, while on the roof, she whispered, "This height is not enough," while looking at the
まずは
fence.
6号から東北道に向かうわ。
With just that announcement, the roadster once again began running. Heading towards the national road, she turned the wheel. From here to Mount Fiji, just how much distance was there? For me, I didn't even have an estimate. What I knew was, Himeko-san was not joking, but serious, and also she most likely would not get lost. From the national road onto an even larger road, we then switched onto the expressways. Same as before, perhaps she was driving her usual safe way. Cars in the high-speed lane were rapidly passing by. Eventually, we came to a place with many tall buildings. It seems that we had entered the Tokyo area.
板橋ジャンクションから池袋線に乗るわ。
The road that had continued straight until now changed to one that twisted. On that congested expressway, the roadster drove even
今
slower.
抜いてったのはアウディよ。その前のはパジェロ。新型のジオマスターね。
Occasionally, Himeko-san would name the cars that passed us on the
不思議なも
expressway.
んでね。7回行きが決まった途端、余計に車が好きになったわ。
As she spoke, she slowly turned the wheel, matching the large curve ahead of us. The expression seemed somewhere sad, and also somewhat nostalgic to me.
あなたも車好き？
わからないわ。
よかったらこれあげようか。
With her free left hand, she points at her own
どう？
car.
もらっ
It's me. After a moment's thought, I shook my head to the side. More so than the problem of not having a license, I felt it was something that I shouldn't accept.
そっか。みんなに断られちゃったわね。感情から透明に乗るわ。
With those words, at a big turn of the wheel, the car shook just a bit. I felt that Himeko-san in the driver's seat was different from usual. Not only were her clothes different, but somehow strict expression were more common. The high place that we've come all this way to go to, Mount Fiji. Without a doubt, it was a height that couldn't even compare with the 7th floor's roof. Was she really planning on jumping down? And the 10 things to do before dying. The final thing, just what kind of purpose did it hold, I wonder? I'm gonna save here. There we go. From there we connected onto yet another expressway. Already since we left the hospital, about 7 hours had passed. The area had completely turned to what had been the middle of the mountains. Right in front of a sign there were the words Mount Fuji, skyline. Most likely we had already come to a point quite close. Excuse me, then that cloudless summer sky had at some point become a dark black evening sky, starting to come down. When I looked, rain started to fall from the dark
ちょ
sky.
っと待ってなさいよ。フォロー出すから。
Pulling the car to a stop on the shoulder, Himeko-san started to fumble around with something. And then after waiting a while in the light drizzle,
屋根があったんだ。
まあ、大したのじゃないけどね。
she answered while closing the left and right windows. The roadster became like a perfectly normal car. Until now, it had been a mystery as to what was done when it rained, but it apparently took on this form. Once again, the Uno drove off. The rain had truly begun to come down and obscured the road in pure white. The thick black clouds, even though it was still before evening, made it dark enough to let one believe it was night. I had a cold sensation striking my head. I looked up at the roof. There were a number of drops dripping down.
悪いわね。これボロだからさ。
Just like that, the words meant the dropping lake started. Looking at how the rain was falling, it didn't look like it would stop for some time.
説明。これ頭にかけてなさい。
What I was given was a large towel. As instructed, I put it on top of my head.
姫子さんは
平気よ。それに、どうせすぐにやむと思うから。
じゃあ私も平気。
She probably wouldn't say, but this might have been the only towel. And even if she was worried I would get wet, the very least I was more worried about Himeko-san herself. That's why I tried to give my towel to Himeko-san. When I
やめな
did,
さい、説明。
this was different from her usual way of speaking. It was a very strict expression that she showed occasionally.
それじゃあ姫子さん。
いいのよ。私は濡れようが平気だから。
でも
ただし節実に風邪なんてひかせたら承知しないわよ。
Aww. Makes sense to me. Just who was she talking to? Now it came down harder, the August rain. For some reason, it was excessively cold and still didn't seem like letting up.
なめないでよね。勝手にこの格好してるんじゃないわよ。
So if talking to herself, Himeka-san muttered. It had a feeling that didn't mean physically not getting wet, but some different meaning. Throwing up spray, the roadster continued running. Under the endless black sky, it now went from an ordinary road to the Mount Fuji skyline.
もし寒いようだったら言ってね。
大丈夫。
Excuse me. The towel still in my head, I answered Himeka-san as she got wet from the leaks. It'd be better if we took shelter somewhere. Even such an obvious suggestion somehow faltered at the atmosphere. Gripping the wheel was the Himeka-san that was different from usual. It was the first time I've ever seen a Himeka-san without pajamas. We continued driving. At some point, when the rain had completely stopped, he looked, there was even the face of a large man out in the sky.
まもなく富士宮口に到着よ。
Along with those words, we went from a narrow mountain road into a suddenly open area. Finally, the Uno stopped. Looking around, there were signs for the 5th station parking lot. During the season, I had heard there were many mountain climbers. Perhaps it was the time and perhaps because the weather had been bad, but the area had very few cars around.
はい、缶ウーロン。暖かいわよ。
ありがとう。
With the tea brought from a vending machine in hand, the two of us ate what remained of the packed lunch.
冷たくなっても美味しいわね。
In the end, it seemed like we were spending the night here. But when we set off, she had said that this was our destination.
まだ上に行くつもり。
さあ、どうしようかしら。
Holding a croquet in hand, Himeka-san gave a vague answer. Certainly up until here, we were able to come by car. According to the parking lot sign, the altitude was already 2,400 meters, but from here on there were only mountain climbing trails. Even if we weren't planning on heading all the way to the summit, Himeko-san, a resident of the 7th floor, was unlikely able to climb up a mountain. And even if then, she said she were aiming for higher. Should I hold her back? Suddenly opening the door, Himeko-san stepped out of the car. Just as I was thinking about such things, I also hurried out of the car. When I looked, she was right by the car, gazing up at the night sky that had just stopped raining. I was a bit surprised. The thought she might have silently started climbing crossed my mind. Then, perhaps guessing at my unease, Himeko-san began to speak.
そういえば以前にさ、年の離れた友達が欲しかったって言ったわよね。
あ、うん。
Certainly, before the pineapple tree had been the first thing that she had wanted to
あれ
try.
さ、ちょっとだけ嘘だったかもしれない。
嘘。
本当は年が離れてるってよりも、あなただから友達になりたかったのかもね。
Himeko-san spoke somewhat seriously about something I also vaguely noticed.
その理由は。
難しい質問だけど、ただの直感かしら。ピンときたって感じね。
It was also something I felt I understood. I was close to the feeling that I answered Chihiro-san with. And before, when I had asked whether she was seeing someone else in me, I was told that half of that was exactly that. Then the remaining half of the reason that had been left a secret at the time
ねえ、
was
節
being...
実。一つ質問していい？
うん。
もし、あなたのとても親しい人があなたはそばでずっとその姿を見ていたい。それとも、自分の知らぬ間にいつの間にかなくなっていてほしい。
I thought about the meaning of the question. And after thinking seriously in my own
わ
way,
からない。
swords are my true feelings.
私はずっとそばにいてあげたいと思うわ。でも自分が去る立場ならば逆、そばには誰もいてほしくない。
矛盾してるわ。
その通りよ。去る者と残される者は決して交わることはないのよ。
Even if I could bear my own pain, I couldn't bear another's. She wanted to say that perhaps, since Chihiro saw it in the best friend we met at the beach avoiding them. Then why was I here in the first place? Why was I chosen? Did Himeko-san want to say that it was me? Then she would be fine?
これはね、穴に落ちて初めて気づくことよ。だけどどんなに私がここに穴があるからと声を上げても、穴に落ちた者の声は地上を歩いている者には届かない。
What was the reason? Did she want to say that because I'd also fallen into the hole that voices reached
あなたは
me?
違うわよ。まだ落ちかけね。
もし、
それは誰もが自分で考えることよ。
Then the circumstances now were all the results of Himeko-san's thoughts. After falling into the hole, stopping prayers, maybe turning them into curses.
パトラッシュはいいわよね。大好きなネロと一緒に天国に行けるんだもん。ネロだって寂しくないわ。
Even though I was the professor, I couldn't give an answer. At such a time, if I were a real professor, a doctor of the church like St. Augustine or St. Jerome,
なんと答えれるのだろう。じゃあこれだけでも教えて。神様はどこ？聞こえなかったみたいなの。教会でもお祈りしたのに。
where was God? At that question, my mouth sealed.
ごめんね。わからないわ。そっか。博士のお姉さんでもわからないんだ。
Then raising herself up in bed and facing the window.
やっぱり空の上？
While speaking, she looked up at the sky, looking from the windows that could only open 15 centimeters at the light pre-dawn
ねえ
sky.
お姉さん、私屋上に。屋上？うん。少しでも高いところでお祈りしたら聞こえるかもしれないでしょ。ダメ？いいえ。
Touring the girl, we headed to the roof. Normally this place was one where patients couldn't go. We're not allowed to go. However, at this time for me, for the alloys who's unable to do anything other than buy ice cream. For the powerless professor who couldn't answer with anything. There was nothing else that I could do. The blue-purple pre-dawn sky was turning into a white day. A blue place where no one could be seen. Once in a while, the fence that was taller than the ceiling of the 7th floor rattled from the blowing
こ
wind.
こは気持ちいい場所だね。
She felt as if whispering to herself. From her pocket, she took out a rosary. It was what I had once given to her as a
や
present.
っぱりこれがないと魔法にならないもんね。
And then, quietly bringing her hands together, facing where the sun would rise, she spoke.
皆が生とされますように、私たちを試みに合わせないでください。
This is also what I had taught her before, a number of parts from the Lord's Prayer. However, for this girl, she didn't even know the meanings to the words. Simply words for salvation, as nothing other than magic. That was all she thought of them.
お姉さん、今のは聞こえたと思う？
Those words nodding, or even affirming, was beyond me. I just couldn't do nothing but remain silent. It's useless. Maybe I should have said that. Perhaps I should have spoken of atonement. Aw. Should I have said, for having lived 8 years, to be thankful to God?
お姉さんも一緒に祈って。
Those words I silently nodded, could do nothing but nod. Just like the girl who still continued to pray. To that high sky, I offered a prayer. On the 7th floor rooftop, I prayed only for the girl. Usually half was used for forgiving myself. Now gathering all of it, I prayed only for the girl. This definitely is supposed to be listening somewhere. Towards that God I prayed. For some reason, tears came.
どうして泣いてるの？
いいのよ。別にない。こんな時には泣いてもいいのよ。
それは誰の言葉？イエス様？
No. Those are my words. If I were a saint, my words were not simply for comfort nor charm. If they were real magic,
今こそ奇跡を起こすの。
those leaving and those left behind, no matter how much of a best friend, Eloise could not become Patrash. I learned of my own powerlessness. Dawn came to Mount Fuji Fifth Station. We got out of the car and took some big
ねえ、
stretches.
節美。どこにいると思う？いきなり。何のこと？神様とやらよ。さあ、あなたの方が専門家でしょ。そうね。そうだったわね。
And then, after a bit of
やっ
thinking,
ぱあそこかしら。
she spoke. She looked up at the sky. The pure blue summer sky stretched on forever. Yeah, it might be that if you're not closer, you can't be heard. Just saying that, Himeko-san started walking towards the climbing trails. I'd sense a possibility, but already that act itself was the same as
本
suicide.
気なの。禁忌なんでしょ。カトリック。元には関係ないわ。
And then, stomping her walking feet and turning around.
悪いわね、節美。一言。言ってやらないと気が済ま。言うって決まってるじゃない。神様とやらに文句をね。
Complaints to God? Was she
もし
serious?
かして
Me too,
それ
girl.
が最後の一つ。ええ。これが最後の一つよ。
Just that answer, Himeko-san began walking towards the climbing path. Right now, I should be stopping her. Or perhaps I should be giving her back a push. Because I don't know which, just being by her side was all I could do. The sun had come right above and, unheeding of all the altitude, the cicadas noisily cried.
思ったよりきついわね。
Continued on the climbing trail. Walk a bit then rest, walk a bit then rest, just repeating that. Occasionally other mountain climbers would quickly pass us by while we slowly went up hills to the high place that Himeko-san aimed for. Now it was some 2 hours in and we were making to leave the new 6th
大
station.
丈夫。あんまり大丈夫じゃないわね。
This is the world's meant. Her panting was furious. Even the food and drinks that we bought at the shop were being carried by me. It probably didn't need saying, but Himeko-san was a resident of the 7th floor. No matter how healthy she looked, no matter that she didn't need a wheelchair, just because of her age. Her condition's progression had simply been early. Even without doing anything, there was no mistake that she was within range of death.
何よその顔は。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言いなさいよ。
もう帰ろう。
もっと強く言ってよ。だったらもう帰れって命令してよ。
もう帰れ。
やっぱり従えないわね。
And once again, her feet moved to and said, "Right now, what should I do?" Able to pull her back, I was only able to be there, helplessly watching.
じゃあ
That's why I pushed Himeko-san's back, so as not to lose at the steep slopes, was to make it even just a bit easier. My own way is
やめなさい、
to
節美。
嫌よ。
あなたまで具合悪くなったらどうするの？私はそんなこと望んでいるわけじゃないわ。
じゃあ帰りましょう。
So exchange we repeated over and over. Slowly, Himeko-san climbed up. Eventually, while those feelings stopped, that was the time Oops, what did she say? Oh, I feared. The time, just what should I do? The orange-stained day had all unnoticed turned the purple of night.
ここでいいわ。
Finally, Himeko-san's feet stopped. You're just beyond the Seven Station, perhaps, a place with many rocky stretches and a very wide, wonderful view. Looking at my watch, it was already 3 o'clock at night. That meant almost an entire day had passed. So expected from the time and maybe yesterday's weather, there was no other climbers to be
夜明
seen.
けを待って。ここで言うわ。
Saying that, Himeko-san began walking towards the edge of the rocky stretch. Peering down the edge of the cliff, it was dark and hard to see, but the bottom of the ravine was far enough that you couldn't guess its height. At the least, if you were to throw yourself out without a doubt you wouldn't live.
いよいよ盛り上がってきたわね。
高さも十分なのね。
ええ。7階の100倍くらいよ。
Altitude about 3,000 meters. Absolutely no high fence or
節美。
protection.
聞きたいことがあったら今のうちよ。
Those words, a number of thoughts surfaced. Even though there shouldn't have been a number of questions, for some reason putting each one into words was difficult. So after a moment's thought, I finally opened my mouth.
姫子さんのことを
You know, this was a question that resulted from my thought.
私のことを聞きたいの？それとも私のような立場にある者のことを？
姫子さん自身のこと。
私はこの世界に5万といるクリスチャンの一人よ。それ以上でもそれ以下でもないわ。
But now she was going to say complaints to God. That was probably attempting to break one of the greatest prohibitions.
じゃあ以前のフランダースのどうしても3人の中から選ばないといけないの。
ええ。人にそれ以外の選択肢は。
She firmly said so. The one who was leaving, the one who was left following Eloise, and the two that will never meet.
じゃあ姫子さんは誰？
For that question, there's no answer. Little by little, the sky whitened in this place, and in this place where it seemed you could touch the sky, she quietly hung her head. Surely the pajama wearing Himeko-san was Nello. Then could the Himeko-san now be Eloise, to say complaints without God? To God, sorry. If Nello wasn't allowed to, then it was understandable. And just who was I? What purpose was I brought into this place?
どうやら時間が来たようね。
Saying this, Himeko-san looked up at the sky.
節美、受け取りなさい。
After taking something from her pocket, she handed it to me.
ロザリオ。
別に捨ててくれてもいいわよ。ただもう私には持っている資格ないからね。
Just what that was supposed to mean. I didn't have to ask to know. However, up until now, even when saying she was a farmer, why did she carry it with her all this time? When I thought about it, I felt that deep down it's not like she really wanted to do
本
this.
当にいいの？
祈りがあるなら呪いもあるってことよ。
Barry! Hi Mochi! How are you? I hope you're doing well.
やめてほしい。そう言っちゃダメ。
理由によるわ。
A reason, one to pull her back. Even if Himeko-san herself wishes to, even if she were already a resident of the 7th floor, the closed-off future. If just like with living, people are given the right to die, then a reason to be capable of stopping that. Just who would have such a thing? Doing good. Just got done eating some corn on the cob. How are you, friend? I'm good. I'm a little sleepy. For some reason, I began crying. Being nearby and able to do nothing, I came to know how powerless I was. It started getting light, but looking up at the endless sky, I was overcome with sadness. No matter how much I thought, I couldn't come up with any decent reasons to pull her back. Himeko-san herself had decided that I might not have any right to interfere. But even if it were so, even if I didn't have a reason for why I should pull her back.
だって私も悲しいから。
Not some random person. Because I, me, would be sad. Because this me here wanted her to stop. Even if that were even if it were just one-sided ego of the one left behind. Even if I could bear my own pain, because I can't bear another's. Because the one leaving being sad meant the ones remaining were pained the most. How's Narcissu going? It's good. It's really sad. Moreover, for me, it was still...
そんな顔しないでよ。そんな顔されると私も辛くなるじゃないの。
If I were a saint, if my words were not simply for comfort nor charm, but real magic.
今こそ奇跡を起こすのに。
I've definitely been getting a super sad vibe from this. Yeah, it's... this girl's probably about to kill herself.
ごめんね、お姉さん。
Oh wait, we're in a different timeline. Just kidding. Actually, this girl might kill herself too, I don't know.
友達にならなければよかった。
This game's about, hospital patients in the hospice killing themselves. Which I think they have the right to do. I'll be doing Chizuru on Moblet today. Gotta be good old... Whoops, I can't read. Good old brown hair girl with little glasses. Nice. Quite a different game than this one. The girl stood before me as I continued to cry as she apologized sadly.
ちゃんとルールにあったのにね。ここに来たら友達を作ってはいけないって。ごめんね。ちゃんと私がお姉さんを泣かせることもなかったのに。
Oh, honey. And then once again facing the sky, the girl started praying. Facing the high summer sky that stretched out forever, she offered a prayer to the god who's probably out there. That serious figure, the rosary I gave her in hand, believing that the simple Lord's Prayer was a magic spell, that figure.
もういいから、もう祈るのはいいから。
どうして？
無駄なのよ。
Finally, as a Christian, the words that shouldn't be said came out.
だからもうやめて。あなたは助からない。どうやっても死んでしまうのよ。
And then, even as a helper, even as Nulla's best friend and Aloise, the words I must never say came out.
うん。わかってる。
Oh, yesterday was so much fun. Always a good time playing a war with you, but doing Recent song was way more fun than I was expecting. Yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. Yeah, I love Sonic. It's super
じゃ
fun.
あどうして？別に私はもういいの。泣いているお姉さんが泣き止むように
Aww.
早くいつもの笑顔になってくれるように
I'm gonna cry.
それだけを祈りたいの。
Oh. Everything's so fucked.
どうして泣いているの？
知らないの。こんな時には泣いてもいいのよ。
Hameko-san cried, in the place where it seemed you could touch the sky. It was the first time she showed me tears. Why game was in cassette? I don't know if I can play this. I get way too emotional. It's really good. I am also uploading this on my YouTube if you want to check it out and see if you like it enough to play it. What word should I say? Just what would it be kindness? Because I didn't know that. Simply so she would stop crying, even just a little bit sooner. So that her smile would return, even just a little sooner. Patting her back, just gently stroking, was all that I could do.
やめなさいよ。中学生にいたわられるほど嫌な人生送ってないわよ。
気にしないで。病人歴ならあなたより上よ。
年下のくせに。
The blue, purple dawn sky grew white and changed to a sunrise. The wind that began to blow from the valley made a lonely sound. Hameko-san cried. The wind over the ravine also wailed. And probably I too was crying.
やめるわ。文句言うのは。
As she spoke, she faced the sky and placed her hands
じ
together.
ゃあこれ返すわ。
そうね。これがないと効果を。
Then she hung the rosary and returned on her neck. From this high, the high place, to an even higher one, towards the sky, she offered a prayer.
よく聞きなさい。難聴気味だろうからここまで来てやったのよ。
Aww.
別に私のことはもうどうでもいいわ。だけど少なくとも私のことでいつまでも心を痛める人がいないようにして、そして少しでも早く立ち直るようにして。
As if speaking to herself, Hameko-san coldly murmured. There were a number of other words continuing on, but for me I couldn't hear what she was saying beyond that. Perhaps Hameko-san had met up with God? The expression was neither despairing nor compassionate. It was proud and could even be considered beautiful. And this was probably of those two she said she would never meet. The one leaving this wish for those left behind.
これで全て。
And then she turned towards me.
どう？月並みのお願いで拍子抜けした？
うん。
Gave my head a small shake. Even they were called cliché. If I were in Hameko-san's position, would I have in the same way sincerely wished for those remaining behind?
説明。あなたは証人よ。
私が
もし願いをたがえた時、次はあなたが代わりに文句を言ってね。
それがここに私を連れてきた目的。
まあ半分はね。
残り半分はやっぱり秘密。
そうね。
Saying that, she thought for a moment.
魔法みたいなもんよ。
魔法？
ええ。今はそうじゃなくてもね。きっと後で聞いてくるはずよ。
Once again, under the morning sky, we hit the roads. Within that, with the lunch brought from a convenience store in hand, Himeko-san whispered.
とりあえず、私もルールに
ルール？
友達は作ってもいいってね。
Taught me to the rosary from
本
her
当はこの
pocket.
ロザリオもさ、あなたにあげてもいいんだけど、やっぱまだ私には必要だからね。
She spoke, she moved it from her neck to decorate
だ
her
から
chest.
説明には違うものをプレゼントするわ。
違うもの？
ええ。決めるのはあなたよ。
Cord getting stuck in your teeth is the worst. Oh yeah, for sure. And now the roadster drove on from the sloped roads slowly towards the city. Gripping the wheel was Himeko-san, not in pajamas, but the usual Himeko-san I knew. What was different from all the times before was the rosary visible on her chest.
ねえ説明、一つだけ言わせて。これから先あなたが誰を選んでも最後の最後に心まで殺しちゃダメよ。
何のこと？
いいのよ。きっと大丈夫。最後には笑えるはずよ。
That project that she mentioned before, the so-called magic.
じゃあここでお別れしましょう。
The rolling sound of bells, stopping the car in front of the church, Himeko-san let me get
説
off.
明、もうお見舞いに来ちゃダメよ。
Sudden words. They meant we would never meet again. It meant farewell.
こんな時私は残されるものはどうすればいいの？
別に普通でいいのよ。
もっと具体的に言って。
言葉の通りよ。普通のまま自然でいて。
Even though a close person will soon be dying, even though they'd never meet again after this. I'm gonna cry again. Could those left behind there really be normal?
難しいこと言わないでよ。
じゃあ笑って見送ってあげて。
もっと難しいわ。
And then, turning her back towards me, Himeko-san started walking towards the church in front of her. Facing that back, I asked a final question.
姫子さん、最後にもう一つだけ。
いいわよ。
ネロは、アロアは幸せだったの？
That question, Himeko-san silently looked down. Shortly after, just briefly, she glanced at the church, and then boldly facing the sky.
どっちなんだろうね。よくわからないね。
As she spoke, she gave me a smile. But even though very soon she'd probably disappear from this world, in the end she faced me with her usual smile.
それじゃあさよならコロッケ博士。
And so, the friends of the 40 days of one summer disappeared to the 7th floor. Name, Himeko, a princess Sasime with a child's co. Blood type, AB, age 23, Libra, female. Yeah, she was such a Libra. Federal identification bracelet color, white. In the year 1999, out of the world's over 1 billion Catholics, one disappeared.
私に変なあだ名と不思議な魔法をかけ、この世界からも消えた。
The high sun when you look up, the rolling sound of the church bells, the endlessly continuing blue sky, the loudly crying voices of cicadas. The music in this game is phenomenal. Yeah, it's really good. Even though very soon the summer would end, today also looked to be a hot day. Oh, I think we finished it! Oh my god, yay! Well, this game destroyed me. I think we still have epilogues and stuff. I'm gonna check those out. Oh, here we go. Very long summer ended. Quickly fall passed. And early Christmas songs are playing in the streets. Ooh, how'd you find it overall? I think it's a very sad but necessary game. I think it's a really, really important game to play. Because it's about real life and what people have to go through. And I think it's really important to face life's atrocities and like hard stuff. Maybe atrocities is the wrong word. That's not what I meant. Life's like, you know what I mean? Like the hard things in life, you can't like face away from them.
節美、荷物が届いているわよ。
Took the small package from mother. Normally I wouldn't be receiving any packages. However, just one thing came to my mind. A package should be delivered on a certain date, that sender's name, with a sense of premonition. I went to check. Eloise. Letters written small with ballpoint pen. It's from Himeko-san. I didn't know at what point she sent it out of while she was still alive. She had said that she would give a different thing as a present. And then, tremblingly, with the equal amounts of expectation and unease, I opened to look.
One Piece.
Oh, it's the dandelion One Piece. Summery white with a cute yellow sunflower pattern. That was something that she had numerous times she would buy for me. The thing I seemed to The one-piece dress spread in my hands with the window on a hanger. By the window on a hanger were the wash pajamas. The sailor uniform I wore now. As proof of my once normal days, the only piece of clothing other than pajamas that I had. My heart swayed. Happy before I knew it, I was about to pass my arms through the sleeves. I stopped my hands, and then once again returning into the box, I headed to the person who was more worthy of accepting than this was. Place I hadn't come to in a number of months. Passing through the side of Narcissu station, my goal was to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen. And now the room that Himeko-san had once been in was expected, but there was a nameplate I didn't recognize. Given the old lady in the wheelchair and the small greeting, I left the 7th floor. Oh god, so I got a text and I read it wrong and I had a heart attack. One sec. While returning by chance, the quarter community away. Couldn't imagine being cursed with the disease that had cut my life by that much. I wish nothing but the best for those people and hope that maybe they could get a second chance at life. Because no one deserves to have their life cut short at such a young age. Yeah. I guess it is a little bit easier if you're elderly, but it still doesn't make it easy on everyone around you. Death is just really hard. In that place here and there, daffodils were beginning to blossom. The other flower beds had been left barren in this season, and I thought their singly blooming figures were proud and beautiful. The rolling sound of bells. Visiting here was the first since Himeko-san's funeral. Oh, we're giving it to Chihiro, her sister. Then I called to the person I had been searching for.
Chihiro-san.
Yep.
節美さん、お久しぶりね。どうしたのこんな場所まで。病院にいなかったから。あ、 ヘルパーはもうやめちゃったから、少し気持ちが落ち着くまでお休みすることにしたの。
Saying that and changed from before, she showed me her calm face. With that expression, I felt that I might not have a duty. Felt I'd been told that I'd have to go see complaints in her place.
ところでどうしたの？もしかしてお祈りに来たの？
Sorry, I got it in the text.
そうじゃない。
As I spoke, offered the box. But as long as we remember these people never truly die, a person is only truly dead when they're forgotten. That's a quote I like to live by. Yeah, that's why I like to think about, like, I talk to ghosts a lot, and I talk to people from really, really long time ago that are just, like, normal and ordinary and not, like, they didn't go down in history for anything. They just tried to survive. And I talk to them and I try to be their friends.
プレゼントよ、お姉さんから。ちょっと小さいかもしれないけど。そう、ありがとうね。
Accepting the box, she gave that reply, but somehow a troubled expression
千
surfaced.
尋さん、ごめんね。実はお姉ちゃんから何のこと？もしかしたら節美さんが私にそう言ってくるかもって。でね、その時はこれを渡してくれって。
Top the bedspread maps, and there were national roads, expressways, countless roads I didn't know the names of. Separate wide maps of all 47 prefectures and a few tens of thousands to one scale. 3,000 to one scale, detailed city maps were drawn on them. Turning the one piece, I received maps. Perhaps Himeko-san had expected this? That I would choose this side? And then tucked into the maps was a single envelope. What was inside was 5 10,000 yen bills. Once, while looking at the map, she said with just that much one can go anywhere.
これが最後に笑えるための残り半分の。
There's a prayer, then there's also a curse. Most likely I choose neither. I have a feeling I won't be able to choose. And someone like that, just what would become of
こ
me,
ん
I
な
wonder.
私でもいつかは笑えるのだろうか。最後には笑うことが。
There's apparently a Pokemon Direct this
できるのだろう
morning.
か。
Oh, nice. Oh my god, wait a minute. Oh my god, are we done? I think there's more. Wait, hold on. That's great. Here we go. Himeko's epilogue. There you go. Did I crash my stream? Got a little funky for a second. One sec. Okay, it doesn't seem like it crashed.
まだ早朝の空の下、
Oh wait, why does it show?
富士山からの帰路に着いた
Why
私
is
た
it
ち。
in the corner like that? Hold on. We got a new episode for Upland, new evolution for Duraludon. There's gonna be past paradox for Raikou, future paradox for Interesting. Okay, let's do windowed. I wonder if I can stream this game. can also get Mew. Oh, I love Mew. No, not this. Local file. Never mind, it's not a browser source. That is a mistake. Display capture. Can't know. I'll figure window capture. That's the one I'm thinking of. Okay. Narcissu. There we go. Okay. Now let's see what happens when I full screen it. Okay, that did nothing. Okay. Windowed then. Sorry, I'm figuring this all out. Okay, and then let me... Okay, there we go. Oh, you know what? We gotta add each other on Switch. Also, I feel like gotta shiny up something and make it after you. Aw, I've done it for my other friends. Aw, dang. Like, I'll also make you a shiny little pony since your ears are pink. Aw, cute! I didn't know that. Okay. Under an early wait, let's turn this down a little. Under an early morning sky, we're on the road back from Mount Fuji.
そんな中、コンビニで買ったお弁当を手にぽつりと姫子さんはつぶやいた。
ねえ節美、とりあえず私もルールに一つ追加させてもらうわ。
ルール？
友達は作ってもいいってね。
The rolling sound of bells, stopping the car in front of the church, Meko-san dropped me.
じゃあ、ここでお別れしましょう。さよなら、コロッケ博士。
その言葉を最後に、私に背を向けると教会へと歩き始める。おそらく、その中にいるであろう。きっと、以前は優しかったの。いつなくなるのだろう。
The church. Today I was in this place again. Where is Chihiro now? The heavy sound of the front door opening, I turned around.
千尋、帰ってきたわよ。
Oops, sorry, let me move that over a little. That way when I'm leading like this, you guys can see me. Okay. Then return, wait, let's do a sad face. We'll do a sad face because this is a sad game. There, returning from her final drive with Setsumi-san was my sister.
ロードスター、表に止めたからガレージに回しといて。
わかった。
Took the car keys as I answered. Before now, hadn't she always avoided interacting with me beyond going through Setsumi-san?
さて、そんなわけで久しぶりに駅前でも行きますか。
Station front? It was so sad I didn't understand what she was saying. But without paying me any heed, my sister quickly made to leave the church. And putting her hand on the
千
heavy
尋、
door.
何やってるの？
何って何が？
決まってるじゃない。一緒に行くわよ。
Sun was so high. The area in the... Why is the cicada so loud? The area in front of the station was busy. The voice of the cicadas rang
ねえ
out.
千尋、あんた何にする？いつものレモン？
シャーベットの。お姉ちゃんはバニラ？
うん。たまには私も違うのにするわ。
The two of us wandered around in front of the station holding ice creams. Flowing sweat, the shrill cries of the cicadas. Occasionally we would laugh together over trivial things. Haven't felt this way in a long time.
この服かわいいわね。
Our feet stopped in front of a single general store. Cute things in question were a variety of flashy clothes decorating the
どう
storefront.
千尋、これっていいと思わない？
でもちょっと子供っぽいような。
もうこれくらいがいいんじゃないの？可愛くて。
It was a summery one-piece dress with white with a yellow sunflower pattern. That's right, my sister had liked these kind of clothes for a long time. However, she didn't seem interested in wearing them herself. Even if she bought these kinds of clothes, usually Yuka-san or I ended up wearing them. It could be that Yuka-san's girly taste were my sister's fault.
じゃ、ちょっと買ってくるわ。ちょっとお姉ちゃん。
Not heeding my request, she quickly took it to the register, then came back with her newly purchased clothes, grinning.
また私たちが着ることになるのだろうか。
I was happy, of course, but I was also a little embarrassed.
大丈夫よ。あなたやゆかに来てとは言わないから。
It's not for us. Unexpected words from my
もしかして
sister.
お姉ちゃん、自分で着るつもりなの？
まさか私にそんな少女趣味ないわよ。
Then just what did she plan on doing?
あーごめん。やっぱちょっと訂正。
訂正？
Correction.
千尋、あなたが着ることになるかもね。
Burning sunlight, a high sun, deep black shadows falling underfoot, kids on the last bits of summer vacation going to the pool came into view. Time where cicadas could still be heard.
久しぶりに行ってみない？
So Yuka is her best friend, is Himeko's best friend, I think.
吹く風が涼しくなる頃、そんな突然の携帯からの誘いに驚いた。
こらゆか、あんたクラッチ早すぎるのよ。
うるさいわね。ペーパーに無茶言わないでよ。あの海へと続く道、あの頃と違うのは姫子が助手席にいること、そしてハンドルを握るのが私ということだった。
あんた何セブンに道譲ってんのよ。
だからうるさいって、そこの人。つかマニュアル車なんて教習所以来なんだから。相変わらずの姫子とかつて通った道を行く、どこまでも続く長い長い海岸線。
So it looks like Himeko made up with everyone before she passed, which is good. I'm glad she came to the conclusion that she should reach out to her loved ones at least once, because they're gonna cherish that one time for the rest of their lives.
肌に触れる風は少し冷たく
You
な
know,
り、すでにセミの声も消えてしまったけど。
I wish I had, like, when my mom died, it was right when COVID started, so I couldn't visit her. I just wish I had one last time with her like these guys did, you know?
鼻につく潮風も立派なフェニックスの木も。
The reason why I didn't have one last time is she was in the hospital the whole time, because she was actually, we had no idea she was close to dying, because she was actually in recovery. She was on her last surgery for it, and she got the surgery, it was done, and then they said, okay, as soon as she gets to this many tubes in her chest, she can go home. So that's what we were expecting, and then all of a sudden she got a stroke. Well, actually, she got her body started having a bunch of problems all at once. It was like, she got it's not leukemia, it's the other one. What's the other one called? Oh, I always get them mixed up. One with your lungs filled with liquid. Anyways, a bunch of bad shit started happening to her, and then she ended up getting a stroke. But so it wasn't a sudden death. Like, it seems like the people in the 7th ward kind of die slowly. We didn't know she was dying. so I didn't get like a last chance. If we knew, I would, you know, take her out, get her nails done, get her hair done, get her makeup done, bring her out to all her favorite places to eat, give her a massage, you know, make her spend time with our kitties.
リメコ、着いたわよ。じゃあ早速だけどミルクティー。
Thank you, Mochi. She's definitely happier now. She was going through a lot in life during that time anyways. She was really suffering. So there's always the positive of she's not suffering anymore. So it's not like anyone's glad she passed away, but everyone's glad that she's not suffering anymore.
はいはい、すぐに買ってくるわ。
And the two of us descended to the shore. Canned drinks in hand. I read that as I had tears in my eyes, so I like read that as carned, and I was like, carned? Is that like carnival? Like carnies? Reminds me of, you know, carnies, like, well, carnival people. It reminds me of American Horror Story. Have you guys seen American Horror Story? I love it. There's it's Freak Show. That one's about a bunch of carnival people. I really liked that one. It was sad. Apparently I like sad stuff. And of course neither of us forgot to prop our hands on our hips as we drank. Aww.
ここは綺麗ね。何も変わらないわ。
Anything somewhat far away, Himeko murmured, and I silently nodded in response.
いいか。
Seen a bit of it, not that much
以前もお見舞
though.
い禁止令あったけどさ。
Oh, I love American Horror Story. Some of them are better than others. It just depends on your taste. I like the first one. I like Freak Show, and I like the COVID one, and I like Hotel. Those are all cool.
あれってやっぱなしね。なし？ええ。私がルールに追加したから。何のことかわからないけど、おみ解禁賞でも何でも狙ってちょうだい。
Her eyes around me as she said that. Under such a direct gaze, I couldn't sum up a
今
reply.
まで何年も共にして夜通し話したってもう二度と会えないと思っていたのにまたこうして再び会うことができたのに今さらメロンくらいの商品じゃ嫌よ
And yet the words that finally came out were those.
あれでどうえたまに乗ってくれるだけでいいからさ
Saying that, Himeko pointed at her own car. It's a suggestion that I had once refused.
本当は誰も引き取り手がいなくて困ってるだけなんだけどね
I answered with a big
どうせ
sigh.
他に解禁賞取れそうな人もいないしさすが親友ね
So her car came into my possession. Just as autumn still beginning. From that day in the hospital parking lot, you could see a red open-top car aimed for perfect attendance. October.
しんど
I was painting, pedaling, standing up on the bike. I was in the middle of an all-out dash to the station. Oh, panting, not painting. I was confused. I was like, you're pedaling. I was like, does she have one of those stationary bikes? And I'm like, is she on a stationary bike while she's painting? No, she was panting. Right now it was 8:44. The office opens at 9:30. Right now it's 3:30 for me. To make it in time, I need to get on 8:51 Express. Normally I'd be taking one train earlier. By the way, my house was 10 minutes away from the train station. Normally I'd be walking to the station too. But on days like today's where I'd oversleep, I bet it all on the tiny time gained from a bike dash.
駐輪するところあるかな
If I didn't pay attention, it could be confiscated. Worrying about such pointless things, I pedaled harder. Considering my standing recently, I really want to avoid being late.
おはようございます。
Opening the office door, I greeted everyone energetically. And before I went to my desk, I prepared coffee for 15 people. Too many people there are in this apartment, and serving the coffee is my job. Place of work is what you'd call a stock brokerage. I've been working here a year and a half already, but I was still the new one in charge with the miscellaneous tasks. Might seem a bit dated to be tea serving and to copy work female stuff. But I didn't have any special skills, nor was I good at socializing. There's no way they could give me anything important. Even though the other more senior female staff were, like everyone else, doing their jobs efficiently.
まあ、手っ取り早く言えば、容量が悪いのだろう。
Well, the original reason I chose this company after graduating college, because the pay wasn't bad and there were many days off. From the start, it wasn't a company I chose through with careful thought. That's why even when things were like this, I didn't intend on complaining. But right now, my position in the company was getting a bit strange.
秋島くん、ちょっといいかな。
The chief called my name. He's the highest ranking person in the office, and there was only 2 reasons he called me in.
あ、はい。コーヒーおかわりですか？
いや、そうじゃなくて、今週から決算報告の準備に入るから。
ええ、そうですね。
I gave a vague reply. Essentially, the chief meant that I should be staying late for work. Certainly, with a small office of 15 when it's busy, they needed even my help, but that wasn't the real reason. Probably trying to get me to be sensitive to the staff's morale. Everyone else was not only staying late, but working during days off. Probably didn't go over well when a newbie like me left at the exact same time every day.
すみません、課長。
そうか。ま、他のみんなも大変だから気を使ってくれよ。
This is very typical work life in Japan. I hear that like it's completely we're here in America, we like when it's our time to get clock out, like we clock the fuck out, and like people in America hate overtime. Not the workers, but the bosses do not like when you go overtime. They do not like having to pay more than they have to. They would rather struggle with the people there than have an extra person for a little bit longer. So compared to Japan, they almost expect you to stay past your working hours and like do more work, even if you're finished with your work, to just do more and more and more, and then stay late. And like there's been like I've seen videos of like American people who live in Japan now, and they clock the fuck out, and they have to be very assertive because there's so much pressure. But that's your right. It's your right to leave when you've done your time working. You're not. No one's requiring you to stay late. Your job is not your life. So, if you need to visit your fucking friend who's dying in the hospital, then go visit your friend. Don't fucking stay over late at work. What a waste of life, you know? Like, some bosses just don't. I can't speak for people in Japan. I don't live there. I don't know a lot, but like, I don't know why bosses expect that much. Chief said that with a small smile, but his eyes weren't smiling. From a nearby desk, I could hear someone who'd probably been listening and go, "Tch." Yeah, and they're jealous because they want to get off early, but they don't because they're pressured. Like, sorry honey, but that's a personal problem. I actually did tell everyone through the chief that it's because I'm visiting a sick friend. Life shouldn't be forced around making sure you stay at work for 14 hours? Absolutely. But that only worked for a few days. After a few weeks, months, I couldn't blame them for not accepting it, even if they understood. Time like this, if it were Himeko, she probably wouldn't be able to say what she wanted directly. I had a feeling that if it resulted in a fight right then, in the end both sides would have aired between them. For myself, understanding that logic and still unable to give a strong response probably did mean I was bad at doing things, me. It might seem a bit surprising, but I don't have a very strong personality. Well, I can't relate. I have a very in-your-face personality. And yet, or maybe I don't. Who knows? Maybe I have no self-awareness, and I gauge myself completely off the mark, which is fine with me. But anyways, and yeah, if I had been able to come this far normally, It's undoubtedly because I had Himeko. By
お
PM.
疲れ様でした。お先に失礼します。
Lowering my head even more than usual, I left the office. Even though it was closing time at the company, there were only a few people in the hallways and elevator lobby. However, I didn't leave the company immediately and instead went to another floor's bathroom. The goal is to change from my current suit to some friendly clothing. Ordinarily, I'd be using a normal changing room. But considering my situation, I didn't want people wearing frilly clothing. Saying that I was visiting a sick friend wouldn't be convincing. I'd actually draw suspicion. Well, even now I don't want to wear these clothes. I don't wonder if Himeko would be happy with these, would be at ease with these. So if I choose to dress like I always did. Taking the express, the sky was already darkening when I arrived at the station. Once again, made a dash by bicycle. My destination was the now familiar hospital. There I was aiming for the perfect attendance award.
どうぞ。
On the other side of the door, familiar voice was a little weaker than before. Just as I always did.
よ、元気そうね。
I'm gonna cry just seeing her. Oh, this is her. This is Yuta. Oh, and the other girl's Himeko. Said my greeting and raised one hand cheerfully. I also didn't forget to flutter my frilly skirt.
で、どう調子は？
まあまあね。
Himeko answered while seated on the bed. As always, she had maps spread out, and laying next to her on the nightstand was a plate of freshly peeled apples. I didn't think they were meant to be shaped like rabbits. They were small, still pure white, meaning they'd probably only just been cut. She probably would never say it out loud, but I think Himeko was watching the time it had prepared for me. Even though some one was shape and bunny shape, I knew that she recently was tired, having trouble with her fingers. Thinking that Himeko-san was in her own way trying her best for me was very heartbreaking. So I acted normal. Felt I needed to be normal.
おいしそう。一ついただくわね。
こら、ゆうか。何遠慮なく頭から食べてんのよ。うさぎにしたんだから食べ方ってもんがあるでしょうが。
Oh, yeah. I'm a bunny. There's a proper way to eat me.
ん？これってウサギのつもりだったの？
失礼ね。どこから見てもウサギよ。つか、リンゴの切り。
So softening just a little bit, Himeko put one in her mouth. So really, I started eating my
それと
second.
さ、ゆか。ちゃんと手を洗ってから食べなさいよね。
大丈夫だって。ちょっとくらい平気だから。
ダメよ。殺菌は万病のもとなんだから。って病人の私が言っても説得力ないわね。
She said that with a bright smile. Outside the window, the sun had set and the streetlights were starting to come on. The window showed the night view beyond the 15 centimeters and an expression unchanged from earlier days. The body that was thinner before, a voice that was weaker than before laughed for me. Sunday. Since I had the day off, I headed to the hospital in the morning. I could have come by bicycle, but recently I'd been coming by car, the roadster. Still not used to that transmission, but one day I'll get good at it. And I'll wind up being good at it.
よ、今日も元気そうね。
Oh man, she's lying down.
へえ、おかげさまでね。
We exchanged our usual greetings. I immediately started preparing the wheelchair. We didn't normally go out at night, but during the day it's become common for us to wander around the
ほ
hospital.
ら、早くしてよ。ゆかがエンジンなんだから。
わかってるわよ。ちょっと点滴固定する間くらい待って。
Letting her on my shoulder, I helped Himeko move on to the wheelchair. In her hands were a bag of potato chips and a drink bottle. It was a bit like going to a picnic. Things have been the same for a while now, so I didn't bat an eye, but the first time she's in a wheelchair surprised me. Himeko had, just 2 weeks before, been able to walk on her own. That day, when the two of us were walking in the courtyard, she suddenly declared, "I'm tired, so I'm using this." Then just sat down on the wheelchairs lined up in the hall, and after pressuring me to push from behind, Just when we started moving, she was going on about how easy it was. In the end, I wound up being dragged around the station front and then the shopping district. Finally, we got in trouble with the nurses and doctors for leaving the hospital without permission.
じゃあ姫子、どこ行く？食堂？
とりあえず中庭行って。
Instead of replying, I began to push the wheelchair out the door. Along the way to the elevator, I exchanged greetings with people in the lounge and nurses station. By now, there were many doctors and nurses that I knew on site. We came to the courtyard. With it being the middle of October, you could feel a chill in the air on your skin. But even then, with the hospital building on all four sides, there wasn't any wind. When we got to the courtyard, we went to the flower beds first. More precisely, we went to the far edge of the flower beds.
それじゃあゆか、ホースくれる？
しっかり持ってよ。
There's a I'm gonna cry. At the edge of the flower beds. And attached to it was a hose about 20 meters or so long. Stopping the wheelchair in front of that, I handed Himeko the end of the hose.
姫子、それじゃあ水出すわよ。
え、いつでもいいわよ。
On the signal, water flowed out of the end of the hose vigorously. Then it scattered over the wide flower beds at the courtyard's wandering walkway wound through. Wow, 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 wow. The sunlight streaming down caught the water drops and turned into a rainbow that stretched from Himeko as she sat in the wheelchair. Pushed Himeko, wrapped in a small rainbow, forward.
ねえゆか、もうちょっとゆっくり進んで。
Sometimes Himeko would dictate the speed for me. That was because there were a number of flower beds along the path, and if you went too fast, they couldn't be watered. Like this, Himeko did her best to do the watering herself. Did she have some connection to it, watering by herself? The question had occurred to me before, but I had once asked, but back then she replied with just because in her usual way with a smile.
ちょっとストップ。ここは念入りに水まきするから。
Afterwards, I stopped in a wheelchair in front of some sort of green plants. By now, the summer-wing flowers had completely disappeared. The autumnals were on the way out, so seeing green was surprising.
まだつぼみもないけど。
ああ、水仙よ、水仙。あなたも聞いたことくらいあるでしょ？
あ、水仙くらいなら。
Gave a big answer, but I only knew them while they were
これって
blue.
冬の花だからさ、早くても12月になってからね。
Having said that, Himeko resumed gazing seriously at the green plants and watering them. Next to her, in the same way, I gazed at them. Hope they bloom soon. Even though they were such natural words, to become December, to get December, I had been told it would be very difficult for Himeko to hold on that long.
やっぱさ、いろいろと心配なのよ。
Suddenly, she
千尋は
murmured,
ね、いいのよ。
そうなの？
そりゃ全然不安がないわけじゃないけど、ああ見えても強い子よ、千尋は。
だったら誰が心配なの？
やっぱ節美かな。
節美？
a name I haven't heard before. Even though I've been with Himeko for a long time, I felt we knew most things about each other, which meant that it had to be someone Himeko met in the past few months when I didn't see her. Thought that over one
もし
thing in
か
my
して
mind.
あの時海にいた。
そう、まだ15歳なん。
Seeing the girl named Setsumi just once, I didn't know anything about her. If there was something that Himeko-san was worried about, then the more likely it was something important to
ねえ姫
Himeko.
子、私にできることあるなら言って。
She's such a good friend.
節美のこと？
そう。あなたも気がかりを残したままじゃ嫌でしょ？
それは確かにね。
And eventually, after thinking for a
もしあの
while,
子がワンピースを着ていたら。
はあ？
でも、もしパジャマを着ていたら、きっとパジャマの場合はね。
I didn't really understand what she meant. No, I understood the words she was saying, but I didn't understand what she meant to
わかっ
do.
た。いや、悪いわね、ゆか。
From there, watering of the flower beds ended, and we made to leave the courtyard. Suddenly, she turned around and whispered to me.
でもね、ゆか。一番心配なのはあなたよ。
Aww.
私？ええ。だからせめて祈ってあげるわ。ただの信徒だから魔法には及ばないけどね。
Then she quietly closed her eyes.
主の豊かな恵みと祝福があり。
There's still rainbows beaming from the mist in the air. Wrapped in those rainbows, Himeko prayed for me while sitting in the wheelchair. The form seemed beautiful to me. It was almost mystical. Even though she was supposed to be my best friend whom I've spent countless years, even though we know everything about each other, she seemed to be in a different place somehow, and that was heartbreaking. A few days later, my work was done for the day, and it was 5 p.m., and the time I'd come to think of its closing time. Maybe it's because it was Thursday, but the office seemed busier than usual. Sorry, everyone, but even thinking that I preferred to leave.
秋島君、今日残業いい。
Chief's voice called. Unlike previously, he specifically used the words work late. The moment he uttered that phrase, all sounds around me stopped. There was no mistake. Everyone else was listening to me, engaging in the situation.
いや、別に10時や11時まで。
The way he was speaking was calm, but it was clear that he was angrier than usual. Since I've been running out exactly the same time lately, he had even more reason. But today Chihiro had said she needed to talk to me about Himeko. So I leave as quickly as
すみません、課長。
そうか。
This time, anyone within earshot could hear the amount of sarcasm in his voice. Like, this boss sucks. If you have a problem, fire her. Don't be such a passive-aggressive asshole. I heard someone near my desk saying they knew it wasn't going to work. At this point, I wasn't even a matter of working late or office morale. Probably to do with respect for the position of the chief in this office.
確か友達のお見舞いに。俺だって気持ちはわからないでもない。
And he took a deep breath.
なあ、秋島君。くらい言い難いことだが、就業規則では手術や見舞い等についての規則。だから、そこは常識。
Bit indiscreet, but I clearly understood what he's trying to
Deva-
say. I lowered my head deeply. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Even if I could, I didn't have the sort of personality that let me say it. From a distance, I heard someone quip, "Chief, stop making girls cry," which was both frustrating and saddening. Bosses try to be rational human beings, a possible challenge. Eventually, 5:30 closing time rolled around. I left the office as though I were running away. As for the usual changing of clothes, I did that even more quickly than usual. Chihiro, I don't know what kind of talk she wanted, but I need to hurry. That night, I hurried to leave the first floor lobby.
あら、秋島さん？え、あ、先輩。
They're probably on their way back from the convenience store, picking stuff up for their late night. The worst timing possible, I ran into a group of my senior female coworkers.
毎日定時ダッシュご苦労様です。
Spoken as she looked at my frilly clothes, judging by my thin smile, it's clearly
私たちなんてコンビニおにぎりでこれから。
すみません。もう少ししたら。
じゃあ聞くけど。
Couldn't answer. No, it wasn't that I couldn't. Chihiro had told me that there was a month left at best. She didn't say it directly, but Himeko-san herself been saying things with similar nuance, but I hesitated putting the time into words. I wasn't afraid that if I said it aloud, it'd be like accepting her death.
秋島さん。
っていうかお見舞いってことらしいけど。
バカ。男のとこやっぱあれよ。課長が甘いから付き上がるのよ。
Thus they kept flinging their slander and complaints at me. Couldn't do anything but listen quietly. Even if I wanted to explain things, I didn't feel I could do it well. Saying simply that, I cut through the crowd of female seniors and hurried away. Took all I had to shake off the "Hey, come back here" that I heard from behind me. Showing my face at work tomorrow just became even harder. Thinking that I hurried along the already dark street to the station. I just felt extremely sad. I wanted to see Himeko-san as soon as possible. Oh, Chihiro.
はいお姉ちゃん。夕食のトレイ持ってきたよ。
I'm gonna pause here and I'll finish tomorrow. Chihiro. Yeah, Nichan, I brought the dinner tray.
ありがとう。
今日は千尋もお弁当持参？
一緒に食べようと思って。
Served my lunch out on the inside as I answered. I brought a little extra so my sister could pick at it too.
はい、以前にリクエストもらってたコロッケも作ってきたよ。
ありがとう。なんとなく食べたくなったのよね。
丸いのが野菜コロッケで、俵型にしたのはカニクリームだから。
クラブクリームだから。
じゃあカニクリームを一ついただくわね。
Sitting up in the bed, my sister stretched her chopsticks towards the lunchbox on the nightstand. I did the same. We ate our croquets together. Excuse me. Before, my sister would have gone to the cafeteria herself and eaten whatever she wanted. But that had stopped. Even though my sister wouldn't say so herself, I've been assigned to a number of 7F patients, so I know. Truth was, it wasn't that she chose to not eat, she couldn't. Or rather, things she could eat were limited. Even if she wanted to put it in her mouth, unless it was liquid or soft, it was difficult to swallow.
そういえば千尋、そろそろよね。
何が？
ほら、点滴よ、点滴。
まだ1時間くらい。
そうじゃなくて。
She stiffened reflexively. She didn't mean something as simple as the next IV drip after this one ended. Currently, the resting thing was important. Just one I've been thinking to discuss with Yuka today. I didn't expect to hear it from my sister's mouth first.
千尋、隠したって無駄よ。
So I had to give up and speak honestly about it. It was probably impossible for me to talk my way out of it, and I'd have to ask her sooner or later.
週末くらいには先生から話があると思う。
あら、思ったより早かったわ。私だから気を使ってくれたのかしら。
Meaning of changing the IV drip. Sadly, there's a limit to how much even morphine can stop pain, and there's a limit to how much can be given.
それでどうするつもり？お姉ちゃんは。
そうね。
Putting a finger to her face, she made a show of thinking about it. This final drip wasn't required treatment. The patient had a choice. I don't know what it's like in other hospitals, but at least in this hospital, this is how it was done. Normally, they would have waited until much closer to the end before informing them the choice of drips. Hi, Anya. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It was most likely as my sister said, because she was so well known here. They were giving her the choice
ま
early.
さかお姉ちゃん受け
How
入れ
you
るつ
doing,
もり？
Anya? What's up?
点滴受けるわ。先生の行為もあるみたいだし。
でもお姉ちゃん。
いいのよ。私だって本格的に痛くなるの嫌だからさ。
My sister said that with a smile. But the truth was different. I felt I knew my sister enough to know she wouldn't accept the drip for that reason. Fine, what about you, Bunny? I'm good. I'm doing really good, thank you. Because she didn't want me, our friends had to suffer. Especially in Yuka's case, she probably wouldn't want her to witness that.
ねえ千尋、あなたは自分が思っている以上に強い子よ。
Suddenly, to my surprise, the topic switched to me.
だってそうでしょ。毎日毎日大学終わったら7階に来て、休みの日には養護学校にボランティアにも行って、その上で教会の手伝いも欠かさない。もし私が神様だったら。
Excuse me.
だから悪いことは言わない。私が死んだら一度ヘルパーはお休みしなさい。そしてもし再会したくなっても別の病院に行きなさい。
じゃあこの病院には来ちゃダメなの？
その時は完全にあなたが立ち直ってからね。
Sister's tone was calm, far different from her usual way of speaking. How many chat doesn't show up in the chat box? You're right. Let me look. looking at settings right now. So I guess at least it's still visible on you. Yeah, I can still see it. I don't know what's going on though. Oh, there we go. Somehow I fixed it. There we go. I got it. I don't know what I did, but I did it. Okay, I still don't understand, but I nodded silently.
これがあなたに対する魔法よ。
魔法？
そう。私レベルなんで効果は期待できないけど。で、そういえば一つお願いがあるの。
Saying that, she took a paper out from under the
い
box.
つの日か、節美があなたの元を訪ねるかもしれないわ。
Oh wait, hold on one sec. There we go. Okay, wait, hold on one sec. Okay, cool. It's still working. Still working, but now it'll go away after a few seconds. Because we don't want it to distract from the game. I think it should go away. Okay, there we go.
節美さんが？
もしその時に服を持ってきたならば、代わりにこれを渡して。
ひょっとしてそれが節美さんへの魔法？
ええ。残り半分のね。
The sky shortened days in the days of October. When it became completely dark, I headed to the familiar place.
よ、相変わらず元気そうね。
いらっしゃい、ゆか。
Sitting down in the usual pipe chair, started talking like every other day.
そういえばゆか、例の皆勤賞だけど。
何よ、ちゃんと休まずに続けているわよ。
そうじゃなくて、今週末までで OK だから。
That means suddenly bad thoughts strung together in my
う
mind.
ん。死ぬまでにはもうしばらくあると思うんだけど。
なんだ、脅かさないでよ。
でもね、もうすぐ天敵が変わるから。
天敵？
あのねゆか、もう起きているのか寝ているのか。
I saw sudden words failed me. More precisely, I couldn't figure out what to
そんな
say.
わけで、天敵変わった私はすでに私じゃないと思ってちょうだい。
でも
ダメよ。私だってそんな姿は見られたくないんだから。
For that, we kept pushing back and forth with questions and answers. I left the hospital room. I was looking for the person who could tell me more.
ちょっと。優香さん。ねえ、天敵の件だけど、あれって本当？うん。本来はもっと正直。それを使うと、本当に起きているか寝ているかもわからない。ええ。人によっては覚醒期の長い人もいるけど、中には眠ったままの人もいるし。
It's true. Wasn't that didn't believe Mecca, but it was also said my feelings wouldn't settle down.
ねえ、それっていつから？おそらく土曜日の朝から。土曜日ってあさってじゃないの。あさってじゃなくて明日が最後だと思った方がいい。え？きっと当日の朝は先生たちだけでなく教会の神父様たちも詰めているから、実質私たちが会えるのは明日だけだと思う。そんな、じゃあ明日で最後だなんて突然すぎるよ。
The next day. My breath was ragged. Standing pedaling on the bike, I was in the midst of an all-out dash to the station. Right now it's 7:50. Even though it was earlier than usual, I was headed to the office by bike. Because what happened yesterday, let's go earlier. Of course, that thought was part of it. More than that, I just want to move my body until I sweated.
おはようございます。
The same place smell as always. I distribute everyone's morning coffee. Everyone probably already knew about last night's clothing incident. Even those who are obviously fuming when I handed them their coffee. It's usual the workplace was busy today. People were constantly talking on the phone, people arguing over a stock chart, and throughout was the sound of people busily typing on keyboards. In the midst of that was my desk, under a mountain made up of clearly unnecessary amount of invoice reconciliations. My heart didn't have time for that. I looked at the clock. It was still morning. It was forenoon already. Today was the last day I could see Himeko. Even though we had spent countless years with each other and we were always together, I couldn't bear it and I stood up.
すみません。
どうかしたか？
今日
はあ？
His tone wasn't angry. If anything, he was probably exasperated. Given what happened up until today, especially yesterday's
君
understandable.
今の状況は理解しているよね。怒る気にならないが。
Said it calmly, but I could practically hear the silent ear fired underneath the word. Obviously, her friend is more important.
それは
君も子供じゃないんだから。
I really wanted to answer that my friend was more important, but for me that was difficult. It wasn't the fear of being fired that stopped me, more than that is the weakness of not wanting to be disliked. I tried to search for the right words to smooth things over. I knew that I had the skill to find them, nor the guts to say them.
すみません。とにかく早退させていただき。
おい！
Without punching my time card, I ran down the hallway and fled the company. Why couldn't I just go to Himeko proudly? The sun was still high, and as I was being swayed by the express going back, I kept thinking about it. It wasn't as if I was angry at people at the company. If anything, I was aware I was doing them wrong. I felt bad about it. More than that, I'd done Himeko a disservice.
たとえ逆ギレだったとしても、
Even though I knew what was most important to me, what I wanted to protect. I felt pathetic for not acting on it. Frustrated with my own weakness, I felt I'd not done right by Himeko. I wanted to see her soon. So when I got to the hospital, I hurried to the elevator. I pressed the button to 7S. The 30-second wait to arrive felt impossibly long. Grew irritated by the elevated door for opening so slowly, and I rushed to the hospital room.
どうしたのよゆか。そんなに息切らせて。ちょっと走ったから。もうしょうがないわね。なあ、ごめんごめん。
Sat on the pipe chair and caught my breath before I did anything else. Fucking kitty. Trying to keep my behavior towards her as normal and unchanged as possible. But I wasn't very confident about it today. But now more than ever, I need to pretend to be normal.
それよりあなた仕事あんたの会社。まあね、今ってどこも不景気でしょ。ほんとこのままじゃ冬のボーナスも怪しいもんよ。
Oops, you clicked out of an accident. Saying that, I gave a light smile. Is it still long from the end? We're on the epilogue right now. So I don't think it's gonna be much longer. Oh, I didn't read that. I couldn't lose focus because otherwise Himeko is sharp about some things. Right now, no matter how small, I don't want to burn her with any regrets. Ow. Why ow? Anya, I'm gonna be uploading all this to YouTube, so if you're interested in the game and you missed the streams, it's a really sad game, but I think it's a really, really important game because it talks about things that happen in life.
それよりゆか、せっかく昼間に来てくれたんだから、
Just if
中
you're
庭連れてっ
interested.
てよ。
Water scattering on the flower beds from the hose. The sunlight once again made a small rainbow that surrounded
で
Himeko.
もさゆか、たまにはそんな服もいいわね。
I went and did it. After she mentioned it, I realized today I was still wearing my suit. Forgotten to change in the first floor bathroom and instead had flown straight here. I was probably gonna play by myself. Oh, okay. You can do that too, of course.
今日ってちょっと寒そうだったからね。フ
Nice.
リフリじゃ。
ふん、よくわからないけど。やっぱ少しは立派に見えるじゃない。
誰が弱々よ。
Trying to retort but stopped. Himeko had known me for long enough that she could see through my true personality. Got even more worked up, it would be hard to maintain my composure.
ストップ。ここは重点的に水まきするから。
She instructed me to stop the wheelchair in the same spot as before, right near those green plants.
確か水仙だっけ？
そうそう。だいぶ伸びてきたけど、つぼみをつけるのはまだ先ね。
Heard that they would bloom in December at the earliest. Well, right now is the end of October. Tomorrow it had been decided Himeko would take the IV drip. Is it free on stream? On Steam? I don't know. I don't remember if I bought it or not. Narcissu. Oh no, it's not free. But it's like $3.99. It's on sale right now. There's a Steam sale. It's usually $8, but it's on sale for $4 now. Plainly obvious that Himeko wouldn't be able to see these flowers.
ん？何神気臭い顔してんのよ。
ごめん。
Wait, sorry, I'm trying to take off this sock because it's uncomfortable. Okay, I took it off. There we go. Even though I had been trying not to show it in my body language, I unconsciously let it show on my face. Couldn't get distracted. No, I needed to act normal. Until the very end, I mustn't let her see me sad. Couldn't let Himeko, who would fade away tomorrow, feel even the slightest bit of unease. Someone aiming for the perfect attendance reward. It was a rule I made for myself.
じゃあ次はチューリップの花壇に移動して。
はいはい。今すぐ押しますって。
Narcissu first and second, right? Yep, that's it. But is it really okay to keep things this way? Even when we'll be saying goodbye this time tomorrow. So I thought about that, we went and watered all the flower beds. Then as we were about to head into the hospital.
今何時？
昼の1時くらいかしら。
だったらもう数時間は大丈夫ね。
As I was wondering what she meant, Himeko pointed in the direction of our next destination.
まさか。
She pointed beyond the outpatient reception to the parking lot. Of course, over there could be the rear entrance of the hospital.
少し行きたいところあるんだけど、確かあなた駐車場にロードスター止めっぱなしでしょ？
He silently nodded and spoke quietly.
今から？
そう。今しかないのよ。明日の今頃はもう私が私でなくなってるからね。ついでに言うと、病院の人にも見つかると厄介だから難度高いわよ。
What was I supposed to do? For just a moment I hesitated. Common sense said we would be let off easy. Might also be criminal. More than anything, I would be betrayal of the good graces of the doctors. And of course, in this situation, the hospital would give permission to take her outside. But I was different. Even if everyone in the entire world refused, I was the best friend.
わかった。
Oh, with that short answer, I slowly started pushing the wheelchair towards the main entrance. I knew that compared to the ambulance or admittance entrances, this one was less conspicuous. Until we came into the parking lot, I carefully kept peering about as I headed to the car. In a corner of the parking lot, there a red open top car was unassumingly parked. A car that was the prize for perfect attendance. Excuse me, sorry, I had to yawn. very soon would come into my ownership.
しょ、
悪いわね、重くて。
別に平気よ、このくらい。
I lifted the car's current owner from the wheelchair and set her down the passenger seat. Next, I brought out the top and hung the ivy drip above the passenger seat. Then I fastened her seatbelt. It was saddening that someone as weak as me was able to pick Himeko up.
とりあえず出るわ。
Then I turned the engine over and headed for the hospital parking lot to the stoplight in front of us. Slowly, the still unfamiliar church clattered and shook the car as it went. The October sky beyond the windshield, for some reason it seemed almost scarily blue, clear and high. The roadster drove on some road, reflecting the sky on its red body. It ran
ゆ
on.
か、次の交差点右。
We had just gone an hour from the hospital. Obviously, we would follow Himeko's directions and were now driving on a national road. Someone like myself who rarely drove a car, I could only vaguely guess at our location. No idea where we were headed. What I did know is that Himeko would give directions at the important points.
荒川を越えるわ。
Right of us was a large sign saying, "Welcome to Tokyo." Apparently, we had entered Itabashi.
ねえ姫子、一体どこまで行く気なの？
うん、もうちょっとよ。もうちょっと。
So we continued on the road a bit more as we passed a number of large intersections. When the shortened day started to steam with the sunset, suddenly a familiar place appeared before my eyes. The station that I got off of every day for work.
そのマスク。
I never intended for her to find out. At the least, I had never spoken to anyone about my workplace, not to Himeko but to also Chihiro. I had never taken her to my office, and of course I don't know how to drive there. As always, this car didn't have a navigation system, so I had no clue how to get to this place.
どうして場所？
ん？住所さえ分かればなんとかなるわよ。ゆめこさんをなめるんじゃないわよ。伊達に日本中の地図を覚えているわけじゃないんだから。
Raising her body from where it sunk down the seat.
連れてってくれる？
Saying that, she extended her hand out from the passenger seat. Of course, we didn't have a wheelchair. She knew that this car had to have the space to pack in, and I didn't even consider we would get out of the car.
でも
大丈夫よ。そんなにビビらなくて。
Just about how much did Himeko guess at? She knew that I was causing trouble for the company, and I was aware of the fact, but if Himeko was feeling that she was the one responsible, she might be planning on apologizing on my behalf, no matter what I want to avoid that.
勘違いしないでよね。それにあなたのためじゃないわ。
Just those words, Himeko started turning out of the car on her own. I rushed to the passenger seat and picked her up in my arms. Even I wasn't afraid of being fired, even I knew that. Himeko was wearing pajamas and holding an ivy drip in her hand. Seeing me carrying Himeko in my arms to the front lobby, the guard's eyes popped. It was just the guard, all employees walking by like surprised, wondering what was happening.
ゆか、重い。
大丈夫。
そう。だったらもっと堂々としてなさい。
Eventually, we got onto the elevator and I pressed the button for the third floor. There we came to the office that I went to so often.
失礼します。
They saw me after I fled earlier. I went in the office for us. And seeing that I was carrying Himeko in my arms, the staff rushed over to see what was the matter.
秋島君、そちらの方は一体？それに君は今日早退したはずでは？
ゆか、下ろしてくれていいわよ。少しなら自力で立ってられるから。
Interrupted in the middle of speaking, I quietly set Himeko down. Since we were already this far, it might be best to let Himeko do whatever she wanted. Even afterwards, I'd take responsibility for her. That's just how it would be. If me apologizing will make her regrets disappear, I'll apologize as many times as I need to. But no matter what, I didn't want her to have to bow her head. I wanted her to always be proud and dignified.
はじめまして。あなたが課長さんでしたっけ？私、姫子と言います。
君はもしかして例の入院中の秋島君の友達かい？
そうです。もうすぐ死ぬので一言挨拶したくて来ました。
The words died and the entire office started whispering.
言っておきますけど、死ぬことを告げたのは同情が欲しかったり、
君の事情はよくわからないが、早く病院に借りたまえ。
Wow, this boss is such a bitch.
要件さえ済めば。
もう挨拶ならしていただいたよ、姫子さん。
待ちなさい。
Whole time she had been speaking, I'd been letting her on my shoulder, and now she pushed me
私じ
forward.
ゃないわ。ゆかが挨拶したいって言って。
姫子
I didn't expect this. Every word and action Himeko took wasn't anything like what I'd expected.
言った君たち、秋島君、君も君だ。それでなくとも君は。
And instead of saying I'm sorry, I'm drawing some echo through the office. For an instant, I didn't understand what happened. Then numbness ran through my cheek. I realized that I'd been slapped with full force by Himeko.
姫子
ゆか、謝るな。あんたは謝る必要はない。むしろ文句の一つでも言ってやんなさい。
ちょっと君たち、いい加減にしてくれないと。
うるさいわね、この中年課長。ちょ
Period!
っと黙ってなさいよ。
なんだと？病人だからとこちらも気を使っていれば。
ほらゆか、あんたも言ってやんなさい。
Second sound reverberated. Dragging me without holding back, she swayed and grabbed my shoulder. Even though we had argued almost every day, she never once
言え
hit
って
me.
んだよ、ゆか。
Tears began to fall unbidden. It wasn't as if my cheek hurt from being hit, but something somewhere hurt. Continuing to let my shoulder to Himeko, I took one step forward, opening my mouth wide.
課長以前にそりゃ仕事の方が
いや、秋島君、別に
でも親友と仕事
いいぞゆか、その調子よ。
それで悪いかバカ野郎
Period.
私には姫子の行動は会社の人に文句を言いたかったわけでも、今後私があの会社に残りやすくするためでもなかったと思う。それはもっと根本の問題。この弱々で頼りない私に対する
From Himeko would fade away tomorrow. To me, would be left
も
alone.
っとしっかりしろのエールなんだと思う。
On the way home inside the car, the short-arm day, despite it being just 5 p.m., was starting to change into night. Himeko was sunk into the passenger seat, and I was handling the wheel. Neither of us opened our mouths as we followed the road back quietly.
ねえゆか、
First one to break the silence was
さっきの
Himeko.
課長に謝っといてね。
ああ
So I said, but I didn't really know myself. At this point, the company seemed trivial, and I had a feeling I gained something much more
そういえば
important.
姫子、ええ、誰にも言った覚えないはずよ。
The least last spring, when Himeko was first admitted to the hospital, I don't remember talking about work. Wait, 1 second, let me go grab something. And of course, I don't remember telling Chihiro. In fact, I think I made a point to avoid the topic.
秋島ゆか23歳。11月25日生まれのいて座。血液。趣味は可愛い小物集めとアニメ鑑賞。フリフリの服を好み。性格は素直じゃないツンデレ系。
Tell me you're tired of talking about me.
でもそれは表面上だけで。家ではいつもジャージ愛用。
And what followed were things no one else knew other than myself. Only Himeko knew these things.
つまりこの私に隠し事なんて10年早いってことよ。
そうね、そうだったわね。
当たり前でしょ。だってに長年親友やってんじゃないわよ。
Saying that, she smiled slightly. I was happy to hear her use the phrase best friend to refer to none other than myself. I think that Himeko, who can stand proudly before anyone, calls me her best friend. It fills me with pride. Under the now completely darkened sky, the red roadster ran. Eventually, places that I recognized came into view, and that indicated that we would soon be near the hospital. We had arrived at the hospital, and tomorrow her IV drip would change. It meant that it was time to say goodbye to Himeko was approaching. The next day. In the morning, I came to the 7th floor. Today in the lounge, there were an unusually large number of people. The doctors and familiar nurses, not only Himeko's parents, but people who appeared to be relatives. There were priests and sisters, apparently from the church, all were packed in. I tried to go to Himeko's hospital like always. You mustn't enter. The person who spoke to stop me wasn't a nurse or doctor, but a sister. She was blocking the door. Why not? Even when I wanted to talk more, but the atmosphere wasn't the kind for talking about. I had a special air about
ゆか
it.
さん、おはようございます。千尋ちゃん、
Turning around, I saw in place of the usual apron, Chihiro was wearing a chic outfit.
もう姫子には会えないの？
Couldn't help but rush to ask.
いいえ、今は神父様がお姉ちゃんの国会をお聞きになっておられますが、それが終われば一人ずつ呼ばれると思います。じゃあまた会えるんだね。ええ、ゆかさんは必ず呼ばれますから、それまで待っていてくださいね。
With those words, Chihiro once again returned to the lounge. Normally she was calm, but today she seemed even calmer than usual. I'd almost forgotten, but she was a member of the church, and Himeko was also one of the faithful. When facing life and death, at least compared to us living normally, they probably sincerely were able to accept it. After I waited for a while, people in the lounge started being called to the hospital room one by one. Family, parents, nurses that Himeko was close to, children from the church. They would be called into the room roughly every 10 minutes and then exit the room. Then Chihiro was called in.
ゆかさん、お姉ちゃんが呼んでる。うん、わかった。
With a bit of nervousness, I knocked. It was the last time we'd be able to meet like this.
どうぞ。
I could hear a weak voice from beyond the door. Suddenly I wound up thinking, even at a time like this, should I really be acting the same? Could it be that today, at least for today, I was allowed to cry. Just for an instant I hesitated, but I decided to act normally. Gripping the car key that was still in my pocket, I told myself that my perfect attendance wasn't secure.
よっ、元気そうね。
ええ、おかげさまでね。
Two of us exchanged greetings in a light tone. It's an exchange we had countless times in the past. The only difference was the corner of the room. There was a table with a white cloth on it. Topped there were lit candles and a cross. There were also strangely shaped glasses laid out as well as bread.
うん、これ枕飾りよ。うちじゃ点滴前に大体のことを済ますから。
Saying that, she spread both her hands and unclosed them, saying they'd been anointed with holy oil.
まあ、ゆっくりしてってよ。あんた最後だから時間もあるし。
うん、わかった。
While making small nonsense sound, I sat down in the usual pipe chair. The cushion I brought him before, along the picture of a cat, and it seemed to have been useful for a number of people today.
それで姫子、もう国会ってのは終わったの？
ええ、たくさんあるかと思ってたんだけど、意外に少なかったわ。
And she mischievously stuck her tongue out. Bleh. I wouldn't say it out loud, but I thought she was without a doubt a good person.
もし神様ってのがいて天国という場所があるのならきっと姫子は行けるはず。
Oh, so sad. That thought silently came to me and I felt myself about to cry. So I kept talking about anything at all. There's only a tiny amount of time left to talk
そういえ
like
ば
this.
昨日はよくも叩いてくれたわね。
もしかして痛かった？
当たり前じゃないの。しかも遠慮なしに2回も。
Honestly, I didn't remember any pain. It wasn't like I wanted to say this. I just wanted to word of thanks. But in front of Himeko, as always, I couldn't be true to
で
myself.
もさよか、たまには殴り合うもんでしょ。
何よそれ。どんな漫画より抜粋なのよ。
The unexpected words best friend struck my heart and I was happy. But so must cry. I haven't finished my perfect attendance. Till then I need to be my normal self. That was my rule to myself. But no, not just happiness, but sadness and loneliness. Emotions I just couldn't put into words rolled up. Smash.
泣くなゆか。
The tears I just buried in the back were about to be too much. The sound of my cheek being hit, same as yesterday. And Himeko's voice reverberated through the hospital
この
room.
程度のことで泣いちゃダメよ。
でもそんなこと言われても。
だったら叩かれた方が痛いって理由で泣きなさい。
Saying that, she put her hand on my cheek, but it started turning red. Leaning her body from the bed, the hand that touched my cheek was warm. Surely Himeko was hurting many times more than me being hit, and that's why I forced myself to swallow my tears in my heart. Starting tomorrow, Himeko won't be alone. I'll be alone. I mustn't cry, not just for Himeko, but for myself too.
別に。
そうだったらいいんだけどさ。
She gave a big sigh.
だけどとりあえずさすがに男だって行くわ。フリ
行くって。
でも残念ね。もし私が男だって
Lesbians!
嫁にもらってやるのにさ。
So after taking my third slap, including yesterday's too, I'm barely avoiding crying. And I'll be it from a girl receiving my very first marriage proposal. Miko's IV drip changed. 1 week later,
千尋ちゃん。
out of the lounge, after fighting to hear, that was the first thing I said.
かなり血圧が下がっていたから。そう。
Leaving the lounge, I went to the hospital room. Himeko told me I didn't have to come anymore, but I continued going. Coming in the room, I stopped for a moment and spoke softly. Softly. Even if Himeko were awake, I knew there wouldn't be an answer, but now I tried to knock, there was only a curtain, the door was always open.
よいしょっと。
A little first, I sat down on the unfamiliar bike chair. I'm gonna cry, this is too much. On the bed, she's sleeping with an oxygen tube attached. I'm getting triggered! Don't talk about oxygen tubes, because my mommy had tubes in her. And so I started reporting the events of the day to Himeko.
そういえば会社辞めようと思ってたけど続けることにしたわ。不思議なものでね。なんかあれから周りの私を見る目が変わったみたい。あ、いや、変わっ
I kept talking almost as if to myself. There wasn't any real reason for this act, no goal. Once in a while, if Himeko were awake, you'd talk to her, if you were lucky to get an in reply. There wasn't much difference compared to when she was sleeping. I heard that on rare occasions she might be alert, but I wasn't really expecting that. I don't really know myself. That was the best way to express it. From there, another 2 weeks passed. Magic. Soon October would end, but today I was still going to the usual place. Miko continued to sleep atop the bed. She slept so quietly. If it weren't for the heart monitor readout, you'd think she'd already
ねえ
died.
姫子。 さっき千尋ちゃんから聞いたけど、あと例の解禁賞は、これは私が。
Alone sitting in a small pipe chair, I continued speaking softly. When I gripped the hand lying straight out on the sheets, it was very warm. The pain from when she had slapped me on the cheek had faded away, but the warmth from the hand that touched me was the same. Lesbians.
そういえば
Suddenly saw the time she hit me. She had said that best friends hit each other, but in our case I was the only one being hit. Remembering that, I slowly stretched out my hand and gently hit him on the cheek. Yeah, I made a soft sound. Instead of hitting, caressing was probably more correct, but this was enough.
親友同士だからね。
I'm trying to end today's as I got from the pipe chair. It was then.
ゆか、
Aww.
僕もやったわね。姫子、あんた意識。声がうるさいって。マジで。ごめんなさい。もう二度と起きないと思ってたから。つか、一日一回くらいは起き。
I was simply happy. It wasn't like I had hoped for this, but I thought that we would never be able to speak
それ
again.
よりゆか、なんであなたがまだ来ているのよ。
I sudden, so the words I had expected was alright. I had an answer prepared. Instead, I come to by thinking over the last few days, thinking of the possibility of practicing
姫
learning.
子、別にあなた一人じゃ寂しいと思って来てあげてるの。感謝しなさいよ。
The practice paid off, and I managed to say the whole thing without stuttering. My posturing, her mouth just softened a bit.
やっぱあなたバカね。無理ね。じゃあ調子して。
Answered as cheerfully as I could. I didn't know how long Himeko would stay alert, but it probably wasn't a long time.
私は明るくしっかりと映っただろうか。姫子に気がかりを残さずに安心させてあげることができただろうか。そういえば魔法の言葉だけど、お祈りなら前にもやってもらったわよ。それじゃないわ。私だけの。あなたに対して
Is it I love you?
どうやっても見つからなかったんだけど、私もここ数日考えて。
After pausing, she took a deep breath and looked straight at me.
ありがとう。あなたと親友だったこと。姫子。
All of a sudden, tears overflowed. I had planned, but just in case, practiced countless times simulating. They're such simple words. And having actually said them to me, just none of it worked.
この土壇場でそんなこと言うのは反則よ。いいわよ。最後くらい泣いたって。
Saying that, she smiled at me. So my best friend fell into eternal sleep. The car came in my pocket as the perfect attendant pride transferred into my possession. The flower beds in the courtyard that came into view before me were decorated with those flowers, daffodils. Their scientific name was Narcissu. They bloom from November to March. The white and yellow flower buds were beginning to form.
降るような線しぶりの中、今日を病院へと向かう。まだ朝だというのに気の強さを示す今日も暑い日になりそうだった。
Suddenly, a single car stopped in front of me, red open top car. And then I recognized. Opening the door and getting out was a short younger woman. She was walking straight towards me.
ねえ、あなた。
Then I met this person before at the beach. However, she wore frilly clothes before, left me with an impression of cuteness. Now she wore a crisp summer
確
suit.
かあなた、節美さんってよかったわよね。私に会える。
And clothing is pushing she has to looking like pink pajamas.
なんでも
Staying at the end and then went back to her car, and then just when I thought she'd start the engine and drive off.
ねえ最後に一つ忠告。あの魔法はそれじゃその言葉を最後にどこかへと走り去っていく魔界の声が見上げればたくさんの楽器に温まってくの風にまだまだ熱い日は続きそうだった
On to Narcissu 1. Afterward. Hello, Tomoka Toka here. Thank you for playing Mecha Example this time. You were on the game's timeline as close to the last scene of Narcissu 2. So after all this time, be happy you took a look at Narcissu 2 again. And for this afterward, I'll be debating on what to write. So this time I include 1980, which may have wanted to see again. Originally something I wrote for the staff room section of a game called Ramune. But when PlayStation made an anime version, came out and been cut, so there might not be that many people who've seen it. True. It's almost 30 years ago, when I was still a middle school student. A call came from Emma, a friend that I was somewhat close to. Reason was he was in trouble. At the time he hadn't come to school for weeks, so I was just a little worried about him. I didn't know exactly what the issue was, but I decided to hear things out. My old man isn't coming home. The first thing that came out of Em's mouth after opening the door to begin with, his home didn't have a mother. They've been living on public assistance. That's why from the beginning Em never depended on parents. We often went to pachinko parlors to play the machines together, and I knew of the part-time jobs he took. I'm sure there are special cases, but among my buddies there wasn't anyone who relied on their parents. Us kids were living independently from our own childish way. Actually, my sister, continuing on the words that flow out of Em's sister, little Smee. One school grade below me, I knew her well. Something happened to little Smee. Well, she's gonna be discharged from the hospital. I didn't know about it, but apparently she'd been in the hospital. Is that there's not enough to the hospital bill? And my question is, I'm shook side, but even now I don't understand the details. Apparently there weren't any costs related to the hospital. What I was talking about wasn't that, it was how living right now is going to be difficult. I guess if your dad is around, it'd be hard. However, at that almost whispered question, Em just remained silent. That I can understand. I'm even sure that Em knew. 3 days later, discharge day. The I had a buttermine arranged a car and had her driven from a somewhat distant hospital back. Kei-san, thank you. It's me, Pigarashi. I hadn't seen little Smimmy in a while, and she seemed a bit thinner. However, the shyly smiling face was the same as always. At the time, since she'd just been released from the hospital, I thought she'd get better soon. The night he asked for my advice. The foreseeable future, they're gonna have trouble making ends meet. Kids like us who never relied on parents, his words lack strength. I don't leave the house, but upon hearing those words, I understood a number of things. I think that not wanting to leave the house was in order to be constantly watch over his sister's health. Since she had just been discharged was more than enough to imagine, and that being home all the time meant that he would be no way to earn enough to live. Because he could normally manage to make enough to at least get by. It was a convincing statement. The next day I gathered up my loose change and put together about 70,000 yen. He was happy. June, little Simmy was being admitted to the hospital again. She went by ambulance, I also came along. Then Em told me the details for the first time. She wasn't admitted to the normal hospital ward, but a hospice. Till now, Em's dad apparently did all with this when he was around. And I told the stomach cancer had already been completely removed, but it's spread to other places and she couldn't be saved. Oh, jeez. That's why instead of a normal ward, the hospice. When her disease calmed down, she'd be returned home. When it flared up, she'd once again return to the hospice. Just repeating, it wasn't as if the disease itself was being cured. I don't know how many more times she'll be able to come back. That's what Em said. Does little Simmy know? At the time, Em didn't give me an answer, but out of that, she probably noticed, even if vaguely. Visiting the hospital room, little Simmy was there with an oxygen mask, currently watching the television. Seeing that as me with half open eyes, she gave me the slightest of shy smiles. Are you okay? Very cliche words. At the time, I couldn't say anything but that. Next day, I swore with them that the two of us would work together. I would work part-time at night in the plant in the industrial area. Em would work part-time nearby a pachinko shop during the day. And of course, the jobs we both hit our ages to work at those places. Two of us would take our free time and go to the hospital. It was a plan to do our best and not to leave me alone. Through all this, I went to school when I could. Em didn't go at all, and Em's dad went off somewhere, so absolutely no signs of coming back. In our free time, Em and I took turns being in the hospital room. Every day, I sat on all the white walls in a small pipe chair, talking to little Simmy about inconsequential things. There were visiting hours for the hospital, but in the hospice they let me through almost any time. I liked the time after temperature taking around 8 in the morning. I liked the refreshing June sunlight and her happy, shy smile. 2 weeks later, little Simmy, by then I was calling her Simmy, it was the second time she was released from the hospice. You could use the ambulance when being admitted to the hospital, but you couldn't use one being discharged. We didn't have enough money to use a taxi. So once again I asked a buddy to give us a lift home in a beat-up subcompact. Together we carefully carried her up to the 4th floor in the public housing complex that was Em's home. Even by looking, Simmy was thinner and she was light. That was saddening. July, this year was extremely hot. Your friend was just a fan, but it seemed to affect Simmy's body. No, it's fine. She had like she always did while smiling, and for us it made it even more saddening. Couldn't get her an air conditioner. We were frustrated being powerless kids. Wanted to hurry up and become adults. The next day I took the air conditioner in my room. With a screwdriver and monkey wrench, I forced it off. She used to moving, so I just imitated what I had seen. Together with Em, I carried the heavy outdoor unit to the 4th floor of that complex and somehow managed to connect it to Simmy's rooms. Gas inside leaked out quite a bit, so it didn't cool very well. Well, isn't it cool? I thought she said so and laughed. She was extremely happy. The night the 3 of us celebrated Timbada in front of the ineffective air conditioner. Myself and Emma chilled cans of beer. She had orange juice. It was Timbada without any bamboo or strips of paper hanging from the branches, but it was fun. Oh, it's the 3rd time she was admitted to the hospital. This time it was by ambulance when I wasn't around. In the waiting room, I had a long session with them. Without his dad or any other relatives, it might be that Em had to heard from the hospital doctors. At any rate, strong cancer-fighting drugs apparently weren't going to be used, since there weren't any relatives that were legally adults. It may have also been a difficult decision for the doctors. I think this might be the last time, he whispered. I wasn't sure what he meant by the last time. I was sure that what he meant by the last time was that she'd never go home again, and if she did manage to go back, she'd never come to this hospital again. White walls, cheap pipe chairs, Tom was bent over and sitting in a chair. Me with that oxygen mask-like thing on would sometimes notice him narrow her eyes with a smile. 2 days later, burning sunlight and the cries of cicadas. The asphalt on the road headed to the hospital was waving from the heat. Sitting in the pipe chair, I was talking to Simmy. Hey, K-san. Suddenly, she looked at me with a lonely face. I'm probably done for. Suddenly, I was hit with the words I didn't want to hear. I was sure that even Simmy knew, but I didn't want her to ask. I didn't know what to respond with, and I'm so afraid. Honestly, I wanted to say that's not true. Wanted to deny it with you'll be fine soon, but I didn't have that strength, and ultimately I couldn't do anything except silently nod. Burning sunlight from the window made the pure white room all the more white. Simmy let out a small sob. Let a small sob slip. I think I was also crying. September. While there was still some lingering summer heat, she was discharged a 3rd time. We were happy. We'd given up on her being released anymore, but more likely, we wouldn't come back here. Emmett said so. I had a similar feeling too. The usual buddy took us in the subcompact. The two of us carried her up to the complex 4th floor. Felt like Simi had gotten even lighter than before. That was saddening. This time around, the teachers from the school volunteered helpers occasionally would come. Learned that while they were rare, they were good adults. It became night. We turned on that weak air conditioner, and the three of us made plans. I have a sense that we spoke for a long time about many things. But in the end, let's go to where Simi wants to go. Let's see what Simi wants to do. It's simply just that, an answer our kids ran to think up. Night at the end of the month, I went and borrowed the car from the buddy of mine, but just the car, no driver included. Of course, I had no license. Heck, I wasn't even an age where I could get a motorcycle license. That younger or something? I feel like motorcycle license, you should be older because, like, people in hospitals call motorcycle riders organ donors because they just die all the time. They get in accidents so much. Like, if you own a motorcycle and you ride it, unless you die from something else, you're gonna die on that motorcycle. Like, sorry. That's, like, I don't want you to die. That's just the reality, though. Anyways. We were headed for the nearby North Beach. By car, it was about 15 minutes. Came out to sea. On that deserted beach, we started playing with fireworks. The mountain of rocket and dragon fireworks we bought were all used up like in a bonfire. We played on the big octopus-shaped slide. Me and Em shot rocket fireworks at each other. Our hands stunk of gunpowder, but Simi laughed happily for us. And then the three of us sat on the beach and drank canned drinks. Em and I had cola while Simi had orange juice again. Sound of breaking waves, moist winds. If you looked up, the sky was filled with the light of the summer constellations. The traces of white foam left by the waves zigzagged as far as we could be seen. Without speaking, the three of us just gazed at that. That day, I was at Em's house with them as usual. He hadn't really been sleeping well from the stress of caretaking, so it was my turn to be awake. Thinking that her throat might be dry, I gave her some ice. After a while, my name was called. I was called with a weak voice, eyes slightly open. Tisa. Once we called my name, she just slightly, so very slightly, showed me that shy smile she always had. So I gripped her hand tightly. For some reason I wanted to do that. I had a feeling I must do that. For I always stared like that, before I realized that she wasn't breathing, and I understood that she had died. She called my name. The held hand was warm. She liked orange juice. She smiled for me at the end. And so she disappeared and became etched in my own story. The national roads were extending. Pachinko parlors kept building along the rail lines. The word school violence started to become popular. The mid-1980s, those days. Boring, vague, dispassionate, merciless reality. Not dramatic like on television or movies, not flashy, monotonous every day. Days where even though there wouldn't be anything especially fun planned, you'd still count the days to the weekend. So a world where we'd still look upon boring days, yet yearn for excitement in our imaginations, desire for a place in the world, where our only values kept building up and we always try to protect within our safe boundaries, but it's also a world where we shouldn't simply throw away. Woo! Oh my god, we finished everything! Well, that was a very interesting game. I thought it was... Sorry, I'm readjusting in my chair. Woo! That means we can start Clanad and Fruit of Grisaya. Pa-pa-pa. What-cha-cha-cha? What?